Chapter 4007. Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. Not only did he make the man kneel down, but he also asked someone to go up and beat him up. Who was this young man? That was Luo Jun. It was said that he had a lot of connections with splendid resort villa. He could do whatever he wanted here. How dare you? Luo Jun yelled. Chen Hai, if you dare touch me, I will not forgive you. Luo Jun couldn't get up now, but if he was slapped in the face again, it would be a complete joke. And you, I don't care who you are or where you come from, I will make you regret it. Luo Jun was now more and more certain that this guy must be cheating. It was just that his methods were too subtle. Security, come over here. Chen Zilin shouted. Security, come over here and arrest them. They must be cheating. Chen Zilin was also a smart person. What a pair of dog and dog. Lin Fei didn't care about what Luo Jun and Chen Zilin said. No one knew better than Lin Fei that Chen Hai had been suppressing his anger for a long time. If he didn't release it in time, sooner or later, he would have a mental breakdown. Lin Fei was helping Chen Hai to release some of his emotions. As for whether Chen Hai dared to do it, it was up to him. Only by releasing his emotions could he relieve the pressure on him. Can I really do it? Chen Hai's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. After all, he hated Chen Zilin and Luo Jun more than anyone else. Now that he thought about it, Chen Zilin was deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost 3 million yuan. If it weren't for Lin Fei, Chen Hai believed that he would have lost even more. All this was thanks to Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei said, I can guarantee that the two of them will only kneel there and let you hit them as you please. The premise is that you can't be a coward. I'm a man. I won't be a coward. Today, I will let this bitch know how powerful I am. Chen Hai drank a little today. Although he was not completely sober, he was still very sober. As the saying goes, drinking makes people brave. Chen Hai was like this now. Chen Hai stood up and walked towards Chen Zilin. Chen Zilin panicked and screamed, Chen Hai, don't you dare. If you dare touch me, I'll kill you. Chen Hai hurried over and slapped Chen Zilin's face. You bitch, I've tolerated you for a long time. This slap caused Chen Zilin's beautiful face to instantly swell up. Under normal circumstances, Chen Zilin would have been sent flying. But now, Chen Zilin couldn't move. She could only kneel on the ground and let Chen Hai slap her face. Chen Hai, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Chen Zilin's screams only made Chen Hai hate Chen Zilin even more. The fat palm slapped down again. Come, let's see how you're going to fight me. Paw 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 paw. Chen Hai's palms landed on Chen Zilin's face again and again. Who told you to be with other men outside? Who told you to use my money to sleep with other men? You asked for it. I, Chen Hai, am also a man. Since when did you have the right to betray me? You want money, I give you money. You want things, I buy them for you. How can you not be satisfied? Chen Hai's heart was indeed full of anger. At this moment, facing Chen Zilin, he finally vented it. He slapped Chen Zilin's face again and again. In the beginning, Chen Zilin was still struggling and screaming. But Chen Hai was too strong. After a dozen slaps, Chen Zilin's face was swollen. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her face was also distorted. Chen Hai, I beg you, don't hit me. I'm wrong. Don't hit me. Chen Zilin's face was full of fear and anxiety. She kept begging for mercy. Now you know you're wrong. How did you treat me in the beginning? Chen Hai slapped her again. Today, I'll beat you to death, you be *tch, so you don't have to go out and seduce other men. With each slap, the anger in Chen Hai's heart was gradually vented. Chen Zilin, on the other hand, was soon beaten into a pig's head. Even her beautiful makeup was ruined. Now, no matter how one looked at it, she was in a sorry state. That's enough, my friend. If you continue like this, you'll be miserable. Luo Jun was afraid of Chen Hai now. After all, Chen Zilin looked really miserable. He was afraid that when Chen Hai shifted his gaze to him, he would be miserable. Luo Jun knew that it must be this D*Ned guy who did this. Otherwise, how could he and Chen Zilin be like a block of wood? No matter how many times Chen Zilin hit them, they wouldn't fall. Luo Jun, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you existed. Chen Hai turned his gaze to Luo Jun. He raised his hand and slapped Luo Jun's face. You be***starred. Just now, you deliberately provoked me and caused me to lose $3 million. You have guts, but in the end, you still lost to me. Chen Hai slapped Luo Jun again. This time, he used more force. It was far stronger than Chen Zilin's slap. Luo Jun's face was swollen. It even made Luo Jun spit out a bloody tooth. Chen Hai, you're dead. You're finished. If I don't teach you a lesson. Before Luo Jun could finish his sentence, Chen Hai raised his hand and slapped him again. In an instant, Luo Jun fell to the ground. Chen Hai raised his hand and kicked him again. Luo Jun flew more than 10 meters away. Luo Jun curled up like a shrimp on the spot. I hit you, I hit you. What can you do about it? Lin Fei looked at the scene with a smile. Fatty, that's right. Don't keep it to yourself. When it comes to people you're unhappy with, there's only one way to deal with them. Just go up and beat them up. Chen Hai said gratefully, thank you, Elder Lin. I feel so much better now. I've never felt so good before. I didn't know that hitting people could feel so good. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Of course it's good to hit people. In fact, the more you hit them, the better it feels. Chen Hai nodded vigorously. Now I have a deeper understanding of it. After hitting Chen Zilin and Luo Jun, Chen Hai felt really good. Oh no, the security guards are here. This is bad. Someone cried out in alarm. Someone had already notified the security guards about the disturbance, especially since Luo Jun was involved. A group of 8 security guards in black suits walked over. Young Master Luo, what's wrong? A few security guards helped Luo Jun up. Luo Jun's face was bruised and swollen. He pointed at Chen Hai. Arrest them immediately. I suspect that they're cheating. If they dare to resist, beat them up. Luo Jun's eyes were murderous. Even though he was beaten up, Luo Jun still knew what to say. He knew that they were cheating. Chapter 4008. When the security guards arrived, Luo Jun seemed to have found his backbone. He no longer had to worry about being beaten up by Chen Hai. He was really scared. When other people saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry about Chen Hai and the young man. Who didn't know that Luo Jun had great power here? Just look at the security guards, they knew who Luo Jun was. If things didn't go well, these 2 people would have to suffer. You too, come with us. Of all places to cheat, why would you try to cheat in our splendid holiday villa? You sure have guts, the leader of the security guards said as he walked over. His gaze was so fierce that it was terrifying. Although Chen Hai was fat, how could he be the opponent of this fierce security guard? Just one look was enough to make Chen Hai take a step back. Who said we cheated? Show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence, then fart. Is this how your brilliant resort villa slander people? Chen Hai could only bite the bullet and say. There were so many people here, he really didn't believe that these people would dare to do anything. Whether or not we cheated, we will know after we bring him back and ask him. The fierce-looking security guard stretched out his hand and grabbed Chen Hai. This grab showed that he had some skills, and he was using the grappling hand. The fierce security guard was used to catching people. He knew that Chen Hai couldn't escape. He dared to cheat in the brilliant resort villa and beat people. He was really bold. When Chen Hai couldn't escape, a hand stretched out, tightly grabbed the fierce security guard, and gently squeezed. The fierce-looking security guard's face turned red as he yelled, let go of me. Let go of me right now. Lin Fei gently shook his hand, and the fierce security guard stepped back and sat on the ground. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and capture these two fellows. The remaining 7 security guards didn't expect that this person would dare to resist. They all grabbed rubber bats and hit Lin Fei. How dare you be presumptuous here, who do you think you are? These security guards were also hot-tempered. No one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to cause trouble would always be taught a lesson by the security guards before their families came to take them away. This was because the splendid holiday villa had a powerful background. Who wouldn't treat them with respect? The so-called fox assuming the tiger's might was exactly like this. Therefore, when they attacked, they had no intention of showing mercy at all. They had the mentality of beating this person up first. Old Lin, be careful. Chen Hai shouted. Their lousy skills can't do anything to me. Lin Fei walked up with a smile. None of the rubber sticks hit Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked them. Bang 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 bang. Every kick hit a security guard. In an instant, the 7 security guards were sent flying. They couldn't get up for a long time. Look, it's that easy. This scene scared Luo Jun so much that he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. His face was pale. You dare to hit me? You're finished. You're really finished. Don't even think about leaving this place today. Luo Jun had underestimated this person. He dared to hit people in public, but the more this was the case, the more excited he became. Chen Hai was also hot-tempered. He was already in a bad mood, so he rushed up and started to punch and kick Luo Jun, who's finished. I think you're the one who's finished. Coward, let's play some more. Chen Hai kicked Luo Jun's body again and again. In an instant, Chen Hai started crying. He cried for his father and mother. He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up on the ground. He couldn't make a sound for a long time. Old Lin, let's go. Chen Hai kicked Luo Jun again and turned around. Anyway, the matter was already out. Leaving the splendid holiday villa first. Once they were outside, Chen Hai would definitely find a way to deal with it. At worst, they could just leave Donghai and hide for a while. He didn't believe that the people of the splendid holiday villa would keep chasing them. Lin Fei laughed. Why should we run? We didn't cheat. What's there to worry about? Chen Hai was also confused. He didn't know what was going on in his old deskmate's mind. If you want to leave, you'll have to ask this young master first. You dare to cheat in my casino? You have guts. At this time, a loud voice came from afar. Everyone saw a group of people coming over. A dozen people surrounded a young man as he walked over. When this young man appeared, a few of the regular customers secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this owner here? Doesn't he rarely come here? If Luo Jun could do whatever he wanted here, then this young man was the owner of the splendid holiday villa. His background was really deep, and that was no joke. Most people had only heard of this person's name, but had never seen him. In particular, the number of times he appeared in the casino could be counted on one hand. However, no one dared to ignore this young man's ability. In the Donghai, it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. Lai Xian was in a bad mood. Since the last time he suffered at the hands of Lin Fei and was warned by his third uncle, he had no choice but to come to the splendid holiday villa to relax. His mood recovered a lot. Although he gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei, Lai Xian was also a smart person. Naturally, he knew that the kid was in the limelight recently. Moreover, he made several masters suffer a big loss in the Longton Mountain Villa, so he didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, before he figured out what was going on, Lai Xian didn't dare to really make things difficult for Lin Fei. After all, it was not worth it for the Lai family to do something bad. He didn't expect that a fight would happen in his casino, and it seemed that the person who beat him was the brother of one of his lovers. Lai Xian had no choice but to come out personally. He wanted to see what kind of coward dared to come out and make trouble. Since he couldn't deal with Lin Fei, he would vent his anger on this kind of small fry. Therefore, Lai Xian decided that no matter who this person was, he would just directly cripple him. Everyone stepped aside. Lai Xian walked over with an expressionless face. His body was so fierce that many people didn't dare to look up. I heard that you don't plan to let me leave. When Lai Xian walked in, he was greeted with a familiar tone. What a big tone. Why don't you look at you? Lai Xian didn't even look at him and scolded him. However, halfway through his words, his whole body suddenly trembled and he blurted out, why are you here? This was the person Lai Xian didn't want to see the most. Young Master Lai, quickly help me vent my anger. These two guys not only cheated but also beat me. It's best to break all their limbs. When Luo Jun saw Lai Xian, he immediately climbed up and leaned over like a dog. He fiercely said to Lin Fei and Chen Hai. Scram! Lai Xian kicked Luo Jun's body and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He heavily smashed into a gambling table. With a crack, the gambling table collapsed. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4009. It was a sudden turn of events. Who knew how many people at the scene were shocked? No one had expected this young man to suddenly fly into a rage. Luo Jun, who was rather famous, had been sent flying more than 10 meters away with a single kick, smashing the gambling table. Many people gasped inwardly because after the gambling table collapsed, numerous cracks appeared on it, and it was a ghastly sight. If it had been them, they would probably have fainted on the spot. Luo Jun, who was smashed on the gambling table, widened his eyes. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he stared at the ceiling. His mind was blank. He could not understand why young Master Lai would kick him. He had not done anything wrong. Why would he do such a thing? He was in a daze. This is a holiday villa. Can't I come here? Lin Fei said with a smile. Chen Hai and his classmates, who were standing at the side, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. Although they did not know who this young man was, the power of that kick had truly shocked them. At that moment, they realized that this old classmate of theirs seemed to be a little different. There was a mysterious air about him, and it was obvious that he was someone of status. Yes, who said no? Lai Xian actually did not want to see Lin Fei. He had no choice but to kick Luo Jun just now. He was really annoyed that Luo Jun had to offend Lin Fei of all people. After all, Lin Fei was very powerful now. Even he himself was no match for him. And third uncle's words kept ringing in his ears. Lai Xian felt that it was best not to offend Lin Fei for the time being. As for what kind of person his brother-in-law was, Lai Xian knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Fei to cheat. Lin Fei was a grandmaster expert, so there was no need for him to cheat. Lin Shang smiled and said, "This is a holiday villa. You can come, I can come. Everyone can come." Lai Xian squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Yes." Lin Fei laughed, "That's more like it. Since we're doing business, the resort villa should look like a resort villa." "Oh right, my friend doesn't like that Luo Jun and that Qinzi Lin B *tch. You should know what to do." Lai Xian was not interested in finding out what had happened between the two of them. He only knew that he could not allow Lin Fei to get angry here. Otherwise, the entire holiday villa would be torn apart by him. This was a loss that Lai Xian could not bear. Although he had suffered at Lin Fei's hands, the news had not really spread out. Therefore, it was best not to spread this matter if it did not have to. Chen Zilin, who was already trembling in fear, screamed when she heard Chen Hai's words. In an instant, she threw herself onto Chen Hai's feet and hugged his thigh. "Ah, Hai, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go." Chen Zilin had seen this young man before. Her own man had to kneel in front of this young Master Lai. No one knew this young man's background better than her. But now, this young man was terrifying. This powerful young Master Lai had sent her boyfriend flying with a kick. One could only imagine how powerful this friend of Chen Hai's was. Chen Zilin did not dare to imagine. The only thing she could do was beg for Chen Hai's forgiveness. She knew that if she was taken away, her fate would be very miserable. Therefore, Chen Zilin did not care about her pride anymore. She hugged Chen Hai's thigh and cried. She was as sad as she could be. She was regretting it. If she had known that Chen Hai had such a powerful friend, she would not have broken up with him. Many people at the scene could not stand it anymore, but no one dared to stand up and say a word. "Old Lin, why don't we just let this go? After all, I have nothing to do with this bitch. She can do whatever she wants in the future." In the end, Chen Hai was still a soft-hearted person. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir. He had heard a lot of insider information and knew that his deskmate was definitely someone with a high status. Lin Fei said, "Since you've already spoken, I will definitely listen to you. But let's forget about that Luo Jun. I think it's better not to meet people like him again. What do you think, young Master Lai?" Lai Xian did not like this feeling, but he did not dare to say anything. "No problem. From today onwards, you will never see Luo Jun in Donghai again." Without saying a word, someone immediately went over and dragged Luo Jun out like a dead dog. "We've seen this place. Let's go." After Lin Fei said this, Chen Hai and the other students did not have any objections. Just like that, they followed Lin Fei out. Actually, they did not want to stay here anymore. Lai Xian did not say a word from the beginning to the end. Even if he was unhappy, he did not show too much of it. "Anyone who comes here tonight will get a small subsidy of 10,000 yuan. I hope everyone will be satisfied." Since something like this had happened, as the boss, Lai Xian had to deal with it. 10,000 yuan per person meant that they would have to fork out at least a few million yuan. It was equivalent to losing an entire night's worth of profit. Lai Xian had to do this. "Surnamed Lin, I'll remember this. Old Lin, you've really hidden yourself well. I've seen that guy before. He's a big shot. To think that he would be so well behaved in front of you. Tell me the truth. Are you a hidden super second generation heir?" Once they left the casino, Chen Hai could not wait to ask. Actually, Chen Hai was already prepared to be taken away. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed so much that Chen Hai could not come back to his senses. It was the same for the other students. They were even secretly glad that they did not say anything bad in front of Lin Fei. Otherwise, they might be in deep trouble. Looking at Soldier Luo's arrogance, but in the end, he was dragged out like a dead dog. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei said, "I'm just an ordinary person. What's so great about me? But I know that guy. Last time when we were free, we sparred a little. He lost a round to me, so he owes me a favor. Now that we've met again, he has no confidence." "Are you sure that's the case?" Chen Hai did not think that it was possible. After all, that guy had a big shot. Even a billion-dollar boss would have to be careful around him. Of course. What else could it be? "Just remember that I'm your old deskmate," Chen Hai suddenly said seriously. Chen Hai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Then I really have to thank you, my old classmate. I never thought that one day that bitch would hug my thigh and cry her eyes out. Thank you for letting me vent my anger. How does that feel?" Lin Fei laughed. "Of course it feels good." Chen Hai nodded. Shook House website. Chapter 4010. Kai Shan was in a good mood recently. This was because he had swept through all the dojos in East Sea one by one. Not a single dojo was his match. In his eyes, these dojos were too weak and didn't deserve their reputation. On this day, Kai Shan kicked out the last dojo. This was all within Kai Shan's expectations. Even though the Yan Huang battle team had been watching him these days, Kai Shan didn't think much of it. Kai Shan was very clear about his influence in Southeast Asia. As long as he did not do anything overboard in China, basically no one would do anything to him. Even the Yan Huang battle team was the same. At most, they would just keep an eye on him like they were doing now. Kai Shan came out of the dojo and sat in a Mercedes again, his eyes narrowed. Now there's only one thing left, and that is to go to the Lai family and compete with the #1 expert of the Lai family to see who's stronger. Kai Shan wasn't in a hurry to challenge Lin Fei of the Longting Villa. Although he knew that Lin Fei from the Longting Villa was mysterious and that someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire to make him the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea, there was one thing he needed to do before that, and that was to make a trip to the Lai clan. Only by wiping out the true #1 expert clan in the Eastern Sea would he be able to head to the Longting Villa with his supreme divine might and defeat Lin Fei, thoroughly proving his strength. Compared to defeating Lin Fei of the Longting Villa, Kai Shan preferred to defeat the #1 expert of East Sea, Lai Tian of the Lai family. The black Mercedes drove along the road towards the Lai family. Kai Shan knew that once he went to the Lai family, Lai Tian would definitely return. When they passed by a crossroad, Kai Shan, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly with joy. He subconsciously looked to the left. At the crossroad, there was a group of people waiting for the traffic light. There were both men and women. Kai Shan quickly locked onto a young figure and couldn't help but take a few more glances. His expression was filled with ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thousand-yin body. I didn't expect there to be such a body in Huaxia. I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Kai Shan was ecstatic. He asked the driver to stop the car in front and got out. Very quickly, it locked onto a person. As the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan was dressed the same. At most, his skin was a little darker. Standing on the street, there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary old man, except that he was a little skinnier. Kai Shan's gaze was fixed on one person. Su Mei, who was still walking in front, did not know. Since leaving the design unit that day, Su Mei had been busy dealing with her own affairs. As a result, Su Mei's mood was very good these few days, and she always had a faint smile on her face. At the same time, he also searched for relevant information online. You don't say, but you did find something interesting. He paid more attention to the gate of martial arts. At this moment, he naturally did not notice a skinny figure following him from a distance. Su Mei returned to her residence. Kai Shan followed her all the way to her residence, and then quickly locked onto the room where Su Mei was. 10,000-yin body. There are women in Huaxia who have such a pure 10,000-yin body. I've only heard of this kind of physique in rumors. I didn't expect to encounter it in Huaxia this time. As long as I refine this 10,000-yin body, my tame head skill will be able to reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to easily kill a guru expert. Kai Shan was now very sure of this girl's physique. This unexpected surprise made Kai Shan fall into a state of ecstasy all the time. If this was not Huaxia, Kai Shan would have made a move immediately. Right now, Kai Shan was not in a hurry. He had already remembered this place. The only thing he needed to do now was to continue observing. Such a 10,000-yin body could be said to be rare in 100 years. Kai Shan felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck. Otherwise, how could he encounter such a physique? Kai Shan did not return to the hotel. Instead, he sat down in a small restaurant near the community and ordered something. Kai Shan did not want this woman with the 10,000-yin body to disappear under his eyes. After all, Donghai was so big. Once she left, he did not know when he would be able to find her again. Lin Fei and Shenhai, who were on vacation at the Brilliant Mountain Villa, did not leave the Brilliant Mountain Villa because of the incident at the casino. One had to admit that Lai Xian was quite good at doing things. The next morning, he arranged for someone to send $100,000 to each of Lin Fei's friends as compensation for their mental distress. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. $100,000 isn't much. Anyway, he has plenty of money to give to you. You can buy whatever you want. There's no need to worry. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. However, he was impressed by Lai Xian's ability to do things. When the students heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, $100,000 was not a small sum to them. This also made them realize that their old classmate, Lin Fei, had really made a name for himself. There were actually people who took the initiative to give them money. $100,000 per person might not seem like much, but they had about 2 or 3 million with them. The female students also got one each, and all of them were 100,000 yuan. Their faces were full of chatter. Old classmate, not only are we here to have fun, but we're also going to earn a fortune. It feels like a dream, Su Xiaowan said with a chuckle. Now I'm starting to wonder if you're a super rich second generation. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I want to be a super rich second generation too. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan. I guess I can only dream at night to be a super rich second generation. Everyone burst into laughter. Today was the last day of the party. After dinner, everyone left, chatting and laughing. Old Lin, come to my house when you're free, Chen Hai said before he left. Don't worry. After this period, I'll definitely visit your house and give you a surprise. Lin Fei smiled and kept Chen Hai in suspense. Chen Hai's eyes lit up. Are you planning to give me a Miss Perfect? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that she'll be more perfect than a Miss Perfect. You'll definitely like her. Chen Hai chuckled. Then I'll be waiting for your surprise. After everyone left, only Xiao Lan and Su Xiaowan were left. Brother Lin, you don't mind taking a ride in your car, do you? I've never sat in a luxury car in my life. Well, you're Xiao Lan's best friend. It's no problem for you to take a ride. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4011. He sent Xiao Lan and Su Xiaowan back to the neighborhood. Lin Fei left. He had planned to stay at Xiao Lan's place for one night, but Su Xiaowan, her best friend, had no intention of returning to Hangzhou. Moreover, she did not like to stay in a hotel, so she could only stay at Xiao Lan's place. Lin Fei had to leave first. As a man, he felt that Su Xiaowan seemed to have a purpose for coming here. Of course, this was a matter between the two women. Lin Fei was too lazy to get involved. Whatever they did had nothing to do with him. The car drove out of the neighborhood and did not go far. Lin Fei suddenly frowned. He stopped by the side of the road and pinched his fingers. Strange, my spiritual imprint on Su Mei seems to have been affected. This should not be the case. Since he left last time, Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Mei. After all, she was his first apprentice, who was also his senior sister. Naturally, nothing could happen to her. Originally, the feeling was not very strong at the seaside because the distance between the two was a little far. After returning to Donghai, the spiritual imprint was reconnected. However, just now, Lin Fei felt a slight change. The change was very subtle, but for an immortal expert like Lin Fei, he could sense it clearly. Could it be that Su Mei encountered some trouble again? Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had a 10,000 yin body, which was the most likely to cause ghosts. Therefore, the spiritual imprint he left could not only lock onto Su Mei's location, but also detect if there was a problem. Now, the spiritual imprint was dissipating a little, which should not have happened under normal circumstances. Lin Fei decided to go and see Su Mei, hoping that nothing bad would happen to her. It was not easy for him to find an apprentice, especially a female apprentice with a 10,000 yin body. If something happened to her during this period, it would be really shameful. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had returned. Otherwise, something might have really happened to his disciple. After all, the spiritual imprint that he had left behind couldn't be easily destroyed by anything. However, he could feel that the spiritual imprint was dissipating. Something must have happened. Lin Fei took out his phone and called Su Mei. The call was quickly connected. Master, you are finally willing to give me a call. I thought you had forgotten to play. Once the call was connected, Su Mei's voice came through. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he could hear Su Mei's coquettish tone. This was because Xiaolan had used his phone to send a few pictures of the scenery when they were at the resort. Lin Fei didn't mind at that time. If Xiaolan wanted to do it, he let her do it. He didn't expect his disciple to see it and actually act coquettishly towards him. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I just come back? I'll definitely bring you there next time. By the way, how have you been recently? Did anything happen? Su Mei was in her room with a smile on her face. I feel pretty good recently, but it seems that there will be an inexplicable cold wind at home sometimes. Other than this, there really isn't anything else. Su Mei thought about it and said. Wind? Lin Fei frowned. Are you at home now? I'll come over and take a look for you. Then I'll have to trouble Master. I'm at home now. Su Mei jumped out of bed. Master is here, I have to dress up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fei secretly pondered, but he couldn't figure out what this cold wind was. He would go and take a look when he arrived. Anyway, it wasn't very far from here. Before driving into the neighborhood, Lin Fei stopped not far from the neighborhood. What a powerful cold aura. This is a demonic expert. Even though he was sitting in the car, Lin Fei could feel the cold aura not far away. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could sense it clearly. It seems that my disciple has really been targeted by someone. There's actually such a powerful yin qi. No wonder there are cold winds in the room. The other party must have entered my disciple's room. Even if they didn't enter, they must have used demonic methods to check. In fact, Kai Shan had indeed controlled demonic creatures to enter Su Mei's room, leaving behind cold winds. Although it wasn't very obvious, Su Mei had the 10,000 yin constitution, so she was more sensitive than anyone else. Lin Fei sneered and walked out of the car. His aura was perfectly restrained, making him look like an ordinary person. He was very inconspicuous. He didn't walk far. Lin Fei sensed a gloomy and cold aura in a restaurant. It was a skinny old man with dark skin, like an old man from the countryside. Perhaps he didn't feel anything for others, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this person was a demonic expert. No, this person must not be cultivating an ordinary demonic technique. Additionally, he doesn't look like a Chinese. Could he be someone from Southeast Asia? Lin Fei was quick to come up with a theory. That's right. Could this person be Kai Shan? With such a powerful aura and a cold aura lingering around his body, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the expert who had appeared recently. Lin Fei had never seen Kai Shan before, but based on his aura, it was most likely Kai Shan. To confirm, Lin Fei gave Tai Zhan a call. I want a photo of Kai Shan. Send it to my phone immediately. Lin Fei didn't need to be polite with Tai Zhan. He just wanted to confirm if this old man was Kai Shan. If it was Kai Shan, then Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. He was prepared to deal with Kai Shan slowly, but this guy actually dared to target his disciple. That was unforgivable. The other party was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, and cultivated evil methods. It was normal for Kai Shan to target his disciple, Su Mei, who had the 1,000 yin body. When this is over, I must refine a treasure to conceal Su Mei's aura, so that she won't be targeted like a walking cornucopia. This was Lin Fei's negligence. Fortunately, it wasn't too late, and he could still make up for it. Ding dong. Lin Fei received a photo on his phone. It really is Kai Shan. It was a photo of his face. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. You actually targeted my disciple out of all people. Even though Lin Fei was certain in his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the photo. This Kai Shan is really unlucky. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Then you can only count yourself unlucky. Of all people, you actually targeted my disciple, 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40:12. At the base of the Yan Huang battle team. Tai Zhan was stunned when he received the news. He had no idea what Lin Fei was planning to do. Hurry up and find out where Lin Fei is right now. Is he still in Splendor Resort Villa? Tai Zhan had always been very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. After all, in the Donghai, only Lin Fei and Lai Tian from the Lai family could fight against Kaishan. As for the others, they were no match for them at all. He loved and hated Lin Fei at the same time. He loved Lin Fei's means and the elixir in his hands, which could actually enhance the strength of a plain strength warrior. He hated that this guy seemed to be very good at causing trouble. If it was possible, Tai Zhan really did not want Lin Fei to stay in the Donghai. A troublemaker like him should go as far away as possible. Not long after, Lin Ro walked in with a document in her hand. Director, we just arranged for someone to investigate. Lin Fei ended his vacation and just returned to the Donghai. Did Lin Fei cause trouble again? Lin Ro was also very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. Especially when the director asked about it at this time, it was definitely not a small matter. Lin Ro was very clear about this. This Lin Fei could never be looked at with ordinary eyes. I knew it. This guy is definitely not in the resort villa. Tai Zhan's face was full of disappointment. I knew he was up to no good the moment he came back. Can you confirm the specific location? It should be possible. I just looked around. It seems to be near a community. Lin Ro looked and said. Tai Zhan suddenly stood up and laughed. Is it the community where Su Mei lives? Hurry up and take a look. Lin Ro nodded. How do you know, Director? Tai Zhan laughed. Then God is really helping me. It must be Kaishan who has his eyes on Lin Fei's disciple. Chief, are you talking about that Su Mei? Lin Ro came back to her senses. Yes, it must be Su Mei. Kaishan is the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. I don't know why he has his eyes on Su Mei, but Su Mei is Lin Fei's disciple. As I said, why would Lin Fei ask about Kaishan's photo when he just came back from the holiday villa? There must be something going on. I didn't expect Kaishan to offend Lin Fei first. Chief, you said that Kaishan isn't Lin Fei's match? Lin Ro asked curiously. What's Kaishan? He's said to be the best black magic master in Southeast Asia, but only his black magic arts are more powerful. However, very few people can master it. Although this Kaishan is a black magic master, I can guarantee that he definitely hasn't mastered the black magic arts. Therefore, if he really fights against Lin Fei, he has no chance of winning. I can guarantee that, Tai Zhan said with a smile. Then do you want to arrange for people to keep an eye on him? Tai Zhan shook his head. There's no need to. Anyway, with Lin Fei taking action, our problem can be solved. Kaishan could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Lin Fei. He even had his eyes on his disciple. He's definitely asking for trouble. Let's just wait for the good results. Tai Zhan was also happy for once. After all, because of Kaishan's matter, everyone knew. As the Yan Huang battle team, they could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him every day, but they couldn't do anything. This made them very unhappy, but now it seemed like they could let go of this matter. Once this Lin Fei took action, anything could be easily solved. Kaishan, who was sitting in the small restaurant, had no idea that he was being watched. He was controlling his monster to move back and forth in Su Mei's room. Under close observation, Kaishan was already very sure that the other party had the Myriadine body. It was the real deal and he was not deceiving anyone. Kaishan's mood was good, and he ate a few more bowls of rice. He had never felt that the food in a small restaurant could be so delicious. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. What he had to do now was to wait until nightfall. Kaishan had never felt that waiting was so long. Every minute and second felt like a year. Finally, the sky darkened. Kaishan had originally planned to sit in the small restaurant until midnight, but the small restaurant closed at 11. Kaishan had no choice but to walk out of the small restaurant, and sat down by a nearby wall. He didn't care if he was polite or not. After all, he looked like an old man from the countryside. There were many old men like him, and Kai Shan didn't have to worry that he would be too ostentatious. Finally, it was past midnight, and a little later, it was 2 in the morning. The road was very quiet, and very few people appeared. Only a taxi would occasionally appear, but to Kai Shan, this was really nothing. Finally, it's time. Kai Shan decided to take action. He felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to bear it, he would go crazy. This 10,000 yen body was like a piece of fat meat, and he could take a few bites if he wanted to. Kai Shan walked into the small district as if there was no one around. The security guards of the small district acted as if they didn't see Kai Shan and let him walk in. It turned out that when Kai Shan went over, he used his mental strength to hypnotize these people. As a powerful tame headmaster, mental strength was indispensable. After Kai Shan walked into the small district, a figure walked over unhurriedly. Finally, can't hold it in anymore? You could have lived if you didn't do anything, but since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei had been staring at Kai Shan the whole time. However, Kai Shan couldn't detect Lin Fei's methods, and he didn't know that Lin Fei had been staring at him. From the moment Kai Shan walked into the small district, Lin Fei had decided Kai Shan's fate. This guy was courting death. After Kai Shan came to the bottom of the small district, he didn't walk up the stairs again. This was because these small district buildings had access control, but this wasn't a difficult thing for Kai Shan. After about 10 minutes, the access control suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. It was none other than Su Mei. At this moment, Su Mei was wearing pajamas, as if she was sleepwalking. What a good method of controlling things. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from behind. This method of controlling things was a demon controlling Su Mei, and Su Mei could walk out of the small district like she was dreaming. It was indeed a brilliant method. Those who didn't know would never be able to guess that Su Mei was being controlled. Originally, I wanted to deal with you in this small district, but since you brought my disciple out, I'll deal with you outside. Lin Fei also realized that it was impossible for Kai Shan to deal with his disciple elsewhere, and in the small district. This was also an opportunity for Lin Fei. Chapter 40:13. Kai Shan was in a very good mood. He finally managed to control the person with the 10,000 yen body. Don't think that just because Kai Shan was a tame headmaster, he wasn't smart. In fact, he was very smart. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take someone away at this time. However, if Su Mei walked out by herself, the situation would be different. Kai Shan turned around and left after Su Mei came down. Because he had placed a demonic creature on Su Mei's body to control her, Su Mei would follow him. Walking out of the neighborhood. The security guards of these neighborhoods didn't notice it at all. It was as if no one had left this place. After Su Mei came out of the neighborhood, she stopped a taxi. The taxi driver was a little confused at first, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes changed because he was also controlled by Kai Shan. After Su Mei got in the car, Kai Shan also sat in the front passenger seat. Everything went smoothly. In the eyes of outsiders, no one saw anyone get in the car at all. This was a type of tame head technique. It could also be said to be a very useless tame head technique. It was called ghost's eye. Within a certain range, no activity could be seen. Even if someone walked in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see them. This was Kai Shan's method. Although it was a useless tame head technique, the effect was very good for Kai Shan. Lin Fei leisurely followed behind the taxi. No matter how fast the taxi drove, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After all, if he ran at full speed, his speed would be very terrifying. Even if the taxi ran at full speed, it wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei was very relaxed. The taxi drove all the way to the outskirts of Donghai. It went all the way to the seaside, where there were reeds before stopping. This place was considered a no-man's land. No one would appear at all. Su Mei and Kai Shan got out of the car one after another. The taxi driver drove all the way back to Donghai before coming back to his senses. He couldn't even remember where he had been before. He cursed a few times before leaving. They came to the depths of the reeds. Only then did Sume stop. Even now, Sume didn't notice anything. She always had a sleepy look on her face. If someone was outside at this time, then they would definitely be shocked, especially in the middle of the night. It was indeed easy to scare people. Kai Shan looked at Sume from head to toe, his eyes filled with excitement and joy. The 10,000 yen body. This old man actually has the chance to obtain the 10,000 yen body. As long as I absorb the bloodline of the 10,000 yen body, this old man's strength will rise to another level. However, absorbing the bloodline alone is too weak. This old man must truly activate the bloodline of the 10,000 yen body in order to enjoy the true effects of the bloodline. Others might not know the uses of the 10,000 yen body, but it just so happened that Kai Shan had read about it in an ancient book and had kept it in mind. He thought that it would be impossible for him to encounter a 10,000 yen body in his lifetime. But he never thought that he would actually meet him in a place like Huaxia. It was really too coincidental. Although Su Mei's 10,000 yen body seemed to have a mental imprint on it, Kai Shan never took it to heart. He thought that she had something hanging on her body, so this bit of mental imprint was nothing to him. Even for a martial artist, it was impossible to leave such a heavy mental imprint on an ordinary person. Kai Shan understood this very well. For a moment, Kai Shan wanted to bring Su Mei away from Huaxia and return to his own Southeast Asia. But this time, the momentum that he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain, which was very troublesome for Kai Shan. Therefore, Kai Shan felt that he had to first defeat Lai Tian, and then kill that Lin Fei. Kai Shan knew that once he killed Lin Fei, the person who was secretly adding fuel to the fire would definitely thank him. Moreover, the person who could create such a momentum in such a short period of time was definitely someone with great power. This was also someone that Kai Shan was willing to befriend. This was because it would bring great benefits to Kai Shan. No matter what your name is, I will let you live for a period of time first. During this period of time, you will obediently follow this old man. Kai Shan was not in a hurry to act, but he did not intend to let Su Mei go either. Who knew what would happen? Huaxia was so big, how could he not search from place to place? Even if he had planted a secret technique on her, once she left the East Sea, he would not be able to detect her. The East Sea was said to be huge, and as long as they were a distance away from each other, Kai Shan would not be able to grasp her true location. Therefore, Kai Shan decided to plant something on Kai Shan's body first. This was the only way he could completely control Kai Shan, and not even have to worry about being suspected. Kai Shan had also thought of a plan. When the time came, if someone really asked, he would say that Kai Shan was his disciple. Of course, this was Kai Shan's plan to deal with the Yan Huang battle team. He knew that he had been constantly being watched by the Yan Huang battle team. If someone suddenly appeared by his side, they would naturally suspect him. Therefore, Kai Shan needed a perfect reason. Accepting a disciple was the most suitable reason. Let me plant a demonic seed on you. Kai Shan took out a box. It was a small red box, about the size of a fist. After opening it, a flying snake appeared. This flying snake was almost the size of an earthworm, and its entire body was green. Even in the night, it was like a ball of fluorescent light, and was very eye-catching. This snake was called the ghost snake. Kai Shan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate it, and it took him a whole 10 years. Under normal circumstances, Kai Shan would rarely use this ghost snake, because he felt that there was no need. But now it was different. Only by using the ghost snake could he completely control Su Mei. A mere ghost snake was not worth Kai Shan's heartache. Compared to the rewards, it was simply too great. It was something that could not be compared. Old man, in the middle of the night, are you bullying a weak little girl? Just as Kai Shan was about to make his move, a voice rang out from the gourd thicket without warning. Kai Shan's expression changed slightly. In an instant, his hand flicked out a black shadow. This black shadow was a black centipede. It was extremely venomous, and anyone who came into contact with it would definitely die. Using it to deal with ordinary people or martial artists was a piece of cake. Who dared to disturb Kai Shan at this time? Who knew if he was some kind of savior? But in Kai Shan's eyes, since he dared to speak, then he must be prepared to die. After the centipede was flicked out, it instantly landed in the reeds, and there was no more sound. Kai Shan could not help but laugh. But halfway through his laughter, another voice came from the reeds. This centipede of yours is not bad. It's big and fat. Looks like it's quite suitable for brewing medicinal wine. The effects should be great. I won't stand on ceremony. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 4014. Kai Shan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That was the hypertoxic centipede that he had painstakingly cultivated. Under normal circumstances, as long as the hypertoxic centipede was used, it would be easy to deal with people. Furthermore, in the Eastern Sea, where would there be any expert cultivators in the middle of the night? One hypertoxic centipede would be enough to deal with the other party. He did not expect the other party to describe his hypertoxic centipede as an ordinary centipede. This was unforgivable. Brew medicinal wine? How dare you say that? Swoosh. Swoosh. Kai Shan flicked his fingers again. Under the cover of the night, the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds in the blink of an eye. On this trip to the East Sea, Kai Shan had brought a lot of poisonous creatures. Others might not know where the poisonous creatures were hidden, but Kai Shan's entire body was covered in poisonous creatures. Even machines could not detect him. This was the power of a tame headmaster. After releasing the 6 hypertoxic centipedes, Kai Shan felt that the other party would not be able to withstand the attack of his hypertoxic centipedes. After all, these 6 hypertoxic centipedes would form a team once released. They could even easily hunt down obvious strength and inward strength martial artists. This was something that Kai Shan had always been proud of. He did not believe that the person hiding in the reeds could withstand the attack of the hypertoxic centipedes. However, after the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds, there was no movement at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Kai Shan did not even hear the sound of fighting. It was as if nothing had happened. This made Kai Shan's face darken. At this moment, a voice came from the reeds again. Old man, your cooking skills are pretty good. 6 big centipedes. I think we'll have our supper tonight. Just for these 6 big centipedes, fry them and sprinkle some cumin powder on them. They should taste pretty good. At the very least, they'll be very nutritious. When Kai Shan heard this, he flew into a rage. I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Kai Shan had never lost his composure like this before. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. However, this involved the 10,000 yen body. Kai Shan could not allow any mistakes. Swoosh. 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 Kai Shan's body trembled. A terrifying scene had actually occurred. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits because poisonous creatures were constantly burrowing out of Kai Shan's body. These poisonous creatures were innumerable and densely packed, causing one's scalp to go numb. There were at least a few hundred or a few thousand venomous creatures. They actually came out of Kai Shan's body and rushed into the reeds. Wherever these poisonous creatures passed, the reeds would fall and even corrode, turning into an empty space. This was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was extremely terrifying. Kai Shan was truly enraged. He actually dared to destroy his 7 venomous centipedes. They had been cultivated for 2 to 3 years, and he had spent a lot of effort on them. This was not something that could be forgiven. Therefore, no matter who this person was, Kai Shan was going to kill him. Moreover, he was going to let him experience the pain of being bitten by 1,000 bugs. Kai Shan was a ruthless person. These released poisonous creatures accounted for more than half of what Kai Shan had brought. However, as these poisonous creatures continued to surge forward, the screams that Kai Shan wanted to hear didn't appear. Everything was calm. Good fella, this frog is really big. And this poisonous snake, I can bring it back to make soup. Old man, you're really a good person. It's really rare to see a good person like you these days. Not long after, a voice came from the reeds again. The voice was loud and clear, and it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Who are you? Stop putting on an act. Come out if you have the guts. Kai Shan frowned, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that he had met his match today. To be able to neutralize his poisonous attacks so easily wasn't something that just anyone could do. After taking so many of your nourishing items, it would be inexcusable if I don't come out and meet you. From the reeds, a figure walked out unhurriedly. Kai Shan saw a young man walk out. This young man was extremely young, and he looked more like an ordinary person. In fact, he didn't even have a strong aura around him. He was basically just like an ordinary person. This young man walked out, and he was carrying many poisonous creatures in his hands. However, it was this person who could cause his poisonous creatures to suffer great losses. What was going on? Stinking brat, stop putting on an act. Go to hell. If it was a real expert, Kai Shan might not have been so angry. However, this was a young man, and even he couldn't tell what was going on. Kai Shan couldn't take this lying down. He stepped forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a large cloud of black fog at the young man. It looked like a black fog, but in reality, it was a swarm of poisonous magic mosquitoes. Every magic mosquito was the size of a fly, and they had a terrifying aura. They shrouded the young man, and at the same time, they kept buzzing, which turned into a sound wave attack. Lin Fei was also impressed by Kai Shan. A tame headmaster is indeed a tame headmaster. He actually has so many poisonous creatures with him. Putting everything else aside, there were at least thousands of poisonous creatures in the large swarm just now. The scene was indeed terrifying. There were all kinds of poisonous creatures, and they were extremely poisonous. When all kinds of poisonous creatures were mixed together, they formed a deadly poison. It was truly terrifying. If one touched it, one would definitely die. There was no cure. You could have played with anything, but you chose to play with mosquitoes. You're really useless. Lin Fei laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, the magic mosquitoes that flew over exploded one after another. In an instant, they disappeared completely. What other tricks do you have? Show me how powerful you, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, are. My magic mosquitoes. At this moment, Kai Shan almost vomited blood. He had spent 5 years to cultivate them, and there were only a few thousand magic mosquitoes in total. Now, they were all gone in the blink of an eye. You actually know me. Who are you? Kai Shan had never taken people of the younger generation seriously. There was no one in the entire East Sea that he was afraid of. But now, an unknown brat had actually destroyed wave after wave of his demonic creatures. Now, even his precious magic mosquitoes had been completely wiped out. Kai Shan felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. What Kai Shan could not accept the most was that this guy actually knew his identity. That was extraordinary. While no one was paying attention to him, Kai Shan had set up another secret move while he was in a state of shock. Black shadows flew close to the ground and headed straight for Kai Shan. Even I don't know who you are. How dare you have been working in East Sea all this time? Lin Fei said with a smile. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and flicked at a few positions. Clouds of bloody mist exploded one after another. Look, your poisonous creatures are dead again, aren't they? I guess you're very distressed this time. Pfft. Pfft. Kai Shan took 3 steps back and vomited blood with each step. Chapter 40:15. Wave after wave of losses made Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, feel his heart bleeding. Especially after the death of the dark shadow snake, this was one of his trump cards. He had just made a move, but he was easily annihilated by the other party. This directly caused him to suffer a backlash and retreat 3 steps. At the same time, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Who are you? It's impossible for there to be an expert like you in the East Sea who can easily kill this old man's dark shadow snake. Kai Shan clutched his chest and his breathing quickened. The dark shadow snake had a great impact on Kai Shan. The dark shadow snake's forte was its speed. In the blink of an eye, it could leap dozens of meters away. There had never been a warrior who could withstand the attack of the dark shadow snake, and ordinary people were even less qualified to make Kai Shan release the dark shadow snake. But now, it had been destroyed by this young man, and he had even killed all the few shadow snakes he had. These were the only shadow snakes that he had cultivated for 20 years. Kai Shan's eyes were about to turn black after suffering such a huge loss in the East Sea. I told you not to play such tricks, but you didn't listen. Are you happy now? Lin Fei laughed. Since you want to know my name, it's fine. You've lost so much anyway. If I don't tell you my name and you die of anger, you won't know who you are when you reach Yanhuang Road. How sad would that be? Listen, my name is Lin Fei, and I'm the one who opened the Longting Manor. Are you happy now? I also know that you're preparing to challenge me, but you haven't even seen me before. You're the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, but your standards are a little too low. I really wonder how you became the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. Your eyesight is really bad. Pft pft. Another 2 sounds. Kai Shan also took 2 steps back, followed by 2 mouthfuls of blood. His pupils constricted, and he pointed at Lin Fei with a trembling finger. You're Lin Fei. Impossible. You're just the #1 expert in the East Sea that was promoted by others. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei's name completely overturned Kai Shan's impression of him. Although Lin Fei was now known as the strongest in Donghai, everyone knew that 8 grandmasters had died in Longtan Villa. Kai Shan did not really acknowledge Lin Fei's strength. Hence, he had placed his true focus on Lai Tian from the Lai family. But now, Lin Fei hadn't even done anything, but he had already made him suffer heavy losses. At the very least, it would take him more than 10 years to recover, and it might even take a few more years. Right now, Lin Fei was like a terrifying existence. There was not a single trace of qi on his body. One could tell that even Kai Shan was afraid of his strength. Look, you're vomiting blood again, right? It's just 2 names. What's the big deal? Lin Fei laughed. Do you know why I came to you? Kai Shan did not know that Lin Fei would come to him, especially in the middle of the night. It seemed like he had been following him. Kai Shan, who thought that he was good at trailing others, did not expect that he would be followed one day. Lin Fei, since you've taken the initiative to jump out, I'll fulfill your wish. You dared to ruin my plans and caused me heavy losses. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to swallow the anger in my heart. Kai Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dashed over in a few steps. He attacked with his elbow, aiming for Lin Fei's face. As the #1 tame head master, Kai Shan was not only good at tame head, but he was also good at close combat. His fists, legs, and joints were all weapons. When Kai Shan attacked, his entire body was filled with a black fog, accompanied by an unbearably pungent smell. If it was someone else, the smell alone would have made them dizzy, and their movement speed would have slowed down significantly. Old man, you have too many poisonous creatures on you. Let me help you clean them up. Of all the things you could have kept, you chose to keep poisonous creatures. Old man, your way of thinking is not good. Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, his qi and blood began to rumble. In an instant, it turned into a huge blazing sun, radiating across the small area. Ah! Kai Shan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. White smoke rose from his body. Ah, this is too unbearable. My poisonous creatures. Kai Shan's body was originally emitting a cold and terrifying aura. But in front of this blazing sun, his body was trembling non-stop. White smoke rose from his body, instantly enveloping his entire body. What is this? Why are all my poisonous creatures dead? Kai Shan struggled to get out. His entire body seemed to have been fished out of water. His aura had also become extremely weak, and his mind was unsettled. Kai Shan could not believe that in such a short period of time, all the poisonous creatures he had reared had died. At this moment, there was no longer a single poisonous creature on Kai Shan's body. His entire body was clean, and he no longer had that cold and sinister aura. However, what followed was his age. In an instant, he looked as though he had aged 20 or 30 years. The current Kai Shan looked like an 80 or 90-year-old man, as though he could collapse at any moment. No one has ever been able to kill off my poisonous creatures. Yet, you managed to kill all of them. In this life of mine, I will kill you. Kai Shan enunciated every single word. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Now, I'll let you have a taste of my flying corpse skill. Under his enraged roar, Kai Shan displayed his unparalleled technique. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The head of the old Kai Shan fell off. With a swoosh, it flew towards Lin Fei. As it flew, it let out a sharp caw sound, causing one's scalp to go numb. Is this the real flying corpse taming skill? It's a little terrifying. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. He extended his hand and a reed flew over. With a light flick, it flew over with a swoosh. At this moment, Kai Shan, who was using the flying corpse taming skill, possessed invincible strength. However, when the reed flew over, it nailed his head to the ground with a swoosh. Kai Shan didn't even have time to react. What's wrong with me? Rolling his eyes, he saw a foot appear and step heavily on Kai Shan's head. Half of his head was buried in the ground. Of all the things you could have played, why did you have to use such a terrifying technique? Do you think your head is very hard? Lin Fei, you can't kill me. Today, I'll fight you to the death. If I don't kill you, I'm not Kai Shan. Kai Shan roared angrily. A terrifying strength exploded from his head. Your strength is not bad. However, you want to kill me with this strength? You're thinking too much. I'm even more terrifying than you. A loud rumbling sound was heard. An extremely terrifying force exploded on Kai Shan's head. Remember the website of the mobile version, Chapter 2227 Dawn, Scare People at Night. P1/1, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 4016. The power of the kick immediately made Kai Shan dizzy. Waves of pain pierced through his body, wave after wave. The situation was completely different from what Kai Shan had imagined. He had used the flying corpse tame technique, which was the most powerful killer move among the tame techniques. Once the flying corpse tame technique was used, he would be almost invincible. No one could kill him, and he wouldn't even feel any pain. But now, he actually felt pain. The pain was magnified infinitely in an instant. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Stop. Kai Shan could not help but yell. His entire face turned ferocious. At the same time, he pushed the power of the flying corpse tame technique in an attempt to break free from under Lin Fei's foot. But no matter how hard he tried, his opponent's foot was firmly on his head. He did not budge at all. You want me to stop, so I stop. Who do you think you are? He spat out his power again. With a loud rumble, he crushed Kai Shan's head. This time, it was not only Kai Shan's head that had a problem. Even his body was affected to a certain extent. It was actually trembling. Doesn't this feel good? Do you think that your flying corpse taming technique is very powerful and awesome? That your head is impervious to swords and spears, fire and water, and can be said to be invincible? I just don't know if you can continue to live after your body is destroyed. Lin Fei laughed. I think you definitely won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Once the sun comes out tomorrow, I think your head will turn to ash. What #1 expert in Southeast Asia will be nothing but a joke. The seemingly powerful flying corpse tame technique was basically trash in Lin Fei's eyes. It could not withstand a single blow. This technique could be said to be evil, but it was even more inferior than evil. It looked powerful, but in reality, it was useless. How did you know? As Kai Shan struggled, he roared when he heard the voice. A trace of fear and unease flashed in his eyes. This was the biggest secret of the flying corpse tame technique. Although his head looked invincible, even those in the light realm or the dark realm, or even those in the Grand Master realm, would not be able to withstand his attack. Especially at night, his strength would be amplified. Kai Shan had once killed a Grand Master late-stage expert with this move and had always been proud of it. Under normal circumstances, Kai Shan would not use the flying corpse tame technique because it would consume too much energy. But once he used it, his opponent would definitely die. However, the current situation was really hard for Kai Shan to accept. This was the flying corpse tame technique. It was the most powerful tame technique. To think that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, the other party easily stepped on his face, and the infinitely magnified pain kept assaulting him. This kind of pain made Kai Shan wish he was dead, and he wished he could die immediately. To be able to become a tame headmaster, who didn't experience pain. Kai Shan had experienced more pain than anyone else, but at this moment, he was unable to endure it. He could only feel his opponent's power surging towards him endlessly, stretching out the pain endlessly and incessantly stimulating him. Anyone can tell that it's just a child's play. Lin Fei laughed. In fact, I don't even need to wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. I only need to blow your body apart with a single punch, and your head won't be able to continue living. It's not like you've cultivated an immortal body. Kai Shan spat out a mouthful of blood. If he could cultivate an undying body, would he still be in such a sorry state? Come at me if you can. Lin Fei, you win and I lose. From now on, I will never come to the East Sea again, nor will I cause trouble for you. As long as you, Lin Fei, appear, I will stay away. Is that okay? In the current situation, Kai Shan could only lower his head. If he didn't, he might really die in the East Sea. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head. Looks like you still don't understand why I'm here. I think you should think about it carefully and tell me when you figured it out. Kai Shan still felt strange. He hadn't found Lin Fei, but the latter had taken the initiative to follow him. This made Kai Shan puzzled. But now that he heard these words, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Kai Shan saw a figure. At this moment, he finally understood what was going on. Could it be the 10,000 yen body? Other than this reason, Kai Shan couldn't think of a second reason. I think you should understand now. Not everything is yours. Lin Fei said, do you know who she is? She's my big disciple and big senior sister. Even though we haven't held the apprenticeship ceremony, do you think a Southeast Asia's top tame technique master can touch my big disciple? Kai Shan's mind went blank. Now, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had followed Lin Fei's big disciple. No wonder she had a spiritual imprint on her body. At first, Kai Shan didn't care about it. But now that he thought about it, he broke out in cold sweat. Don't think that everyone has the same thoughts as you. Although the 10,000 yen body isn't bad, it's nothing in my eyes. Only evil people like you would care about it. Lin Fei said faintly, Su Mei is my big disciple. You know what that means. You could have targeted anyone but my big disciple. You've got guts. Do you think it's better if I beat your body up now? Or... Lin Fei smiled and casually slapped Kai Shan's body. This palm strike caused Kai Shan to scream out loud. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I admit defeat. This slap almost broke the connection between Kai Shan and his body. Don't think that once the flying corpse taming art was used, there was still a connection between the body and the body. This slap almost took Kai Shan's life. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Kai Shan finally understood why 7 or 8 grandmasters suffered such a big setback at Longting Mountain Villa. The person in front of him might be a god rank expert. Only a god rank powerhouse could easily suppress him. He really kicked a big iron plate. Moreover, it was a super hard iron plate. A god rank expert. He hadn't appeared for decades. Kai Shan had only heard of the God Realm experts from a few decades ago, but he had never seen one in person. But now, he finally saw the power of a God rank expert. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move with just one kick. What pained Kai Shan the most was that he actually offended a God rank expert. I'm willing to make amends. I only ask that you spare my life. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4017. Right now, Kai Shan was completely terrified out of his wits. It could be said that even the depths of his bones exuded fear and uneasiness. Even though Lin Fei was just an ordinary young man, even inconspicuous in the crowd, such a person could easily decide his life and death. A deity realm expert. How many years had it been since a God realm expert had appeared? Kai Shan would not dare to be presumptuous even if he had 100 guts. Back then, it was not that there were no divine-level experts in Southeast Asia. However, they had all been wiped out by the divine-level experts from Huaxia. Otherwise, Kai Shan would not have had the chance to jump out. As the saying went, when the tiger was no longer on the mountain, the monkey would proclaim itself as the king. You've already touched my disciple. Do you think I'll let you off? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I only need a little bit of strength to kill you. What's Southeast Asia's #1 expert? He's just a joke in my eyes. Sir, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm still of some use. I'm willing to help you lure out the person who's secretly adding fuel to the fire and kill them in return. Kai Shan begged, I'm willing to be Sir's lackey. I'll fight wherever you point me to. No one will suspect the relationship between me and Sir. You're quite smart. You even know how to draw inferences. Lin Fei naturally knew who was secretly adding fuel to the fire. For a tame headmaster like Kai Shan, he was actually quite useful. After all, this guy had some tricks up his sleeves. His overall strength was much stronger than Yu Zishan's. He could even fight against 2 grandmasters alone without much pressure. Most importantly, Kai Shan was the #1 taming master in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei was not interested in this. However, Southeast Asia was a mountainous region that produced all sorts of rich resources. Lin Fei was interested in that. One must know that Lin Fei had taken in Su Mei as his disciple. As a master, he had to obtain some resources to groom this disciple. After returning from the alternate world, all of Lin Fei's storage rings had been shattered. Not a single one was left. It could be said that he had no resources. However, if Kai Shan, the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, was there to help gather all kinds of resources, it would save him a lot of trouble. This was also the reason why Lin Fei did not stomp Kai Shan to death. Master, as long as you spare this old man will do anything, no matter how small or big it is. Furthermore, this old man has a lot of influence in Southeast Asia. As long as you say the word, this old man will do anything for you. Kai Shan did not care so much anymore. As long as he could survive, then everything was fine. Lin Fei looked at Kai Shan in the ground. You should be glad that you haven't done anything to my eldest disciple. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much time to talk here. He raised his hand and instantly sent a mental imprint drawing of runes into Kai Shan's mind. This is a special imprint I gave you. You can experience it. Lin Fei smiled and controlled the spiritual imprint. Kai Shan's head, as well as his body not far away, began to tremble to varying degrees. The pain was magnified once again, reaching 100-fold. Master, it's too painful. This old man really can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Lin Fei stepped on Tai Shan's head. Otherwise, Kai Shan would have been rolling on the ground. Not far away, his body had already rolled on the ground for God knows how many times. His body exploded with wounds and blood flowed out. Kai Shan had no doubt that if this continued, even if the other party did not kill him, just the blood loss alone would cause him to dry up and die. This terrifying pain was like a nightmare. Kai Shan had lived for so long and this was the first time he experienced pain. The pain reached every inch of his bones. Even his flesh and cells were in intense pain. However, in the face of this pain, Kai Shan was powerless and could only endure it passively. It had only been a few seconds, but Kai Shan was already unable to endure it. This was practically taking Kai Shan's life away. It was truly a life worse than death. How is it? Does it feel good? Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Kai Shan, who was originally trembling, finally stopped. His entire face revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Master, this old man is convinced. This old man really is convinced. In the future, this old man will not dare to disobey Master's orders. This old man is willing to be your lackey for life. Lin Fei casually kicked Kai Shan's head, sending it flying. Now, go back and sing this show well. If you are satisfied with it, you will suffer less. Otherwise, every 1st and 15th day of the year, you will experience this intense pain. Lin Fei took care of Kai Shan like it was a game. He no longer looked at Kai Shan. He came to Su Mei's side and shook his head lightly. Fortunately, you didn't wake up. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Lin Fei reached out and hugged Su Mei. He turned around and left like a gust of wind, not leaving any traces behind. After Lin Fei left, Kai Shan once again returned to his body. However, his body was covered in wounds of various sizes. The aftereffects of the pain constantly told Kai Shan that this was not a dream. He was really walking on the edge of life and death just now. Kai Shan was even more clear that not harming this girl was his only chance of survival. Kai Shan already regretted coming to China. It was said that China was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had never believed it. Even when there were many God realm experts, Kai Shan was not afraid of China. However, this time, Kai Shan had truly suffered a huge setback. This setback made it impossible for him to make a comeback for the rest of his life. As for getting rid of the spiritual imprint in his mind, it was simply impossible. In front of this spiritual imprint, his spiritual energy was like a child compared to an adult. Just the pressure alone was enough to make him unable to move. Kai Shan let out a long sigh and walked out of the reeds. He no longer had the high spirits he had before. If it wasn't for the scene that happened in the reeds, who would have thought that the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, would have suffered such a huge loss? He didn't even have the freedom to live. Lin Fei hugged Su Mei. His powerful spiritual energy spread out and formed a special area. Everywhere he passed, whether it was electronic devices or pedestrians, they couldn't see Lin Fei running at full speed. After sending Su Mei back to her room and clearing those demonic creatures, Lin Fei smiled and left. Before he left a powerful spiritual imprint on Su Mei's body, instantly sealing the power of his bloodline. At this moment, Su Mei could be considered as a real ordinary girl. Unless one was stronger than Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to see through her. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4018. You're saying that nothing happened? In the Yan Huang battle team's base. After Tai Zhan received the news, the tea in his cup spilled out quite a bit. That doesn't make sense. Lin Fei isn't easy to deal with. Since he asked for Cai Shan's photo, he must have some plans for Kai Shan. Moreover, both of them seem to be in that area. It's impossible that nothing happened. Tai Zhan was more concerned about this than anyone else. However, after hearing the news, he felt a little uncomfortable. Indeed, nothing happened. I suspect that the two of them must have exchanged blows. It's hard to guess who won. Lin Ro guessed. Our people found that Kai Shan looked a little disheveled, but he didn't look like he was injured. As for that Lin Fei, our people lost track of him. Tai Zhan wasn't surprised that they lost track of him. If Lin Fei was so easy to follow, then he wouldn't be Lin Fei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find any information until now. He was like a mystery. Then continue to arrange for people to keep an eye on Kai Shan, especially that Su Mei, Tai Zhan said after thinking for a while. East Sea Airport. A private plane glided down. A group of people alighted from the cabin. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. As he walked with a majestic gait. Other than that, there was another person in a Taoist robe. He had a sage-like demeanor and his aura wasn't inferior to the middle-aged man beside him. Behind them was a young man with a gloomy expression. In the departure lounge of the terminal not far away, a few martial artists were taking videos with their phones when they suddenly saw the black Rolls-Royce. As the few of them got off the plane, they were immediately taken aback. One of them exclaimed, "Isn't that Shin Tianquan, the head of the Shin family in the south?" The martial artist was shocked. The martial artist beside him also gasped. Yes, he's Shin Tianquan. And isn't the one beside him his son, Shin Wudi? And that sage-like guy, I remember that he's called Long Tianqing. His status seems to be much higher than Longting Villa's Yu Zishan. Is something big going to happen in our East Sea? Several martial artists immediately took a video of the fight. One must know that the people from the three great clans of the south rarely came to the Eastern Sea, especially the leader of the Shin clan, Shin Tianquan. No one was a fool. They immediately realized that something bad was going to happen. The group got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy slowly left the airport. After they left the airport, they attracted a lot of people's cameras. This was a fleet that was worth hundreds of millions. Kai Shan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, has already swept through most of the dojos in Donghai. If there are no surprises, he will probably challenge the Lai family. However, Lai Tian is not in the family, so Kai Shan may directly skip the Lai family and look for Lin Fei. A disciple of the Shin family was reporting. Moreover, we also received news that Lin Fei of Longting Villa is going to hold a disciple acceptance ceremony in the next few days. It should be in the next few days. According to our analysis, Kai Shan will probably go to Longting Villa on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony to look for Lin Fei. That day is also the most suitable day. Shin Wudi's expression brightened, and he said sinisterly, "Father, we came at the right time." If Kai Shan goes to Longting Villa to meet Lin Fei first, regardless of the outcome, Lin Fei will more or less be injured. If we make a move, it'll be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I don't think that Lin Fei can escape from our grasp. By then, not only will we be able to take down Lin Fei, but we'll also be able to take down Longting Villa. Then, our Shin family will be able to intervene in the Eastern Sea. The bad luck in Shin Wudi's body had been cleansed, and his complexion had recovered. However, the trauma in his heart was not so easy to recover from. Shin Wudi hated Lin Fei more than anyone else. He was now 100% sure that this matter was done by Lin Fei. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. How old is he? Masters in the Master Realm don't take in disciples so early. In that case, we can go and take a look. Long Tianqing laughed. Shin Tianquan nodded and said, "Then let's wait a few more days." Kai Shan's strength is quite good, especially since he has mastered the flying corpse tame technique. Even if it's not easy to use in the day, he's still very strong in close combat. Moreover, I've also received news that if Lin Fei really wants to hold a disciple banquet, not only will Kai Shan come, but even the people from Medicine King Valley will also head to Longting Villa. That Lin Fei is ruthless, to actually cripple the elixir fields of Gaoi Shan and Wang Yuan. No matter what, they're from Medicine King Valley. They've always been proud and arrogant, so there's going to be a good show to watch. Long Tianqing smiled and congratulated, "Brother Shen, then I have to congratulate you. I guess you don't have to do anything, Longting Villa will jump into your hands by itself." Congratulations. In an inconspicuous villa in Donghai. Although this villa didn't look big, the price here was more than 100,000 yuan, which meant that this villa was at least tens of millions of yuan. It was truly low-key and luxurious. The two of you are quite promising. Not only did you suffer a setback in a blessed enclave, but even your elixir fields were destroyed by someone. How can you still say that you're from Medicine King Valley? On the sofa in the hall of the villa, two middle-aged men in their 50s were sitting there. Both of them were expressionless and cold. These two men were the elders of Medicine King Valley, and they had the strength of the middle and late Grand Master realm. They could be considered great masters of Medicine King Valley. This time, they heard that the matter had become serious, and it involved the face of Medicine King Valley, so they came in person. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan were kneeling on the ground. The two were now ordinary people, and they had aged a lot, which was completely different from before. At this time, the two were crying, "Elders, we know we're wrong, but that Lin Fei is too arrogant and domineering. He knows that we're from Medicine King Valley, but he still dared to cripple our elixir fields. Elders, you have to avenge us." The two of them knelt on the ground and cried like a child. It was heartbreaking to hear. The faces of the two elders also became livid. No matter what, these two people were from Medicine King Valley. Now that their elixir fields were destroyed, it was really a slap in the face of Medicine King Valley. Chapter 40:19. After Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan's elixir fields were destroyed, they did not leave the East Sea, but sent the news back to the Medicine King Valley. After suffering a loss at the hands of the Yan Huang battle team, they could only seek help from their own sect, the Medicine King Valley. In addition, they did not forget to secretly investigate Lin Fei, and actually found out some useful information. For example, that Lin Fei really had another elixir recipe, and it seemed to have a good effect. As for what elixir it was, they did not find out for the time being. However, the Yan Huang battle team seemed to have cooperated with Lin Fei, and gained a lot of benefits. This also made them realize that this was an opportunity. Moreover, the Longting Villa was going to hold an auction, and there seemed to be elixirs among them. This was even more suspicious. What elixir recipes do we have in the Medicine King Valley? Could a mysterious kid have better elixir recipes than us? One of the taller elders sneered. Elder Chen, I can guarantee that the elixir recipes in Lin Fei's hands are definitely of good quality, because the Yan Huang battle team has cooperated with them. It's just that we didn't find out the specific information, but I did find out that it should have something to do with improving strength. Although the Yan Huang battle team did a good job and kept it a secret, it's inevitable that some clues were left behind, Wang Yuan said forcefully. The Longting Villa is going to hold an auction, and there will be elixirs among them. The possibility of this matter is more than 90%, Gao Yishan added. At the mention of improving strength, the expressions of the two elders changed again. Any elixir was good, but the best one was elixir that could improve strength. However, elixirs in this aspect had always been a very difficult barrier to overcome. Until now, there were only a few elixirs that could improve strength. Otherwise, Invincible God's bounty for level-breaking elixir would attract so many people, which was enough to prove that this type of elixir was very rare. Elder Chen and the other elder glanced at each other. Both of them believed Wang Yuan's words. Although Wang Yuan's status was not as high as theirs, he still had some status in the sect. Then let's make a trip to the Soaring Dragon Manor. It's best if Lin Fei gives us face. If he doesn't, then we'll just take him away. I believe that Tai Zhan of the Yan Huang battle team won't dare to not give us face. Elder Chen laughed coldly. Wang Yuan said, Elder, we can actually wait a little longer. I've arranged for someone to inquire about the news. Lin Fei should be holding a disciple recruitment banquet in the near future to recruit a female disciple. I believe that Southeast Asia's top black magic master, Kai Shan, will definitely be there on that day. We just need to make a move at the last moment. Wang Yuan had not been idle recently. He had been constantly asking around for information. With the small number of people left in the Medicine King Valley, he had managed to gather quite a lot of information easily. I know Kai Shan. He's very powerful and has cultivated some powerful techniques. It's not a bad idea to let him be the vanguard. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. We'll go there when he goes to Longting Manor. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they could count on the sect to stand up for them now. As long as they could make Lin Fei unhappy, they would be extremely happy. After cultivating hard for more than 10 to 20 years, losing all their strength in their lifetime, no one could stand such a thing. It was not easy for them to not have a complete mental breakdown. They were more eager than anyone else for Lin Fei to be punished by the sect. After Lin Fei settled the matter with Kai Shan, he sent Su Mei back to the neighborhood, left a spiritual imprint, and returned to Longting Manor unhurriedly. He first went to the mountain to look at the spiritual energy seed, but the spiritual energy seed was still the same as before, it had not taken root. It was the same even if it was watered with spiritual water. If it were not for the spiritual energy seed that was still emitting spiritual energy, Lin Fei would have suspected that it was a fake spiritual energy seed. Otherwise, after absorbing so much spiritual water, it was impossible for it not to take root and germinate. However, until now, Lin Fei had not figured out why. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Anyway, this thing was dispensable. If it wanted to take root and germinate, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Lin Fei did not care much. Boss, this is the best day for the apprentice banquet that I picked. It's in 6 days. It's considered a good and auspicious day. In the morning, Yu Zishan brought a list of the good days that he had picked. It was naturally impossible for Lin Fei to do something as trivial as picking an auspicious day. Yu Zishan was the most suitable one. After all, he was a master and the most expert in feng shui. Lin Fei picked it up and glanced at it. Then let's set it 6 days later. After all, Su Mei is my eldest disciple. We have to pick an auspicious day and give them a chance. Yu Zishan understood. Boss, should we release the news? Of course. Who doesn't know that your boss is the #1 expert in Donghai? I want to see how many people will come to my Longting Villa. After all, it's the first time I'm accepting an apprentice. We have to set up a scene and solve some problems. I believe that day will be very interesting. Yu Zishan quickly went out to make arrangements. Lin Fei ate his food unhurriedly. I've already set up a stage for you. I want to see how many people are willing to jump out this time. If it was not to solve those hidden troubles and establish the reputation of the #1 expert in Donghai, Lin Fei would not be bothered to do these things. Since the other party had put in so much effort, Lin Fei would feel bad if he didn't get what he wanted. He couldn't let the other party down, so he had to put on a good show. It would be best if he could catch a few big fish. That would be the best. After this incident, Lin Fei believed that no one in Donghai would dare to do anything in the dark. Yu Zishan quickly released the news. After all, Longting Villa was now the focus of attention in the martial arts circle. Although the 8 grandmasters did not say anything, everyone knew that a storm was coming under the calm. Those grandmasters did not make a move because they were not sure. Once they were given a chance, they would definitely make a comeback. Everyone understood this. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused an uproar in the martial arts circle. Good heavens, Lin Fei is actually going to accept an apprentice. This is his first apprentice. Is he really going to become the real #1 expert in Donghai? Have you asked Lai Tian of the Lai family? The Lai family will definitely express their dissatisfaction. Hee, there will definitely be a good show that day. At this time, another piece of news spread. The #1 Gong Tao master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, actually sent someone to send a challenge. He would go to Longting Villa in Donghai 6 days later and fight with Lin Fei. Shukju website. Chapter 40-20. Originally, everyone thought that the apprenticeship banquet of Longting Villa would be very lively, but they didn't expect that the following invitation would instantly cause a sensation in the entire martial arts circle. Recently, Kai Shan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had swept away all the martial arts clubs of all sizes in Donghai. His strength was amazing, causing people in the martial arts circle to curse him constantly, but no one dared to challenge Kai Shan. It was because Cai Shan's strength was too terrifying. However, they didn't expect that Kai Shan didn't go to the Lai family to find trouble with Lai Tian. Instead, he went to find Lin Fei of Longting Villa, which surprised everyone. At the same time, they couldn't help but look forward to it. One was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, and the other was the #1 expert in Donghai. Both of them were the #1 experts. Although everyone was not very satisfied with the title of Lin Fei being the #1 expert in Donghai, after all, 7 or 8 grandmasters had fallen in Longting Villa. In any case, it was related to Lin Fei, so everyone was looking forward to this battle more than anyone else. For the first time, more figures of martial artists began to appear at the entrance of Longting Villa. In everyone's subconscious mind, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei of Longting Villa would defeat the number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, so that they could more or less save their face. However, if even this person was no match for Lin Fei, then the face of Dong Hai would really be completely lost. On the mountain road leading to Longting Villa, an ordinary black Volkswagen slowly drove up. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of Longting Villa. 3 people got out of the Volkswagen. The leader was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. A middle-aged man of about 40 years old. Next to the middle-aged man was a young man. Are you sure that Lin Fei is in the villa today? The middle-aged man asked the young man next to him. The people of our martial gate have been watching. Lin Fei is in the villa. The young man said, President, I'm afraid it will be difficult to communicate with this Lin Fei if we just come here like this. I heard that this Lin Fei has a bad temper. I'm afraid it's not a good time for us to come here at this time, right? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Days don't matter, what's important is that we can let Lin Fei feel our good intentions. Everything can only be known after we talk. I believe that as long as he is smart, he will not refuse the olive branch extended by our martial gate. In the East Sea, the Yan Huang battle team had the greatest influence, restricting all the martial artists. But under the Yan Huang battle team, there was another powerful force called the martial gate. Inside the martial gate were all martial artists, and their influence was also very great. This was not much different from the warrior guild in the game. It was just that the martial gate's influence was not as strong as the Yan Huang battle team. After all, the Yan Huang battle team had the number 1 expert. Master Yu, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. The gate of the Longting Manor opened. Yu Zishan walked out. When Yu Zishan saw the newcomer, his expression changed slightly. Smiling, he said, So, it's guild leader Li. It has indeed been a long time. Li Tianxiang said with a smile, I took the liberty to come here. If you don't mind, please invite me in to have a seat. At the same time, I can also meet our manor Lord Lin. Yu Zishan naturally knew the background of this Li Tianxiang in front of him. He was the vice president of the Martial Gate. The Martial Gate president of the East Sea did not really care about things, so most of the matters were handled by this vice president. It was just that the vice president coming to the Longting Manor at this time did indeed surprise Yu Zishan, but that was all. I have to inform my boss about this first. But I can bring you to the living room for a while first. Whether the boss will meet you or not is another matter. I can't guarantee that. Lin Fei was very free these few days. Master, your manor is so big, but it feels a little lonely with too few people. Ever since the incident that day, Lin Fei let Su Mei move to the Longting Manor the next day. Because this was the only place where there was no need to be afraid of any danger, especially at this critical time. It was hard to guarantee that some people would not have any evil thoughts. So, he might as well let Su Mei live in the Longting Manor. The Longting Manor was so big anyway. We practice martial arts. We have to be calm. It's boring to quarrel. Lin Fei said with a smile. Su Mei really liked this place, because she felt that this place was more comfortable than anywhere else. This feeling was something she had never felt in other places. Master, when will you start teaching me martial arts? Once I cultivate martial arts to a high level, can I really fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Is there anything I can't do? Su Mei took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei, and asked with sparkling eyes. The current Su Mei had let go of everything, almost returning to the appearance of a young girl, and could come up with any idea. Flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground is indeed possible. Lin Fei said, the premise is that you have to cultivate hard. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, if you don't work hard, it will be difficult for you to reach this level in your lifetime. Su Mei said happily, wow, there really is flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. Then, Master, Can you fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Lin Fei chuckled. Take a guess. Su Mei pouted. Master is so bad. Can't you tell me and make me happy? At least I have a motivation. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Boss, our villa has guests. It's people from the Marshall Gate, and it's Vice President Li Tianxiang. Lin Fei had naturally heard of this Marshall Gate, which was second only to the Yan Huang battle team. It could even be said that the Marshall Gate and the Yan Huang battle team were sometimes opposed to each other. Don't think that it was impossible, because it was the truth. However, for some reason, the Yan Huang battle team did not do anything to the Marshall Gate, but only restricted their development. The influence of the Marshall Gate in Donghai was basically similar to that of the Yan Huang battle team. This was what Lin Fei heard from Yu Zishan. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Interesting, the people from the Marshall Gate didn't come early or late, but came at this time. Are they planning to have a good talk with me? Yu Zishan said, if boss doesn't want to see them, then I'll ask them to leave. Yu Zishan was now full of confidence. With the formation of the Longting Villa, he was not afraid that someone would cause trouble here, even if it was the vice president of the Marshall Gate. When the time came, if they didn't give him face, he would just throw them out and see who would be more embarrassed. It's not easy for them to come here, so let's just bring them here. I also want to hear what our vice president has to say to me. After Yu Zishan left, Su Mei said curiously, Master, this Marshall Gate sounds so antique, why haven't I heard of it before? After living in the East Sea for so long, Su Mei had never heard of the existence of the Marshall Gate. Lin Fei laughed, you just have to watch more and talk less. After all, this world is actually more dangerous than you think. Su Mei felt that she had really opened a door. Chapter 40-21. Li Tianxiang had already seen Lin Fei from the information. But when he saw him in person, he still felt that he was too young, which surprised Li Tianxiang. Such a young man was no different from a university student. However, it was such a young man who stunned everyone and took down the Longting Mountain Manor. He even made Yu Zishan, a grandmaster, listen to him. He also made 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer in silence at the Longting Mountain Manor. Until now, no one knew what had happened to those 7 or 8 grandmasters. This undoubtedly whetted everyone's appetite. This must be Villa Master Lin. He is really young and promising. I feel that I have lived my life like a dog. Li Tianxiang looked at Lin Fei with a smile. I am Li Tianxiang, the vice president of the Marshall School branch. Lin Fei made a gesture of invitation, you are a guest. President Li, please have a cup of tea first. Su Mei served as the person who poured the tea. After pouring the tea, she stood next to Lin Fei. Good tea, good water. Li Tianxiang sat down in front of Lin Fei, took a sip of tea, and said with a smile, the blessed enclave is indeed a blessed enclave. It is incomparable to the outside world. While Li Tianxiang was looking at Lin Fei was also looking at Li Tianxiang. It was indeed not easy to become the vice president of the Marshall School. His strength was also extraordinary. He had actually reached the Grand Master late stage, and he was only the vice president of a branch of the Marshall School in Donghai. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Marshall School, which was rooted in Huaxia, was. Usually, it really didn't show its strength. It was comparable to the Lai family. At least in the past, Lin Fei had never thought that there was such a force in Donghai. He had never heard of the Marshall School at all. The Blessed Enclave is just like that. It's an exaggeration. Lin Fei laughed. It's just that the air is a little better. Actually, there's not much of a difference. You guys treat the Blessed Enclave as the same thing. No one knew better than Lin Fei that his Longting Villa really couldn't be called a blessed place. It was just that the spiritual qi here was slightly denser than other places. Compared with the blessed places in other worlds, it was simply not on the same level. It was completely crushed. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, was shocked when she heard this. After all, she had also heard of the Blessed Enclave. It was a legendary place. She didn't expect that the manor she was standing in was actually a blessed enclave. Now, she finally understood why she felt so comfortable here. Even taking a breath of fresh air made one's entire body feel relaxed. This was something that couldn't be said outside. What kind of master am I following? Su Mei didn't dare to imagine. The blessed enclave was ordinary. Li Tianxiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of tea. It should be known that this was a blessed enclave. In your eyes, this blessed enclave doesn't seem like much. Aren't your requirements a little too high? In China, the number of blessed enclaves can be counted on one's fingers. Who doesn't fight over them? How could it be as unbearable as you said? Endure, I must endure. Li Tianxiang finally saw the difference in this Lin Fei. He was indeed a person with character. Villa Master Lin, your words are a bit of a joke. How many people are envious of the blessed enclave? Even our martial school currently only has one blessed enclave. Li Tianxiang said, actually, I came to this villa today to discuss something with Villa Master Lin. I think Villa Master Lin will be very interested. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Then let's hear it. Li Tianxiang said with a smile, our martial school very solemnly invites Villa Master Lin to join the martial school. We are willing to let Villa Master Lin become the president of the Eastern Sea Branch and take charge of the Eastern Sea Branch. Moreover, in our headquarters, we will give you the position of Great Deacon, second only to the Chief Sect Master. There are a total of 10 such Great Deacon positions, and Villa Master Lin will become the 11th Great Deacon. The young man standing behind Li Tianxiang revealed a face of envy and jealousy. After all, this power in the martial school was very high. To be in charge of the Eastern Sea Branch and to be able to serve as a Great Deacon in our headquarters, this was not something that anyone could have. This time, Li Tianxiang indeed came with sincerity, because in his opinion, this was the best opportunity to pull Lin Fei into their martial school. Once the martial gate had Lin Fei joining them, at the very least, their influence in the Eastern Sea would expand, especially the Soaring Dragon Manor, which was a heavenly paradise. It could raise the strength of the disciples of the Eastern Sea's martial gate branch, and even dig out more secrets from Lin Fei. For the martial school, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After hearing this, Lin Fei also smiled and said, your martial school is really generous, you think too highly of me, Lin Fei. From Yu Zishan's mouth, Lin Fei already understood some information about the martial school, and naturally knew these two conditions. No matter which one it was not bad. The president of the Eastern Sea Branch, his position was not the slightest bit inferior to the chief of the Yan Huang Squad, Iron Battle. The position of the Great Deacon in the headquarters could also be counted on one's fingers. If it was an ordinary person, then it was fine, maybe they would immediately choose to join. How could Lin Fei care about this little power? In his eyes, this little power was almost like an ant, insignificant. Villa Master Lin, you must be joking. If you don't have this strength, then who has this strength? Li Tianxiang followed, as long as you join our martial school, with our martial school as a big group, we can shelter you from the wind and rain, and remove a lot of worries for you. Even the 3 great clans would not dare to do anything to Villa Master Lin. Lin Fei said, your martial school is quite well informed, but let's talk about joining the martial school later. In the near future, I have no interest in joining any forces. I think I'm pretty good right now. Li Tianxiang had already expected this. After all, Lin Fei's personality was different, he was also a person with a temper. How could he join their martial school just because of a few words? If that was the case, Li Tianxiang would be suspicious. I think Villa Master Lin should think about it carefully. After all, for you are a newcomer in the Eastern Sea, and there are many people secretly plotting against you in the Eastern Sea Villa. Not to mention others, just Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master Kai Shan, the Shin family of the 3 great clans, the Lo Ki Lai family, and the Medicine King Valley, none of them are easy to deal with. Li Tianxiang said seriously, and these things, our martial school can solve for you, I hope you can think about it. Lin Fei knew that the martial school wanted to take advantage of him. Alright, then I will think about it. Remember the mobile version of the website, chapter 2233, you need a big group, page 1/1, add bookmark, easy to read. Chapter 4022. The people from the Marshall Gate came quickly and left quickly as well. Master, this vice president doesn't seem to be a good person. Although Su Mei hadn't experienced any intrigue, she still had good eyesight. Subconsciously, she wasn't very interested in this Li Tianxiang guy. It seems like he has master in his grasp. When Li Tianxiang was around, Su Mei didn't say a word. She couldn't help but ask after he left. Lin Fei drank the rest of the tea in the cup in one gulp and said with a smile, "Your observation is quite detailed. This Vice President Li Tianxiang is indeed not a good person. To put it bluntly, he's purely here to take advantage of the situation. However, he doesn't know how powerful your master is, so he's destined to return empty-handed this time." How could Lin Fei not see through such a small matter? Lin Fei didn't think that the dignified Marshall Gate, whose strength was second only to the Yan Huang battle team, would actually play such a small trick. It really made him very disappointed. This kind of words should be said by the Yan Huang battle team, but you, the Marshall Gate, came out and put on an appearance that if you don't join me, you'll suffer a big loss. It was indeed a joke. Master, then you're in danger. Su Mei wasn't a noob who didn't know anything. She also heard the problem and became a little nervous. Lin Fei laughed. My good disciple, you only need to remember one sentence. People who are strong will always be envied by others. Therefore, for people like Master, danger is everywhere. However, these dangers are really nothing in Master's eyes. It's no different from tickling me. Just open your eyes and watch carefully. Su Mei's eyes flashed as she listened, because at this moment, she heard endless dominance in her master's words. Sitting in an inconspicuous Volkswagen. Li Tianxiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. President, I think this Lin Fei obviously didn't listen to our words. Li Tianxiang was not the vice president for nothing. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation and use all kinds of threats to force Lin Fei to submit, smoothly join the martial school, and take down the benefits of the dragon soaring villa. However, what disappointed Li Tianxiang was that Lin Fei wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't take these dangers seriously at all, which made Li Tianxiang very unhappy. This Lin Fei was too full of himself. It's very normal for this to happen. Li Tianxiang said with a smile, after all, he is the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea. The #1 expert should have the dignity of the #1 expert. When the young man heard this, he knew that the president was angry. After all, the president rarely took the initiative to visit someone, and those who were worthy of him taking the initiative to visit were worthy of being roped in. Therefore, this Lin Fei seemed a little untactful. The young man also knew that this #1 expert was actually brought up by others. In the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, there were indeed many people who were not convinced. In everyone's opinion, Lin Fei could make 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer losses in the dragon soaring villa, mostly because of the power of the array, and it had little to do with his own strength. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he was only a grandmaster expert. As for the more outrageous god-level expert, it was simply a joke among jokes. President, do we really have to wait for those people to make a move before we make a move? I'm afraid that those people might not give face to our martial school. The young man thought about it and said, You've hit the nail on the head. It's not in vain that I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Li Tianxiang glanced at the young man next to him. It's best to understand how to think. Since Lin Fei doesn't know how to choose, then let him suffer a little. Moreover, this time, it's one thing for everyone to deal with Lin Fei, but the key is still the Dragon Pond Villa. Our martial school has the advantage of time and place, and has a better chance to control the Dragon Pond Villa than anyone else. The young man was a little confused again, but after thinking about it, he seemed to think that there was some meaning in these words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The president is indeed the president, indeed not an ordinary person can be. After Li Tianxiang returned. In the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, there was another big news. It was about Lin Fei of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The news was very simple. It said that Lin Fei used to be an ordinary person 5 years ago, but 5 years later, he became a grandmaster expert because of a treasure that Lin Fei had. This treasure could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds, and it was this treasure that allowed him to defeat 7 or 8 grandmasters. The source of the news about this treasure was released by one of the 7 or 8 grandmasters. As soon as this news came out, it almost blew up the entire martial arts circle. Countless people were shocked, and at the same time, countless people were envious and had all kinds of thoughts. After this day, a large number of martial artists appeared outside the Dragon Soaring Villa. Although these martial artists didn't break into the Dragon Pond Villa, they were always monitoring every move of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The Lai family of the Eastern Sea was the most low-key. On the evening of the 5th day, a low-key figure appeared in the Lai family. "Father, you're finally back." As soon as this person returned to the Lai family, the entire Lai family cheered. This person was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, Lai Tian, a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear's waist. At this moment, this middle-aged man had bronze-colored skin, as if he had walked out of the deep mountains and forests. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I came back from my training in the Takra Desert. This bronze-colored middle-aged man was Lai Tian. After hearing about this matter, there was no need to be emotional, just a sigh. Lai Tian was originally still training in a special place in the Takra Desert. If he hadn't received the news, he wouldn't have returned immediately. "Father, tomorrow is the apprenticeship banquet of the Dragon Soaring Villa. Now, I don't know how many experts have their eyes on the Dragon Soaring Villa, and I believe some big shots will be there tomorrow. I think it's time for the Lai family to make a move." Lai Xian was the first to speak. "Big brother, I also think little Xian's words are very reasonable." The one who spoke was one of Lai Tian's triplets, Lai Hua. "Big brother, the Lai family has kept a low profile for such a long time. I also think it's time to make a move this time. Moreover, everyone is now saying that Lin Fei has a treasure on him. No matter what treasure it is, I think it might be related to elixirs. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason other than elixirs to be able to go from an ordinary person to the master realm in just 5 years." This was Lai Qing, Lai Tian's third brother. Lai Tian's expression was as calm as water, making it difficult for others to see any changes on his coarse face. "You guys are still a little anxious. Our Lai family is a top-notch family in the Eastern Sea. Although we aren't the #1 family, the #1 family wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of us. This is because our Lai family understands the path of moderation. Most importantly, our Lai family doesn't have a God realm expert, so we can never be said to be outstanding." Lai Tian said calmly, "You should know that 100 years ago, our Eastern Sea was filled with countless God realm experts. At that time, our Lai family was just a small family. Do you know why we didn't have a God realm expert? It's because a tall tree attracts the wind." Chapter 40-23. As the last day approached, the whole martial arts circle was basically talking about this matter. Everyone knew that tomorrow would be the busiest day. For ordinary people, they didn't realize that something big was about to happen in Longting Manor. They continued to live their ordinary lives. What was surprising was that there were so many people in the vicinity of Longting Manor. Fortunately, this place was originally a place where big figures lived, so no one would come here usually. Thus, it didn't cause much of a fuss. The rising sun slowly rose, and a new day came. For ordinary people, today was an ordinary day. But for people in the martial arts circle, today was destined to be a very lively day. Because the apprenticeship banquet of Longqing Villa would be full of unexpected surprises. Early in the morning, the martial artists who had been guarding outside Longting Villa were surprised to find something. The door that had been closed all the time was opened. Why is the door open? Does Longting Villa want everyone to participate this time? A obvious strength martial artist was the first to find the open door. Because these days, the door of Longting Villa had been closed. In view of the fact that so many people went in last time and only a few came out in the end, no one was bold enough to sneak in from the outside. Maybe they really want us to go in. There seems to be a sign at the door. Let's go and have a look. When the door opened, there was a sign placed there. Soon, martial artists gathered around. When everyone saw the words on the sign, they were a little dumbfounded. Because the words on the sign were very simple, just a simple sentence. Today, Longting Villa will hold an apprenticeship banquet. Anyone who wants to visit can enter. It was a very ordinary sentence. But no matter how they looked at it, it seemed to be a little different. After all, martial artists' senses were still very sharp. Does Longting Villa really want us to go in? I heard that Longting Villa is very big inside and it can accommodate tens of thousands of people, or even more. I guess Lin Fei wants everyone to go in and visit. These martial artists discussed one after another, and no one knew who said it. Since the gate is open, let's go in and have a look. If we don't go to such a lively event today, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Who knew if such a thing would happen again? Immediately, a cultivator rushed in with large strides. However, the warriors who rushed in did not run far before they disappeared in front of everyone with a "so" sound. Not long after, he rushed out of the gate with a whoosh. Ha 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 ha, I'm coming in. After a long laugh, the crowd burst into even louder laughter. Only then did he come back to his senses and realize that he was standing outside again. Formation, this must be a formation. Damn it, I've actually been bewitched by a formation. Originally, everyone was quite curious as to why the Longting Villa would open the door for everyone to enter. Only now did they realize that there was actually a formation set up inside the door a few meters away from them. But they couldn't figure it out. Even though there was a formation, it did not suppress everyone's thoughts. Not long after, many cultivators outside began to barge into the Longting Villa. However, after making one round, he once again appeared at the main entrance, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Some people were unwilling to give up after failing once, so they tried a second or even a third time. However, they were brought out every time, leaving everyone stunned. The news of the opening of the Longting Villa's formation and allowing everyone to barge in quickly spread. Especially after they found out that there was no danger, many people had other ideas. Once they barged in, it would prove that they were more powerful than the others. Boss, this is a good move. If there are no accidents, just the first floor's bewitching array will be able to keep most people out, Yu Zishan said with a smile. Lin Fei was sipping his tea unhurriedly. Not everyone can attend my apprenticeship banquet. Only those who can pass through the bewitching array are qualified to attend this apprenticeship banquet. At the same time, they will also be qualified to participate in the first batch of auctions. Yu Zishan also admired his boss's calculations. Using the bewitching array to test the cultivators and then giving out the first batch of slots for the auction was killing two birds with one stone. Yu Zishan was very clear that the first floor's bewitching array didn't seem difficult, but it was still quite challenging to barge through. Today, the Longting Villa had only opened the outermost bewitching array. The innermost two layers were closed. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass through the 3 layers of Longting Villa's array. Master, there are so many people outside. I feel so nervous. Although Su Mei didn't go outside, she could still see many cultivators outside through the bewitching array. These cultivators looked ordinary, but Su Mei was no longer a rookie. She also clearly realized that these seemingly ordinary cultivators were all powerful people. It was not a problem for them to fight 7 or 8 people alone. Even more powerful people could quietly kill them. Su Mei was a girl after all, so she was more nervous than anyone else. It's normal for you to be nervous. When you get used to this kind of scene in the future, you will actually feel that it's nothing. After all, cultivators are also human. They are just a little more powerful than ordinary people. In fact, they are still ordinary people. Ordinary people. Su Mei blinked. Outside the Longting Villa, more and more cultivators came. This was because a cultivator got a slot for the auction after passing through the bewitching array. This caused countless people to be shocked and envious. Although everyone had heard about the auction, they didn't expect that the Longting Villa would actually link this array with the auction slot. The power of the bewitching array alone made everyone realize how extraordinary the Longting Villa was, especially the slot for the auction, which instantly attracted the attention of countless people. This was because everyone realized one thing. If nothing happened to the Longting Villa today, then the auction would definitely become very lively. A slot for the auction was definitely priceless, and there were only a total of 100 slots for the auction. It was like a first-come, first-served rule. Therefore, in a short period of time, countless cultivators came to challenge the array. Most of them were just trying their luck. A slot for the auction was useless to them, but what if the Longting Villa really held it? It would undoubtedly be exchanged for huge benefits. Anyway, there was no danger in challenging the array now. Chapter 40-24. He's here, he's here. Just as all the martial artists were trying to break into the Longting Mountain Villa, trying to get a spot in the auction, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain path. This person didn't walk very fast, but everyone could feel a fierce aura coming from him. Even before he arrived, everyone could already feel a sense of fear. The number 1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, is here. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they stopped what they were doing. Recently, he had become extremely fierce. He had single-handedly destroyed all the dojos in the East China Sea. No one expected that the Southeast Asian tame headmaster, Kai Shan, would be the first to appear. Kai Shan was a little early. Everyone was shocked, but they immediately became excited, and their faces were full of gossip. Everyone knew that Kai Shan was here today purely to ruin the show. The battle between the 2 strongest martial artists was definitely a very shocking event. Although it was not a very long distance, everyone subconsciously leaned to the side, and at the same time, began to secretly send messages. Everyone, come and see, Kai Shan is here. This time, Kai Shan didn't bring anyone with him. He just walked up step by step. Wherever Kai Shan walked, everyone chose to stand to the side, and did not even dare to look at Kai Shan's fierce eyes. Not far away, Tai Zhan of the Yan Huang battle team also saw Kai Shan. This fellow is quite early. I have underestimated this fellow's determination. Today, Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa was holding a disciple acceptance ceremony, and Bureau Chief Tai Zhan was not relaxed either, so he brought people here as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, it was more like maintaining order. After all, there were so many martial artists here, and if something happened, Tai Zhan would not feel good either. Therefore, basically all the members of the Yan Huang battle team were brought here. Their task was very simple, which was to maintain order at the scene. The reputation of the Yan Huang battle team was still very fierce, and no one dared to look down on them. Bureau Chief, do you think Kai Shan will fight with them when he comes in later? Lin Ro, who was next to him, also had a face full of gossip and said excitedly. This was a little difficult for Tai Zhan. That's hard to say. What we need to do now is to keep an eye on Longting Villa's every move. Tai Zhan straightened his clothes and said, since Kai Shan is here, we can go over now. We can also take a look at the formation of Longting Villa and see what it's like. If we can get 1 or 2 spots for the auction, we might even be able to make a small fortune. Kai Shan came up very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the gate of Longting Villa. The originally bustling entrance became quiet for a moment. Even the breathing became heavier. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gishan's reputation in the East Sea had been deeply engraved into the hearts of these people who had no occupation in such a short period of time, let alone facing him personally. Do you think a mere formation can stop me? Kai Shan stomped on the ground, causing it to emit cracking sounds. Countless cracks appeared on the ground as he walked in with large strides. After Kai Shan went in, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my god, the number 1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's aura is really strong. It's as if I'm facing a prehistoric beast. Yeah, I feel like my breathing has quickened. It's a pity that we can't go in. Otherwise, we could watch and learn. Before everyone had enough time to catch their breath, Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team arrived. Once again, everyone did not dare to breathe. You guys better stay here obediently and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll bring you back one by one. Tai Zhan glanced at the warriors present, which scared them so much that they all lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word. Tai Zhan did not say much. After saying that, he walked in with Lin Ro. Seems like I've still underestimated Lin Fei. He actually set up such a bewitching formation without anyone noticing. The effect seems to be quite good. Tai Zhan narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Ro, who was behind him. Follow me closely. Don't let go. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter Longting Villa. Although it was just a bewitching formation, it was quite an idea for Tai Zhan. One had to know that the art of formations was broad and profound. It was not something that ordinary people could master. Tai Zhan seemed to have figured out something from this bewitching formation. Perhaps the reason why those grandmasters had fallen in Longting Villa was related to these formations. After going around in circles for more than 10 minutes, Tai Zhan finally walked out of the bewitching formation. He was secretly shocked. He almost couldn't walk out. No wonder this guy wants to activate the bewitching formation. Not only can it keep people out, but it can also filter out a group of powerful warriors and develop them into members of the auction. What a good plan, what a good plan. Because of this bewitching formation, Tai Zhan had a new understanding of Lin Fei's methods. Director Tai, you're quite early. As soon as he came out, Tai Zhan saw Yu Zishan and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Tai Zhan laughed heartily and said, if I didn't come earlier, would have missed out on a great show. Your soaring dragon manner really hit it well. Just a bewitching array alone would have caused many cultivators to suffer a great loss. Director Tai, it's just a bewitching formation. It's nothing. The boss is in the forest ahead. You can go over and have a cup of tea. Anyway, the apprenticeship ceremony hasn't started yet, Yu Zishan said with a hint of pride on his face. I definitely have to try the good tea of the blessed enclave. After Director Tai Zhan entered Longting Villa, more warriors rushed over from all over the East China Sea. They came to challenge this bewitching formation. Anyone who entered the Soul Confusion Array and was able to break through it all received an invitation card. Lai Tian from the Lai clan is here. It's too scary. The #1 expert of our East China Sea. What is the Lai clan? Look who's coming over there. That's the dignified vice president of the martial sect, Li Tianxiang. Wave after wave of people came over, which really shocked everyone. In addition to them, the 8 grandmasters who had suffered at Longting Villa had also arrived one by one, which set off a big wave. Everyone knew that there was definitely going to be a big show today. The people of Medicine King Valley are here. When did Longting Villa offend Medicine King Valley again? So what if they offended Medicine King Valley? Do you know who I saw down there just now? Shen Tianquan from the Shen clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, came in person, and Master Long Tianqing also came. This is the real top figure. When the last wave of people came, it was unknown how many people were shocked. This was definitely the real big figure. Chapter 40-25. In a short period of time, many experts had gathered outside the Longting Manor. In particular, the Shen family, one of the 3 big families in the south, appeared last. This was the most terrifying. Everyone knew how influential the south was. Moreover, the Shen family, one of the 3 major families in the south, was definitely a terrifying existence. Whether it was in business or martial arts, they had the ability to crush everyone else. This maze array is quite unusual. Even I have never seen it before. Ordinary martial artists would probably find it difficult to break through. Shen Tianquan, Long Tianqing, and the other 2 walked in the maze array. Long Tianqing's eyes lit up. He had figured out something. Long Tianqing was a grandmaster, but he was different from ordinary grandmasters. He was very knowledgeable about talismans and formations. He could see the big picture through a tube, and naturally, he could see some things from this. His impression of Lin Fei had changed quite a bit. Do you think this stupid formation can stop us? Shen Wudi snorted coldly. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Shen Wudi still could not forget the scene that day. It was because of what happened that day that he had suffered so much. This time, Shen Wudi would return all the pain he had suffered to Lin Fei. It's a pity that Lin Fei offended our Shen family. Otherwise, we might have been able to recruit and groom him based on his ability. He might even become a decent formation master. Shen Tianxuan's expression was indifferent. He had good eyesight and could tell that this formation was unusual, but that was all. No matter how powerful a formation used to trap people was, it was only used to trap people. A real formation was one that had killing power. The formation in front of them could only be described as ordinary. When they walked out of the maze array, they instantly felt an unusual aura. Under this aura, their bodies seemed to relax quite a bit. What a good Lin Fei. He was actually able to make changes to the Blessed Enclave. I've underestimated him. Long Tianxing's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but size up the villa. He started calculating with his fingers. If the soaring dragon villa falls into Lin Fei's hands, it will be far more useful than if it falls into Yu Zishan's hands. Shen Tianxuan's expression also changed slightly. Naturally, he could tell what was going on. This was because this blessed land was indeed different. Their Shen family also had a blessed land, and they thought that it was pretty good. However, compared to this blessed land, it paled in comparison. A trace of ecstasy and greed flashed across Shen Tianxuan's eyes. No matter what, we must take down this Longting Manor. Perhaps he didn't care much at first, but after Shen Tianquan personally stood in the Longting Mountain Manor, he kept telling himself that he had to take down the Longting Mountain Manor no matter the cost. This was because the Soaring Dragon Manor was more important than the Shen family's blessed enclave. Shen Tianquan believed that he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. In reality, he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. For example, Elder Chen of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Chen Dingshan took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up like sparkling crystals. I didn't expect that there would be such a blessed land in a place like the East Sea. How is this possible? If Yu Zishan was really so capable, the Longting Manor wouldn't be what it is now. This blessed land is not inferior to the Valley of Medicine Masters at all. This Lin Fei must have some big secrets on him. Another elder chimed in, "We've made the right decision to come here. A good blessed land will definitely bring us great benefits." However, they still couldn't understand. It was clearly an ordinary blessed land. How could such a change happen in the blink of an eye? They were certain that Lin Fei must have done something, and if the Valley of Medicine Masters were to get their hands on this, it might even bring the strength of the Valley of Medicine Masters to another level. In a small forest in the Longting Manor. It had already been rearranged. It didn't look very extravagant or grand, but it still gave off the vibe of a disciple. There are quite a lot of people attending your disciple's banquet this time. Tai Zhan sat face to face with Lin Fei, tasting the tea in his cup. This time, he had tasted a cup of good tea as he wished, and the aftertaste lingered in his mouth. The more the merrier, don't you think? Lin Fei smiled and said, looking at the time, almost everyone should be here. Tai Zhan didn't see any panic or uneasiness in Lin Fei, as if everything in front of him was a small matter. This made Tai Zhan even more confused. Although the Longting Mountain Manor had a rather powerful formation like the Soul Confusion Array, it was only a formation to trap people and not attack them. With Lin Fei alone, he really couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. Young Master Lin, if you feel that you can't solve it, the Yan Huang battle team can help you solve it. I believe they will still give us face, Tai Zhan offered. I appreciate the good intentions of the Yan Huang battle team, but this kind of small matter is actually very easy to solve. Chief Tai just needs to watch the show. This was the first time Tai Zhan had asked for help and ended up being rejected. He represented the Yan Huang battle team, and who knew how many powerhouses wanted to ask him but couldn't. He snorted coldly in his heart, I want to see how you, Lin Fei, will solve this problem. Father, he is that Lin Fei. Lai Xian had come this time as well, and had almost been trapped in the illusion array. Luckily, his father had brought him out. Seeing Lin Fei again, Lai Xian's heart was filled with hatred for him. At this age, with this level of strength, he is calm and unruffled. He is a good seedling, Lai Tian said word by word, causing Lai Xian, who was at the side, to stare wide-eyed, unable to recover his senses. His own father was actually praising Lin Fei. What was this? Luckily, the next sentence made Lai Xian feel much better. But no matter what, my son is not someone you, Lin Fei, can bully as you please. No matter what, you have to ask me first. Lai Tian had a bad temper, but after all these years of self-cultivation, he did not show it on the surface. But when it came to family matters, Lai Tian would become extremely irritable. At this time, Lai Tian also remembered Lin Fei. No matter how young he was still an enemy of the Lai family. You are Lin Fei. Everyone exclaimed and sighed with emotion. Their gazes also fell on one of the thin and small old men. This old man was none other than the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. After all, he was the vanguard today. If he did not act, who knew what would happen next? Yes, I am Lin Fei. What can I do for you? Chapter 40-26. There were indeed many people at the Longting Villa today. Almost half of the experts in the south had gathered, especially the Grandmaster experts. Usually, it was rare to see one, but today, many Grandmasters had appeared at the same time. When the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, stepped forward, everyone knew that today's show was about to begin. If this tame headmaster, Kai Shan, did not step forward, then the show would not begin. Although it was said to be Lin Fei's disciple acceptance banquet, it was actually the second time that everyone was going to make things difficult for Lin Fei. However, it was a little different from the first time. Everyone was a little uncertain about Lin Fei. Without complete confidence, no one was willing to make a move. No one wanted to follow in the footsteps of those grandmasters. Their pride was still rather important. I heard that you're the #1 expert in East Sea, and I'm the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. You once crippled my disciple. No matter what, you and I will have to fight eventually, Kai Shan said coldly. As soon as he said this, many people were displeased. You're the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, after all. Why are you still being so wishy-washy? Just make a move. We're all here to watch the show. However, no one dared to say this out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. After all, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's deterrence was not bad. His tame head techniques were very vicious and ruthless. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend this tame headmaster. Lin Fei laughed. I did teach your disciple a lesson, but so what? Also, I'm not the #1 expert in East Sea. I'm not worthy of that title. However, it seems that the #1 expert in East Sea has come to my villa. You can fight with him first. Only after you defeat him will you be qualified to fight with me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Lai Tian and Lai Xian, who were standing nearby, changed slightly. Wasn't it a good opening? Why did the Lai family get involved again? You, Lin Fei, are too shameless. Although everyone knew that Lai Tian of the Lai family was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, this #1 expert of the Lai family rarely took action. So much so that everyone had almost forgotten about him. However, who was Lin Fei? He was a famous person who had caused a huge commotion recently. Furthermore, he had been crowned as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Compared to the Lai clan's Lai Tian, his selling point was much higher. Although Lai Tian did not think highly of Kai Shan, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Kai Shan's strength was formidable. Moreover, the taming master was vicious and merciless. If he did not manage to kill the taming master, the revenge of the taming master would be extremely terrifying. It was not uncommon for an entire clan to be exterminated. Thus, under normal circumstances, Lai Tian would rarely fight with a tame headmaster. There was no need to. Lai Xian, who had been standing beside his father that day, wanted nothing more than to berate Lin Fei. He cursed in his heart, what is the meaning of you, Lin Fei, dragging our Lai family into this? Lai Xian did not really believe that the tame headmaster Kai Shan would make a move. The Lai family's influence was still there. The original #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lai Tian? Kai Shan's expression was gloomy. What you said makes sense. This old man loves to defeat Chinese experts the most, and Lai Tian was originally one of my opponents for this mission. It just so happens that today's matter can be settled in one go. Kai Shan's gaze turned fiercely and instantly locked onto a person. This person was none other than Lai Tian. Lai Tian, you're really fast. This old man wanted to go to your Lai family, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Since we've already met, why don't we have a match? Kai Shan said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Some of them had yet to recover from their shock. What was going on? Wasn't Kai Shan going to challenge Lin Fei? Why did it suddenly turn into a challenge? This was completely different from what they had imagined. The warriors present were all shocked. Invincible God and the rest were equally shocked. One had to know that Lin Fei's title as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean was pushed out by Invincible God's people through various means to provoke Kai Shan. However, this scene had Invincible God almost jumping up and down. Kai Shan, you idiot. Is there something wrong with your brain? Your opponent is Lin Fei. He destroyed your disciples Dan Tian. Why are you going after Lai Tian now? Is there something wrong with your brain? Invincible God cursed in his mind countless times. The event that everyone had been looking forward to had turned out like this. How could they accept it so quickly? Putting everything else aside, Guang Lai Tian was also filled with anger. He had planned to wait until Lin Fei was at a disadvantage before making a move. Although he had a bad temper, he was very meticulous and knew when to make a move. After all, there were quite a number of people here today. Some of them, especially some grandmasters, made Lai Tian feel a certain amount of pressure. However, now that he was involved, Lai Tian was displeased. Master Kai Shan, I think you've made a mistake today, Lai Tian said calmly. You're here to spar with the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lin Fei. Our Lai family is already outdated. I don't think there's a need to spar with him. What a joke. Lai Tian would definitely not be willing to spar with Kai Shan. Who knew if he would be plotted against? This was the Eastern Ocean, and many people were eyeing the Lai family covetously. It was because he was the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, and his reputation shrouded all the warriors in the Eastern Ocean. That was why they dared not make a move. If any bad news were to spread about the sparring with Kai Shan, it would be extremely bad for the Lai family. This was something that could not be defended against. Lai Tian had originally thought that Lin Fei was not bad, but he did not expect this guy to be so sly. With just a few words, he had changed Kai Shan's mind. His mouth was too sharp. And Kai Shan, was there something wrong with his brain? How could he be convinced with just a few words? Kai Shan said calmly. Lai Tian, you used to be the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. I've been looking for you for some time, but you weren't around. Since we've bumped into each other, we can have a spar. As for that Lin Fei you mentioned, I'm not in a hurry. After all, this is the Longting Manor. Lai Tian became even more depressed after hearing this. This is not in line with your goal. Your goal should be the Longting Manor's Lin Fei. Shouldn't you say that after you defeat him? Of course, you can choose not to fight, but you must kneel in front of me, lower your head, and say that you're not my match. Otherwise, I'll decide to defeat you first. This way, I can properly defeat Lin Fei. Only then will I be worthy of being the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Kai Shan smiled. Kneel? Lai Tian's face darkened. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Of course, Lai Tian would not kneel. If he did, he would become the laughing stock of the entire Eastern Ocean, or even the entire martial arts circle. I've also heard of the reputation of the #1 sorcerer, Kai Shan. Since we've bumped into each other here, let's have a spar. Chapter 40-27. What's going on here? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't Kai Shan the #1 taming headmaster in Southeast Asia challenging Lin Fei? What the hell is this? The warriors present began to discuss quietly. The scene in front of them was really unbelievable. The script was wrong. That Lin Fei actually moved his lips and made Kai Shan, the #1 taming headmaster in Southeast Asia, change his opponent. On second thought, it seemed that Kai Shan's words were very reasonable. It was not an exaggeration to say that the #1 expert in Donghai was Lai Tian. In everyone's hearts, Lin Fei was always a rising grandmaster. In fact, everyone was not convinced that he was the #1 expert in Donghai. Therefore, at this time, it seemed that it was not impossible for Kai Shan to target Lai Tian. After all, he was also here today. Moreover, Kai Shan's last words were not wrong at all. Anyway, this was Longting Villa, and no matter how he ran, he could not go anywhere. After defeating Lai Tian, then defeating Lin Fei would have a different meaning. Everyone had to admire Lin Fei's way of speaking. Although he was young, his means were different. He quietly dragged Lai Tian into the water. No matter who won or lost in the end, the reputation of Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, would reach a peak. Su Mei, who had been standing behind Lin Fei, had a look of admiration in her eyes. Based on her woman's intuition, she believed that this should be the doing of her master. And none of the warriors who came today were good people. Su Mei could not wait for them to be in chaos. Lin Fei sat down again. Su Mei brewed a pot of fragrant tea. "Master, have a drink." Lin Fei took a sip and laughed in his heart. "Didn't you guys want to watch me make a fool of myself? Then watch slowly. If I don't make you guys play tricks today, then I am not Lin Fei." In fact, there were not many grandmasters present who were worthy of Lin Fei's initiative. Moreover, today was his disciple acceptance ceremony. It was not good to fight and kill. Fortunately, there seemed to be quite a number of big fishes coming this time. Those who had a grudge against him were basically all here, which saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei didn't mind making a killing this time. At the very least, he wanted to let them know how powerful the Longting Villa was. From now on, it would become a forbidden area in the East China Sea. When anyone mentioned the Longting Manor, their first thought was fear and terror. No one dared to offend the Longting Manor anymore. Lin Fei needed a reputation. His previous reputation was not enough. "Father, have we fallen into a trap?" Lai Xian also felt uncomfortable. He was here to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself, not to see his father fight with the taming headmaster, Kai Shan. This was completely different from what he had imagined. If it was possible, Lai Tian did not intend to make a move. However, given the current situation, it seemed that he had no choice but to make a move. From the bottom of his heart, he regretted coming to the Longting Villa. Not only did he not get to watch the show, but he also got himself into it first. It was all Lin Fei's fault for talking nonsense. The taming headmaster, Kai Shan, had already locked his spiritual energy on Lai Tian, not allowing him to make any unnecessary movements. Lai Tian suppressed all the unhappiness in his heart and decided to fight Kai Shan first. Dong 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 dong. Lai Tian's footsteps were like the beating of a drum. In an instant, he covered a distance of several meters. He attacked with a move called Huashan Mountain. Following Lai Tian's attack, everyone quickly made way for him. Their eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that they had not recovered from the shock. He really attacked. "Father, the situation seems to be a little different." Invincible God and the others retreated as well. They were very displeased. They had finally managed to push Lin Fei out, and he had even become the #1 expert of the East Sea. Although it was an exaggeration, at least the title had been put up. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. This saying had always been around. As long as one was called #1, he would invisibly attract a lot of hatred. For a moment, Invincible God almost wanted to stand out and scold Kai Shan for being a pig. Couldn't he have just dealt with Lin Fei? Why did he have to go after Lai Tian? He had nothing better to do. If he was defeated later, who would take the initiative to deal with Lin Fei? Invincible God knew very well that none of the people present would make a move easily. After all, everyone had a high status. If they lost, the repercussions would be huge. Otherwise, why would some martial artists not make a move? It was because they were afraid that the repercussions would be too great if they lost. Bang, 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 bang. Kai Shan's taming headmaster used close combat. His Muay Thai was vicious and vicious. In an instant, he was engaged in an intense battle with Lai Tian. Every punch and kick carried a huge amount of strength. Shen Tianquan and Long Tianxing naturally saw this scene. Their first thought was that something was amiss. However, on second thought, it seemed to be very normal. After all, the number one expert of East Sea was Lai Tian. This was without a doubt. Lin Fei was not qualified to be the number one expert of East Sea. Right now, they could only hope that Kai Shan could defeat Lai Tian. At that time, they would be able to fight against Lin Fei. Otherwise, if they were asked to fight, they would not make a move at all. They were all smart people. If they did not have a 100% chance of winning, they would not make a move at all. Everyone was shrewd and knew how to scheme. What a good Lin Fei. Lai Tian is also a fool. He knew that he was the number one expert of East Sea, but he still dared to come. Isn't he just giving Lin Fei an excuse? Tai Zhan pulled Lin Ro and stood in the distance. He could not help but admire Lin Fei's methods. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. He had used it so flexibly. Lai Tian knew that he was using a borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife, but he still wanted to make a move. Otherwise, the Lai family would become a big joke in the martial arts circle the next day. Even the taming headmaster, Kai Shan, did not dare to fight. What was the use of having the number one expert of East Sea? Once he was crowned as the number one expert, the Lai family's status would be greatly affected. Now, Tai Zhan seemed to understand why Lin Fei would tactfully reject him when he suggested to help. At that time, he could not see through it. But now, he seemed to have seen through it a little. It was possible that everything that happened at today's apprenticeship banquet was within Lin Fei's calculations. If that was the case, then this Lin Fei was too powerful. Tai Zhan knew that he could not do this, especially when facing so many people. It would be very difficult for Tai Zhan to deal with every grandmaster present. He knew that his worries were unnecessary. This Lin Fei is indeed a person with some tricks up his sleeves. Chief, who do you think will win between Lai Tian and Kai Shan? Lin Ro asked at the side. She could only see the two of them fighting continuously. Her eyes were dazzled and she could not see clearly. Chapter 40-28. The fight between Kai Shan and Lai Tian was extremely intense. The two moving shadows looked at everyone in shock. A fight between masters was not common, and a fight between top-notch masters was even rarer. Whether it was Kai Shan or Lai Tian, they were both top-notch master experts. Wanting to see them fight was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Everyone knew that Kai Shan was very strong, especially with his tame head technique. However, his close combat strength was also very strong. This was because his attacks were mixed with mental attacks from time to time. This caused Lai Tian, who originally had an advantage, to feel a huge problem. Blazing palm. Lai Tian let out a low growl. His attacks changed as he struck out a powerful palm technique. The surrounding area instantly became scorching hot. This was a palm technique that Lai Tian had comprehended. It was very powerful, and when his palm struck out, it was like a furnace. Everyone could feel a terrifying wave of heat surging towards them. Moreover, they were far away. If they were at a close distance, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the heat. Lai Tian's current situation seemed to be quite bad, forcing him to use blazing palm. However, Kai Shan didn't dodge or evade. He chose to take it head-on and took it head-on. Lai Tian was shocked. Caught off guard, Kai Shan's fist landed on his chest. Kai Shan took advantage of the situation and used his fist as a claw, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. Lai Tian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Kai Shan would choose to fight head-on with him despite being injured. Since when were tame headmasters so ruthless? Didn't he know that if he was injured, it would be very difficult to defeat Lin Fei? Lai Tian retreated in pain. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out. 4 bullets chased after him like meteors. One of the bullets instantly pierced Lai Tian's back. Even though Lai Tian's reaction was fast and he managed to control his muscles to stop the bullet, it still caused him to bleed profusely. Looking back, Li San, who wasn't far away, had fired a shot. Li San, how dare you sneak attack me? It turned out that the one who fired the shot was Li San from Dianan. He had fired 4 shots, and his technique was very good. I've long heard that you're the #1 expert in the Southeast and East Seas. I wanted to know how many shots you can take. It seems that your strength isn't that great. Bang, bang, bang. Li San laughed out loud as he fired shot after shot at Lai Tian. 3 stars chasing the moon, 6 directions invincible, meteor chasing the moon. In an instant, Lai Tian's scalp turned numb. Bastard, how dare he shoot? Lai Tian did not dare to face Li San's marksmanship head-on. As he continued to dodge, his body was still hit by 4 shots. Every shot was not far from his vitals, forcing him to the side of a large tree before he managed to stop. However, his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not expect that Kai Shan and Dianan's Li San would be able to force him into such a state with just 2 guns in hand. This was a sudden scene, and it was unknown how many people present were shocked. Everyone knew that Dianan's Li San had suffered a loss at Longting Mountain Villa. It was very normal for him to appear at Longting Mountain Villa again this time, but no one expected Li San to make a move at this time. Those dark strength martial artists all felt their scalps go numb. They finally knew how powerful the spear god was. If he was targeted, he would definitely die. However, no one could figure out why Dianan's Li San would make a move against Lai Tian. Lai Tian had suffered greatly from this attack. The 5 bullet holes on his body were like a slap to his face. He was, after all, the #1 expert in the East Seas. Today, he had failed miserably. Lai Tian did not make another move because the other party's 2 spears were still staring at him. This made Lai Tian feel fear, and the bullet wounds had also greatly affected his strength. All of his plans had been ruined. There was nothing more unpleasant than this. Grandmaster Lai Tian, my marksmanship is pretty good, right? However, you're much worse than Lin Fei. Dianan's Li San shook his head and said, with your strength, you still have the nerve to be so presumptuous. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do this. Do you really think that being the #1 expert in the East Seas is very powerful? I think you think too highly of yourself. You can't even block my marksmanship. Li San, what nonsense are you talking about? My father is not someone you can say that about. Lai Xian could not hold it in any longer and said coldly. Before he had finished speaking, 2 bangs rang out. 2 bullets brushed past Lai Xian's cheeks, leaving behind a trail of blood in an instant. Don't kill me, don't kill me. With a plop, Lai Xian knelt on the ground. He was scared out of his wits. His face was pale, as if he had been fished out of water. Those 2 shots were simply too terrifying. Lai Xian was a grandmaster. Even though he was just an ordinary grandmaster, he had never experienced such powerful spear techniques before. He was completely defenseless against it, and there was not even a hint of killing intent when the other party fired. Even so, it was impossible to defend against it. Lai Xian finally understood why Dianan's Li San's reputation was so resounding. It was not without reason. A spear god was a spear god. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Originally, it was already unbelievable that Kai Shan had attacked Lai Tian. However, no one had expected Dianan's Li San to attack, causing Lai Tian to suffer greatly. This was something that no one dared to believe. The Lai family had suffered a huge setback. That was the reason for everyone's silence. Clearly, today's events had gone beyond the plan. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to believe that the number 1 Grandmaster of Donghai would be finished just like that before the matter against Lin Fei had even begun. Everyone could not figure out what was going on. They just felt that there was something wrong with everything that had happened today. That number 1 Grandmaster of the Lai family, your strength does not match the prestige of a Grandmaster. Lin Fei shook his head, his face full of disappointment. If I were you, I wouldn't have been so weak. Lai Tian was already injured, and the anger in his heart had been suppressed. However, after hearing what Lin Fei said, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, you have guts. Our Lai family admits defeat this time. Let's go back. Lai Tian did not plan to stay here any longer. Now that he was injured, his strength was greatly reduced. If any accidents were to happen, it was unknown whether he could even leave Longting Manor. Spear God Li San had put a lot of pressure on Grandmaster Lai Tian. Bang, 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 bang. Dianan's Li San fired again. It's not easy for everyone to get together. Grandmaster Lai Tian, you don't have to be in a hurry to leave. After all, the disciple acceptance banquet hasn't started yet. These few shots were fired quickly and ruthlessly, and they even exploded with great strength. As Grandmaster experts, they knew this better than anyone. What kind of madness was this Dianan's Li San up to? Chapter 40-29. Li San's shooting instantly made Lai Tian, the number 1 Grandmaster in the Eastern Sea, angry and annoyed, but he couldn't do anything. He could only glare coldly at Li San, the Grandmaster. Lai Tian still couldn't figure out why Li San would attack him when there was no relationship between the Lai clan and Li San. This was not normal at all. Lai Tian felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. As for the others, they were equally bewildered by this scene. It was hard for them to imagine just what in the world was going on. It's rare for everyone to come to the Longting Manor, so there's no need to leave in such a hurry. Even if you want to leave, you should wait until the apprentice banquet is over. Am I right? Lin Fei said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they felt very awkward. It seemed like the situation wasn't right. For a moment, no one dared to speak again. Because they really couldn't figure out what was going on. Vice President Li, I heard that your strength is also very strong, not inferior to Grandmaster Lai Tian. I just don't know how many shots you can take from my spear technique. When no one spoke, Li San opened his mouth. Without giving Li Tianxiang a chance to speak, he fired 6 shots at him. 6 shots were fired at 6 parts of Li Tianxiang's body. Li Tianxiang was still thinking about what was going on when his hair stood on end. He didn't care about losing face and directly fell to the ground, rolling away. He cursed Li San countless times in his heart. As Li Tianxiang rolled on the ground, every time he rolled, a bullet hit the ground, splashing dust and making his face dirty. When he finally got up, he saw Kai Shan, the taming master, attacking fiercely. Kai Shan, what are you doing? Our martial sect has nothing to do with you. Li Tianxiang moved to block. He didn't want to fight with Kai Shan. First, he was blocked by Li San's spear, then he met Kai Shan's attack. Li Tianxiang instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. After exchanging a dozen blows, Li Tianxiang took 3 or 4 punches and retreated 7 or 8 steps before he stabilized himself. His face was very pale. Li Tianxiang's mind hadn't adapted to what had just happened, but his back was covered in cold sweat. Because just now, he had actually walked on the edge of life and death. Li Tianxiang was just a bystander. Why was it his turn all of a sudden? This wasn't the way to act. Your target should be Lin Fei. What enmity does our martial gate have with you? What kind of hatred was there for him to treat her like this? Li San had shot at Lai Tian first, then at Vice President Li Tianxiang. In the eyes of everyone, he had become the target of a lunatic. If he wasn't a lunatic, why would he shoot? Moreover, his marksmanship was very good. Only Grandmaster strongmen could barely avoid it, and covert strength warriors would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Especially in such a short distance, it was a great deterrent. Chen Dingshan of Medicine King Valley had originally planned to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but now he really did not dare to open his mouth, especially since the distance was too close. He even suspected that if he moved, he would be shot by Li San. In Dianan, Li San's spear technique was publicly recognized. Within a few dozen meters, he was a real sharpshooter. The only one who was the calmest at the scene was Lin Fei. He didn't plan to make a move today. With these Grandmaster strongmen, it was enough to deal with these situations. Lin Fei wanted to let these people have a good look. He was not so easy to deal with. You can't even deal with the Grandmaster subordinates that I recruited. What qualifications do you have to fight against him? Vice President Li Tianxiang, you disappoint me. The dignified Marshal Gate, your strength is a bit unreliable, Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, said coldly. A gaze fell directly on Chen Dingshan of Medicine King Valley. I know you are Elder Chen Dingshan. There are countless elixirs in your Medicine King Valley. It just so happens that this old man needs some elixirs. If you politely deliver them to the door, then this old man will not make a move. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being rude. Chen Dingshan had already realized that the situation was not right. It was beyond his control. After being said by Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, his face sank. What do you mean? Do you really think that our Medicine King Valley is easy to bully? Kai Shan laughed and said, since this old man wants to challenge the #1 expert of Donghai, then naturally I will beat up all of you trash and ants. Otherwise, this old man will always have a thorn in my heart that I can't get over. In a few steps, Kai Shan came up to him. Kai Shan, you've gone too far. Chen Dingshan was furious, and a set of palm techniques was displayed from his hands. However, as soon as this set of palm techniques was displayed, Spear God Li San, who was motionless, raised his hand and shot, causing Chen Dingshan's offensive to stop. Being targeted by Li San, Chen Dingshan's strength was greatly reduced because he had to be on guard against Li San at all times. He now hated Li San to the bone. He actually sneakily shot at him, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Chen Dingshan was not alone. There was an elder next to him. The elder also became gloomy. Li San, you are a Grandmaster of Dianan. It's not very kind of you to attack the Medicine King Valley now. The elder used his movement technique, a rock spreading its wings, and attacked Li San with a snake-shaped hand. However, when he attacked Li San, a miniature array instantly enveloped him. It turned out that it had been set up at some point, and it was done quietly. It blocked the figure of the elder of the Medicine King Valley. Wang Zimo, how dare you attack me? The elder sucked in a breath of cold air as he attacked the invisible array formation. His eyes were fixed on Wang Zimo, who was not far away. He knew that Wang Zimo was good at arrays, but he did not expect that Wang Zimo would set up a formation. Wang Zimo laughed and said, it's nothing, I just don't like your Medicine King Valley. You usually put on airs, and it's rare to have a chance to fight with you. Why are you not happy? At this time, another Grandmaster, Chen Tianya, laughed and said, I've been looking forward to becoming a Grandmaster of the Medicine King Valley for a long time. How can I not take such a good opportunity? In a few steps, Chen Tianya also attacked. Chaos, it was all chaos. Taizhan sucked in a deep breath of cold air when he saw this. Even the stupidest person seemed to understand what was going on. These people were probably helping Lin Fei to attack. This was the only way to explain why Lin Fei was still so indifferent. He was not afraid of anything happening at all, and everything was under the control of the other party. This method. Chapter 40-30. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them, especially Taizhan. He knew better than anyone else that these 8 Grandmasters might have joined Lin Fei's side. What a ridiculous thing to do. Everyone could tell that Lin Fei was more mysterious than they had imagined. Otherwise, Lai Tian and Vice President Li Tianxiang would not have been treated like this. There were several Grandmasters attacking together. They could even tell that the Grandmasters nearby were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. It seemed as though they would attack at the slightest command. Li Tianxiang was forced into a corner, and this was only the beginning. Then, several grandmasters joined forces to attack, completely suppressing the other party. How is this possible? I have no feud with them. Li Tianxiang was shocked. He was simply unable to withstand the combined attacks of these people. In just a few moves, he was knocked to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Li San fired a few shots that brushed past Li Tianxiang's ear. What is the meaning of this? Li Tianxiang could not accept the scene before him. He was perfectly fine, but now he was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. Shen Tianquan and Lai Tian, who were not far away, also realized that they might not have the chance to make a move at this disciple recruitment banquet. This was because Lin Fei was too mysterious. He had actually subdued 8 grandmasters. Everyone could see the current situation clearly. These 8 grandmasters must have been recruited by the other party. Otherwise, why would they attack them? From the beginning to the end, they did not see any panic or uneasiness on Lin Fei's face. All he had was an indifferent expression, as though everything before him was nothing. It was just that they could not have imagined that Lin Fei would actually have the capabilities to recruit a grandmaster. What sort of methods was that? Father, it seems that we have come to the wrong place this time. Shen Wudi's expression was extremely ugly. Even his body was trembling slightly. They were both grandmasters, but why was Lin Fei so amazing? There was no way to compare at all. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Shen Tianquan's face turned ugly as well. This was completely out of his expectations of Lin Fei. This guy was too shameless. Lin Fei's methods were truly extraordinary. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Shen Tianquan was a grandmaster, but facing these grandmasters gave him a certain amount of pressure. Qin Dingshan was also severely injured by this sudden scene. Before he could react, a few grandmasters surrounded him and attacked him. In less than a dozen moves, Qin Dingshan was trampled on the ground. Boss, it's done. Wang Zimo laughed. The 8 grandmasters attacked at the same time, instantly defeating Li Tianxiang and Qin Dingshan. A crushing defeat. When Wang Zimo said that, he finally confirmed his suspicions. Just as I expected. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. This was arranged by Lin Fei. Everyone, do you like my gift? Lin Fei smiled and glanced at everyone. Gifts, 8 grandmasters as gifts. This was a show of strength. Li Tianxiang, Lai Tian, and the rest immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale. Too treacherous. Lin Fei, how dare you trick us? Li Tianxiang roared in anger. Bang, bang. Li San opened fire. Speak properly. The 2 gunshots just now swept across Li Tianxiang's face, leaving bloody marks. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He couldn't guarantee that Li San wouldn't open fire again. This guy was really crazy. With the grandmasters watching from the side, he wouldn't dare to do that even if he was given 100 guts. Didn't he know what was going on? Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Shen Tianquan said coldly. After all, the current situation was completely unexpected. The guy who seemed so easy to take down had displayed such a terrifying scene in the blink of an eye. He had taken down the 8 grandmasters without anyone knowing. They had thought that the 8 grandmasters were here for revenge. Now, they finally understood why the 8 grandmasters didn't say anything when they suffered at the Longting Mountain Villa. Because all of this had been done on purpose by Lin Fei. If he hadn't done it on purpose, how could it have ended up like this? What I mean is actually quite simple. Since you are all guests, you should bear witness to my disciple acceptance ceremony. Don't you all agree? No one expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. Shen Tianquan's face darkened. If it was possible, he wanted to leave this place immediately. After all, if the 8 grandmasters were to join forces, they would definitely make him suffer. You are Lin Fei. Your array here is pretty good, but you think too highly of yourself, Long Tianqing said. Bang, bang, bang. You have no right to say that. Li San snorted coldly. Why don't you think about who you are? Long Tianqing's hair stood on end as soon as they started snatching. If I were you, I would listen to you obediently. Li San smiled. Shook Ju website. Chapter 4031. Li San's actions, Li San's words, made them very unhappy, but the strength of the spear god was there. The pitch-black muzzle of the spear was constantly pointed at them, causing their hairs to stand on end. It was as if as long as they said a word or did anything, his unparalleled spear technique would be displayed. What kind of trouble was this? Moreover, the remaining 7 grandmasters were also glaring at them like tigers that had seen sheep, ready to pounce on them at any time and tear them to pieces. They were all grandmaster powerhouses, so when did they become so miserable? After being shot twice by Li San, Long Tianqing was immediately silenced. He was really worried that this lunatic might shoot him at any time, especially at such a short distance. He was a live target with no way to dodge. This feeling was really unpleasant, but he had no way to resist it. He could only stand there obediently. Young Master Lin, this is how you treat people, Shen Tianquan said. Lin Fei laughed. This is my territory, I can do whatever I want. If you have the ability, make a scene. As long as you can make a scene, then you're powerful. If you can't make a scene, then you'd better stay put. This is the Longting Manor, not the territory of the 3 southern clans. These words almost made them vomit blood in anger. This was too impudent. If this was the territory of the 3 southern clans, they would not be so passive. They would have made a move long ago. However, no matter what, Lin Fei now had a huge advantage. He did not make a move himself, but the actions of the 8 grandmasters were clear to everyone. From now on, another powerful force was going to rise in the East Sea. Correction, it was not 8 grandmaster powerhouses, but 9 grandmaster powerhouses. Who would dare to offend this young Lin Fei from now on? Invincible God, who had always been proud of his strength, now felt that he had become a joke. He was the pride of the 3 great clans in the south, but now he felt that with his strength and status, he was destined to be crushed by his opponent. Moreover, it was a continuous crushing, and he could not even take a breath. This feeling made him very unhappy, especially after he had been schemed against last time. He had been unlucky every day and had almost died. This was the shame of his life. But now, he felt that revenge was just a distant dream. Now, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Young Master Lin, aren't you afraid of offending the Shen family? You should know the purpose of our trip here. Shen Tianquan tried his best to hide his anger and spoke calmly, but his heart was about to explode. What does your motives have to do with me? Lin Fei laughed. Do you think I care about your motives? Today, all of you are guests, and you can bear witness to my acceptance of a disciple. From now on, remember, my disciple is called Su Mei. If anything happens to her anywhere else, you will be the first to be punished. Please remember my words, I'm not joking, I'm serious. Chief Tai Zhan's face finally revealed a look of joy. It had been a long time since he had seen these people suffer such a huge loss in the East Sea. If it was possible, Tai Zhan wished he could go home and enjoy a bottle of good wine. At this moment, he could only hold it in. At the same time, he felt that he had to report this matter to the higher-ups. He had to make the headquarters take Lin Fei seriously. Otherwise, Tai Zhan was really worried that something would happen again. If it was the Yan Huang battle team who made a move, it would be too late for regrets. Shen family head, we're all here to attend the acceptance banquet. Why make such a big fuss? Tai Zhan said with a smile. Shen Tianquan knew that Tai Zhan had said those words on purpose. After all, today's events had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that Lin Fei, who seemed to have been completely dominated, would secretly recruit 8 grandmasters? There were 9 grandmasters in one mountain manor? Even Shen Tianquan himself had become extremely mysterious. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it to be true? At least, Shen Tianquan did not believe it to be true. What a good acceptance banquet. I've really seen something new. Shen Tianquan did not dare to make another move. At this moment, he could no longer see this Lin Fei. Other than his entire body being filled with mystery, there was nothing but mystery. Lin Fei laughed. Since it's a banquet to accept disciples, everyone must come from afar to give my first disciple a gift, right? Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing. A dignified grandmaster actually came empty-handed. Just the thought of it would be too embarrassing. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone's faces darkened once again. Some even vomited blood, feeling as though they had suffered 10,000 points of damage. He had clearly injured them, and now he still had the cheek to extort them. Was he really not afraid of revenge? But when they thought of the 8 grandmasters, their faces turned as ugly as could be. After all, even they would not have been able to do such a thing. Who knew how many grandmasters this guy had behind him? Even Shen Dingshan from the Medicine King Valley felt that things were getting troublesome. He finally understood why Lin Fei dared to enter the elixir fields of Wang Yuan and Gaoishan. Lin Fei was very confident, but Shen Dingshan felt that Lin Fei was a pushover. Lin Fei then smiled faintly. You guys don't have to pay anything. After all, it depends on your mood. I won't stop you guys from leaving either. However, you guys have to think this through. This formation of mine is far from ordinary. If you guys were to get lost in it and end up getting tossed out like dogs, I don't think that would be a good thing. Although it was only a maze formation that had been activated, it was only the most superficial maze formation. Once the profound power of the maze formation was revealed, even a grandmaster powerhouse would be lost in it and eventually be thrown out like a dog. A threat. This was a blatant threat. If it had been before, they might have thought it was nonsense. How could a formation be so powerful? But now, the young Lin Fei had become very mysterious in their eyes. If he could recruit 8 grandmasters, then whether this array had a more advanced function or not, no one dared to bet. After all, there were many warriors standing outside. If they were really thrown out of the gate like garbage, they would definitely not be able to lift their heads for the rest of their lives. But when they asked them to send a gift, and it seemed to be a generous gift, they could not calm down. Now it was really difficult to get off. On the one hand, they wanted to save face, on the other hand, they did not dare to take action again. They were all famous grandmasters, so they did not know what to choose. Chapter 40-32. Just as everyone was at a loss, there was a loud bang. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's hearts. Since you don't know what to choose, I'll give you a choice. Lin Fei smiled. At the same time, he pinched his fingers and formed a large hand seal, instantly activating the formation of the entire Longting Manor. A terrifying pressure reverberated in everyone's hearts. Bam bam. There was a series of loud bangs. A vast force directly crushed their bodies. Kacha. Invincible God was the first to kneel on the ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the originally hard ground as he knelt. This was the first. The second was Chen Dingshan and the other 2 elders from the Medicine King Valley, followed by the vice president of the martial sect, Li Tianxiang. These grandmaster experts, who usually flaunted their prowess, were now as weak as ants under the pressure of the formation. One by one, they knelt on the ground. Lin Fei, how dare you? Long Tianqing roared angrily. He stepped forward and also cast a spell formation. But as soon as the spell formation was formed, it was destroyed. He knelt on the ground, and his voice was louder than anyone else's. His legs were twisted like a fried dough twist. Long Tianqing used this small formation to provoke Lin Fei. He was definitely courting death. And Shen Tianquan did not say anything. His body exploded, and his clothes were stained red. He also knelt on the ground with a thud. In a short period of time, all the grandmasters who wanted to deal with Lin Fei were kneeling on the ground. It was as tragic as it could be. Among them, Shen Tianquan was the most unable to accept this scene. How can there be such a powerful formation? Even our Shen family's formation pales in comparison. Shen Tianquan now had a deep understanding. In the face of this formation, a grandmaster like him was nothing but a fart. He finally understood why the 8 grandmasters had suffered a great loss in the Longting Villa before. In front of this formation, they were no different from fish on the chopping board. They could live or die as they pleased. Just a word from the formation could decide their fate. The Yan Huang battle team's chief Tai Zhan, who was within the formation, also sucked in a breath of cold air. This is definitely a top-notch formation. Even I, a grandmaster expert, can smell the terrifying danger and the aura of death. What is the background of this Lin Fei? I'll never guess this guy. Tai Zhan felt that he had guessed correctly time and time again. However, every time he was in front of Lin Fei, he felt that he had guessed wrong. With such a huge formation, Tai Zhan definitely understood better than anyone else that whoever dared to enter the dragon's soaring mountain would only be asking for trouble. Just by looking at the scene before him, he knew. Which one of these grandmaster experts wasn't a tyrant outside? But now, they were all kneeling on the ground. Even their arrogant faces were filled with fear and unease. It seemed that as the power of the array continued to increase, they could feel the aura of death. Now, have you thought it through? Lin Fei said with a smile. In fact, he didn't plan to make a move. After all, they were grandmaster experts. He had to teach them a deep lesson. Using the formation to teach them a lesson was the most suitable. He believed that these people would definitely make the right choice. As long as he didn't make a move, no one would ever know his true strength. My Medicine King Valley is willing to participate in young Master Lin's apprenticeship. Qin Dingshan was the first to speak. This kind of thing had almost crushed his heart. What was important was that such a person could master such a formation. The power behind him was definitely very strong. Even their Medicine King Valley might not have this ability. Therefore, it was really not good to offend such a person. Qin Dingshan hated Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan to the bone. If he could leave this place, he would definitely teach the two of them a lesson when he returned. On the other side, Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan didn't know about this at all. Instead, they were happily planning to celebrate. After Qin Dingshan, it was Vice President Li Tianxiang of the martial sect. Although he was only a vice president, he was really shocked at this moment. In the face of such power, he was like a small ant. He had completely underestimated Lin Fei's ability. If Li Tianxiang had known that Lin Fei was so powerful, he would never have come even if he was beaten to death. Long Tianxing and Shen Tianquan were also smart people. Naturally, they knew that if they said anything at this time, they would not be able to gain any benefits. Moreover, in this kind of formation, if those grandmasters were to make a move, they would all be killed on the spot. At that time, no one would be able to find any evidence of the Longting Manor. Even Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team would speak up for Lin Fei and pretend that this matter had never happened. They had lost completely in this matter. Their previous aggressiveness had long since turned into dark clouds and vanished like smoke in thin air. Now, they just wanted to leave the Longting Manor. The longer they stayed, the less confidence they had. This was because this Lin Fei was like a madman, constantly giving people a feeling that they couldn't see through him. This kind of feeling was the most terrifying. The Shen family is willing to send a congratulatory gift to congratulate young Master Lin on accepting a disciple. Shen Tianxuan's expression kept changing as he spoke. This was equivalent to choosing to bow down to the Longting Manor. If this were to spread outside, who knew how many people would be shocked? And to the warriors present, this scene was quite shocking. No one had expected that the seemingly dangerous situation would be resolved so easily. From today onwards, the Longting Manor would become the #1 force in the East Sea. Even the Lai family would have to step aside. No one would dare to offend the Longqing Manor anymore. The Medicine King Valley is also willing to send a congratulatory gift. The martial sect is also sending a generous gift. Congratulations to young Master Lin for accepting a disciple. Now that they were all smart people, they didn't say a word and directly gave him a big gift. Yuzishan had personally come and asked everyone present to sign a congratulatory note. He had even personally signed his name. To them, this was an absolutely humiliating scene. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They really couldn't afford to offend this Lin Fei. My good disciple, these are their gifts to you. Accept them all. Lin Fei gave all the notes to his disciple, Su Mei. After seeing the congratulatory gifts, Su Mei was also dumbfounded. They were so expensive that she couldn't believe it. Master, these things are too expensive. Lin Fei smiled and said, it's not expensive. Anyway, it's just a gift. I believe they will hand it over willingly. You can ask them if they are willing. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, these people nodded one by one. It's getting late. Boss, you can start the disciple acceptance ceremony. Yuzishan walked over. As a result, the scheme against Lin Fei vanished like smoke in thin air. With everyone as witnesses, they knew that the Longting Manor would become the #1 force in the East Sea. Chapter 40-33. The apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. It could even be said that it was not complicated at all. All the martial artists present were envious and jealous. After all, Su Mei would become a pearl in the palm of Dong Hai from now on. Who would dare to be an enemy of such a person? Look at the Grand Master experts present today. Which one of them had not suffered a lot in the hands of Lin Fei? As the eldest disciple of Lin Fei, she was naturally above one person and below tens of thousands of people. At least in Dong Hai, everyone had to give her some face. Many martial artists had gathered outside Longting Villa. These martial artists did not leave but stood together in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them were discussing the matters in Longting Villa. Everyone wanted to know what would happen in the end. Today, all the big shots had come to Longting Villa. Even if Lin Fei was strong, he still had to bow his head in front of everyone. This kind of thing was more exciting to think about. Not long after, someone came out. The first to come out was Lai Tian. However, at this time, Lai Tian's face was pale and his expression was cold. He got into his car with a blank expression. This scene caused the atmosphere at the scene to turn cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Did the #1 Grand Master Lai Tian lose? Not long after they finished speaking, Li Tianxiang of the martial sect also came out with a sullen face. At this time, everyone had a question mark in their minds. What the hell is going on? Did something happen? Someone muttered. After that, Chen Dingshan of Medicine King Valley. One of the 3 major families, the Shen family, came out one after another. However, their expressions were basically the same. It was difficult to see any joy or anger on their faces. But for everyone, there was a trace of difference. Because until now, the #1 Black Magic Master, Kai Shan, had not come out, including the 8 Grand Masters. Who can tell me what is going on? This is completely wrong. Did they all lose? After they left, more inward strength martial artists came out. As soon as these inward strength martial artists came out, all kinds of news poured into everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, they could not accept this scene. That Lin Fei had actually recruited 8 evolved Jing masters. Shocking, shocking. Didn't that mean that including him, there were already 10 Grand Masters in this Longting Manor? Hearing this news, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They simply could not imagine such a situation. It could be said that in the entire East China Sea, there was almost no force that could find 10 Grand Master powerhouses. However, the Soaring Dragon Manor had done it. They were going to become the #1 force in the East China Sea. This was definitely a truly explosive piece of news. Who would have thought that Lin Fei, who seemed to be suppressed by them, would actually be so powerful and domineering? If it weren't for the oath of these inward strength warriors, they wouldn't have believed it was true. That was because those Grandmaster experts, no matter where they were placed, were existences that could shake an entire region with a stomp of their feet. They were existences that people couldn't even hope to reach. But now, they had actually suffered a huge setback in this place. Half an hour later, the news about Longting Villa spread directly in the entire martial arts circle of Donghai. All the martial artists were once again completely stunned. It made everyone realize one thing, and that was that the East China Sea had changed. From now on, the Soaring Dragon Manor would become the #1 force in Donghai, and Lin Fei would also become a mysterious existence, full of mysteries. Even many people did not doubt that Lin Fei would become the true #1 expert in Donghai. How long had it been since such a big movement last time? Those martial artists who were planning to take advantage of others' misfortune and take advantage of it all had cold sweat on their backs. In the Soaring Dragon Manor, the 8 Grandmasters, including Li San, did not leave the Soaring Dragon Manor. Instead, they stayed there. This also made those who were paying attention to the situation outside gasp once again. Everyone knew that this news was true and definitely not a rumor. From now on, Longting Manor would have 10 Grandmaster experts guarding it. It could truly be regarded as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. My good disciple, what you need to do in the next period of time is to stimulate the blood in your body. I will make a potion for you. You only need to soak in it for a while every day. Everyone retreated. Lin Fei began to talk to his eldest disciple, Su Mei. Su Mei had really gained a lot of knowledge today, and her life had also opened a new door. It turned out that this world was so beautiful. In the past, she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. If she didn't say it out loud, who would dare to believe that it was true? Martial arts experts did exist. Master, I will definitely cultivate well. Su Mei nodded vigorously. I will definitely not let Master down. Su Mei was not a stupid person. She knew one thing in her heart, and that was that Master had done too many things for her. Even though these people had been released, she also knew that these people might hold a grudge against her. Lin Fei said with a smile, you don't have to think too much. Even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up. You just need to cultivate well, don't waste your talent. Yu Zishan left with Su Mei. Lin Fei wondered if he should find a female martial artist for Su Mei. After all, there were some things that he couldn't do, but it would be different if there was a female martial artist by his side. The few of you did pretty well today. Lin Fei collected his thoughts and looked at the few grandmasters not far away from him. Although the strength of these grandmasters was around the grandmaster middle stage, they were still grandmaster experts. In the East Sea, it was really impossible to find a force that could directly find 8 grandmaster experts. Longting Villa could be considered an exception. Boss, this is what we should do. The 8 grandmaster experts bowed and said. If you do well, you will naturally be rewarded. As a boss, I am not a stingy person. Lin Fei flicked his finger at them, and a jingguang landed in the minds of the 8 grandmasters. This is a cultivation method that is suitable for you. Although it is only at the innate level, with your strength, when you master this cultivation method, you will definitely become a god-level expert. Lin Fei said with a smile, from now on, arrange for your own people to protect the villa, and the rest of you can go underground to cultivate. In Lin Fei's eyes, transcendent grandmasters were still too weak. They had to reach the innate level to have a certain degree of deterrence. Otherwise, if they encountered an innate level expert, even grandmaster experts would not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei still had this little bit of insight. However, for these 8 grandmasters, they were extremely excited and moved. An innate level cultivation method. In an instant, they saw a further path, and they might even become god-level experts in the future. For a moment, the 8 grandmasters knelt on the ground. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Chapter 40-34. In Lin Fei's eyes, these techniques were trash that couldn't be any more trashy. However, for these 8 grandmasters, they were all tailor-made cultivation methods that were tailored to their cultivation attributes. As long as they cultivated according to these techniques, they would be able to break through to the innate realm more smoothly than anyone else. In other words, they would become god-level experts. This temptation was huge. No one could resist it. This time, they knelt on the ground willingly. No matter who it was, they were all sincere. There was no hatred in their hearts. In fact, they were happy. This was because they finally had a chance to break through to the God level. The God level. This was a realm that they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives. Even if they had to give up their freedom, they were willing to do so. At the same time, they worshipped their boss, Lin Fei. This made them realize that their boss was a genuine God-level expert. Otherwise, who would be willing to take out these innate level techniques? These were all priceless treasures. If they had innate level techniques, they would have broken through long ago. They would not be stuck at the Grandmaster level like they were now. Kai Shan, this is a demonic technique. You can bring it back to Southeast Asia to cultivate. Remember what I told you. You have to act in the shortest time possible. Don't disappoint me. Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, also received a technique as he wished. It was also an innate level technique. In the future, he would be able to cultivate to the God level. Kai Shan knelt on the ground immediately. Boss, after I go back, I will immediately recruit all the black magic masters in Southeast Asia and keep all the materials. Kai Shan patted his chest and promised. Compared to the other grandmasters, Kai Shan was the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. His current strength was very different from before. After all the poison in his body had been destroyed. However, with this demonic technique, his strength would quickly recover and he would be even stronger than before. He would be able to recruit all the black magic masters in Southeast Asia and become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei also believed that Kai Shan could do this. Otherwise, this #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia would be too useless. At the airport in Donghai. Inside a private plane. Shen Tianquan and Long Tianqing boarded the plane immediately. No one wanted to stay in the East Sea any longer. Because this time, they had really suffered a huge setback. If possible, no one wanted to come to the East Sea again. Who would have thought that that guy would be so calculative? They had come in a menacing manner and planned to quietly plot against them, but in the end, they got involved in such a thing. Father, are we really going to end up like this? Invincible God was the most infuriated one. Even now, his heart was filled with rage. The Shen family, one of the 3 great families in the south, actually suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. Invincible God could not take this lying down. A loud bang resounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wudi was sent flying by a slap from Shen Tianquan. He knocked over his chair and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. The strength of this palm was solid. If it were not for the fact that they were on the plane, Invincible God would have suffered even more pain. Trash, isn't it all because of you? Shen Tianquan said coldly. Although he was infuriated by that brat's shameless scheme, he was more concerned about Lin Fei's background. Although Shen Tianquan had not fought with Lin Fei before, he could confirm one thing based on some clues. Lin Fei's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He might even be at the pinnacle of Master Realm. Such a strong person must have a huge force behind him. However, Shen Tianquan had never heard of such a force before. This was the scariest thing. And all of this was caused by his own son. Hence, when Shen Tianquan heard this, he could no longer suppress his anger. With a single slap, he sent Shen Wudi tumbling to the ground. If you weren't my son, I would have killed you with one slap. Invincible God felt wronged, but he did not dare to say another word. Brother Shen, you can't blame young Master Invincible for this. You can only blame that Lin Fei for being too cunning. To think that he would dig such a huge pit for us to jump into. He's definitely a shameless person, Long Tianqing advised. Long Tianqing advised. After all, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Fei this time, and the formation of the Longting Manor was even more powerful than he had imagined, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry, but Long Tianqing was better at restraining himself. That brat is indeed a B*****. However, we know very little about him. We don't even know where he came from. Shin Tianquan laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for this unfilial son, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Father, how would I know that Lin Fei has such a background? If I had known, would have swallowed my anger. I dare say that he did it on purpose. Shin Wudi was trembling as he spoke. That slap was way too powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he was a master stage powerhouse, that slap would have taken his life. That's right. There's no point talking about this now. Let's go back to the south first. As for this brat, we'll discuss it later. Also, remember this. For the time being, don't even think about taking revenge. If you end up in his hands again, it's not that I won't come to your rescue. Just pretend that the Shin family doesn't have a son like you, Shin Tianquan said coldly. His gaze was so cold that no one dared to look him in the eye. Shin Wudi trembled in fear at that cold gaze. He lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. In the other car, Lai Tian was sitting in the car. The entire car was filled with an oppressive aura. Even the driver's hands were trembling slightly as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. When you get back, pack your luggage and leave the country. Don't return to the East Sea for at least a year. The cold words echoed in Lai Xian's mind. Lai Xian was shocked. Was he going to be exiled to a foreign country? Father, the Lai family will not go against him. Is there a need for me to leave Huaxia? If there was a choice, who would want to go to that fair-skinned world? In any case, Lai Xian did not like it at all. Lai Tian glared at him. If you don't go, I'll break your legs. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? That Lin Fei is so mysterious and you have the nerve to offend him? Didn't you see that your father almost didn't have the chance to walk out of Longting Manor? Why don't you go overseas? Are you prepared to see the Lai family destroyed? Lai Xian had never seen his father so angry before. He instinctively shrunk his neck. Father, it's not as serious as you make it out to be. Pack your luggage and leave the country in 3 days. Don't come back without my permission. Otherwise, I won't have a son like you. Lai Tian's voice was even colder. Chapter 40-35. Xiao Rou, book a ticket to Beijing for me when you get back. It's best if it's at night, the sooner the better. Inside the Yan Huang battle team's base. As soon as he returned, Tai Zhan called Lin Rou over. Director, why are you going to Beijing all of a sudden? Didn't you say you don't like going to Beijing the most? You even said that those people like to scheme against each other. Tai Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He glanced at Lin Rou and said, "Aren't you usually very smart? Why are you so slow this time?" Lin Rou's eyes suddenly widened. Director, are you talking about that Lin Fei? But does that guy have to be reported to the Yan Huang battle team's headquarters? As the assistant in charge of Tai Zhan, Lin Rou had seen a lot of things, but she had never seen the director take something so seriously. After all, he was just a young man. Tai Zhan shook his head and said, "You still can't see it clearly. That guy is too mysterious, far beyond my expectations. Maybe he has a big backer behind him. Such a person is no longer someone I can continue to be responsible for, so this matter must be reported to the headquarters." Right now, the Longting Villa has a total of 10 grandmasters, including him. Think about it, our Yan Huang battle team only has a few grandmasters, but his villa has 10 grandmasters. This is absolutely an uncontrollable existence. At least for now, I don't have the ability to control Lin Fei, so I must report this to Beijing. Only Beijing has the ability to control this Lin Fei. Tai Zhan was indeed shocked. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly ordinary guy would actually be so calculative, digging such a big hole and causing so many people to jump in one after another. What Tai Zhan admired the most was Lin Fei's methods. If he were in Lin Fei's shoes, he would definitely not let these people leave Longting Villa so easily. After all, this was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. However, Lin Fei still did so. One could imagine how confident Lin Fei was. Tai Zhan felt that all his previous guesses and analyses about Lin Fei were about to be overturned. This Lin Fei was far more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined. Tai Zhan had no doubt that if he had stood on those people's side before, he might have been eaten this time as well. Lin Fei would definitely be able to make it. Such a big matter, Tai Zhan could no longer make the decision. He had to report it to the higher-ups. As for how the higher-ups would handle it, that was their own business. In any case, Tai Zhan could not do anything about it. The only fortunate thing was that the Yan Huang battle team had a pretty good relationship with Lin Fei. This was the only thing that made Tai Zhan heave a sigh of relief. What? There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Longting Villa. The 8 grandmasters who suffered a setback last time all sought refuge under Lin Fei. In a high-class district. In the study room on one of the floors. Li Tianxiang said dejectedly. Sitting opposite him was a man in his 50s. He had a full beard on his face and gave off a very ferocious and explosive aura. At this moment, after hearing Li Tianxiang's words, his whole person was a little stunned. Are you sure you're not joking? Such a big force has quietly formed under our eyes. Do you think it's believable? The middle-aged man was the president of the Eastern Sea martial sect, Su Wei. Usually, he did not care much about the affairs, but this time, Li Tianxiang had taken the initiative to visit, which really gave Su Wei, the president, a big shock. Especially after Li Tianxiang's words, it was like a heavy bomb had exploded, and he was not lightly shocked. One had to know that in the territory of the Eastern Sea, the Yan Huang battle team had the greatest influence. Other than them, the martial sect was responsible for supervising the warriors of the entire Eastern Sea. Ordinary people did not dare to offend the martial sect, because the overall influence of the martial sect was very big. Furthermore, the headquarters was located in Yanjing, and was in existence that could challenge the Yan Huang battle team. President, if it's possible, I really don't want to talk to you about this kind of thing, but in the current situation, the martial sect must make a stance. Li Tianxiang's expression was solemn. Lin Fei definitely has a great background. If he has any ideas about our martial sect, if we don't solve this matter, I'm afraid that our martial sect's influence in the Eastern Sea will be greatly weakened in the future. Li Tianxiang continued, in the Longting Villa, there is a powerful formation set up. Even experts like Shen Tianquan and Long Tianqing have become extremely weak in front of this formation. Our martial sect must treat such a master with caution. This was the first time Su Wei had seen Li Tianxiang speak so solemnly. How could this be? Our martial sect has been in the Eastern Sea for so many years, and all the guys who have stood out have been taken in by us. But this time, Su Wei still believed Li Tianxiang's words. After all, Li Tianxiang, the vice president, would never lie to him. Then the Eastern Sea's Longting Villa was going to rise. However, this kind of rise was something that President Su Wei and even the martial sect did not want to see. I think it's best if you report this situation to the headquarters, guild leader. I'm guessing that only the headquarters can resolve this matter. Li Tianxiang thought for a while and said, in any case, I'm afraid and hateful of that Lin Fei now. That guy is far more terrifying than I imagined. If anyone underestimates him, they might suffer a lot. At the very least, I've seen it. Li Tianxiang had previously vowed that he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but in the end, he didn't get any benefits. Instead, he was injured. Especially that spear god Li San, every shot was fatal, and he almost walked on the edge of death. This kind of thing was not something that anyone was willing to experience again. Give me a copy of Lin Fei's information, and then you will personally go to the martial sect's headquarters with me. It's better for you to personally come forward and talk about this kind of thing. Our martial sect has been rooted in the Eastern Sea for so long, we can't let Lin Fei and the Longting Villa behind him cause the martial sect to suffer losses. This is unbearable, so it's better to personally go to Yanjing. Li Tianxiang nodded and said, I'm willing to go to Yanjing. Su Wei also had a headache, so this matter had to be reported to the headquarters. He believed that the Yan Huang battle team was the same. Lin Fei didn't know what these people were thinking. He began to teach Su Mei how to cultivate. The first step of cultivation was not the basic skills, but the activation of the bloodline. Yu Zishan, the Grandmaster expert, personally went out to buy a batch of materials, and Lin Fei personally took action, putting in a lot of effort in this aspect. At this time, Bai Xingnan, who was busy with the development of the cloud shape-shifting garment, suddenly received a call from her father, Bai Tiancheng, asking her to go home for dinner. Ever since the cloud shape-shifting garment became popular, Bai Xingnan hadn't received a call from her father for a long time. On the phone, she seemed to hear a cheerful voice from her father's mouth. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. Then wait for me to take care of the matters at hand, I'll come back for dinner tonight. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4036. Bai Tiancheng was the head of the Bai family. Ever since he saw his daughter and that man at the Longting Villa, he had been completely convinced. However, he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, another explosive news would spread. It shook Bai Tiancheng quite a bit, making it hard for him to accept it. That ordinary-looking guy had actually suppressed the experts from all sides and made them suffer a big loss. Now, they had become the #1 force in the Eastern Sea with a total of 10 Master Realm experts. They could definitely sweep away all the so-called top-notch families in the Eastern Sea. After hearing the news, Bai Tiancheng immediately arranged people to investigate it. After confirming that the rumor was true, he was so happy that he opened a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan on the spot and drank it to his heart's content. At the same time, he called his daughter immediately. He knew that whether the Bai family could rise or not depended on his daughter. Bai Tiancheng was now very impressed with his daughter. Her eyesight was so good that she actually found such a powerful boyfriend. He had beaten the Lai family, kicked the Medicine King Valley, and even stepped on the Shin family of the 3 great families in the south. How could this not make people excited? When Bai Xingnan returned home with a tired body, she found her parents waiting for her. They had even cooked a table of good food, all of which were her favorites. "Dad, what a good day today. You even cooked a table of my favorite food for me." The sun really rose from the west. Bai Xingnan said with a smile. "Daughter, you've been busy with work recently. I see that the cloud silk shapewear seems to have become popular. As the manager, you must have a good rest. I've prepared a table full of delicious food for you. It's also a supplement." Bai Xingnan's mother came up and added a set of chopsticks for her daughter. "Go wash your hands and eat quickly." It had been a long time since Bai Xingnan had experienced this feeling. However, she always felt that her father looked at her with a strange gaze. This was a little different from usual. "Dad, it's all your fault for cooking such delicious food. It wasn't easy for me to lose weight, but it's all for nothing." After eating, Bai Xingnan complained. Bai Tiancheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you're full, let's go for a walk and lose weight. It just so happens that we haven't taken a walk in a long time." Bai Xingnan didn't refuse her father's words. She went back to her room to change her clothes and the two of them went out for a walk. "Dad, why do you feel so weird today? Did you do something behind my back again?" Bai Xingnan asked. Bai Tiancheng smiled and said, "I'm your father. How could I do anything to let you down? I'm just too happy today." The more it was like this, the more Bai Xingnan felt uneasy. "I know very well what kind of person you are. Last time, you couldn't wait for me to marry that person from the Yan family." Speaking of this matter, Bai Tiancheng revealed an awkward expression. After all, how could he have known about the previous incident to this extent? Let bygones be bygones. There's no point in bringing it up again. I was doing it for your own good. But my daughter, you have good foresight. When are you going to bring young Master Lin home?" Bai Tiancheng asked with a smile. At this point, Bai Xingnan felt a bit awkward. Last time, they were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Bring him home? How was he supposed to carry it? Lin Fei is very busy. How could he have the time to visit our house? Besides, our relationship isn't that bad, Bai Xingnan said perfunctorily. When Bai Tiancheng heard this, he immediately became anxious. He now knew what Lin Fei was capable of. He was simply a diamond bachelor. No, he was even more of a diamond bachelor than a diamond bachelor. Compared to Lin Fei, those rich and powerful families and geniuses were simply too weak. My daughter, since you've met someone you like, you have to hurry up and chase after him, just like how I chased after your mother. Once you like him, you have to stick to him. Anyway, you like him. At most, I'll teach you a killer move. I guarantee you'll like it. Dad, did you take the wrong medicine today? I see that you're quite concerned about this matter. Bai Xingnan could more or less tell that something was wrong. She just didn't believe it. Since when did her father care about this kind of thing? Nonsense. How could I take the wrong medicine? My body is fine. I'm just telling you what I know, Bai Tiancheng said. Bai Tiancheng said, I think young Master Lin is a good person. He's young and matches your status. Plus, he was able to make something like the cloud shapewear. I just think that it would be a pity if you missed this opportunity. After all, young Master Lin is such an outstanding person. Who knows when he will be seduced by those vixens? You have to know that men are the most uncontrollable animals. They will be seduced by a little temptation. Don't you like young Master Lin? Or do you like to see him seduced by others? Bai Tiancheng's words touched a thorn in Bai Xingnan's heart. To be honest, Bai Xingnan really did like Lin Fei. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, she could always feel that there was something different when she was with Lin Fei. It was a special feeling of power and security. Bai Xingnan had never felt this kind of feeling from other men, but she could clearly feel it from Lin Fei. Could it be that I've really fallen for Lin Fei? Bai Xingnan asked herself. She knew that a person like Lin Fei was a very outstanding person. However, as an outstanding person, there would always be all kinds of women around him. If it wasn't today, it would be tomorrow. As a woman, Bai Xingnan knew very well that she didn't have the means of ordinary women, especially the means of seducing people. In this aspect, she wasn't much different from paper. Since you like young Master Lin, then go chase him. I believe that with such a beautiful daughter, any man will be infatuated with you. Bai Tiancheng then said, if you don't seize this opportunity now, you'll regret it in the future. If you really like young Master Lin, I can give you a gift. It's called cooking rice. That's how I got your mother back then. Upon hearing this, Bai Xingnan burst into laughter. She couldn't believe it. Dad, look at what you're saying. What cooking rice? This is just a small suggestion of mine, but I think it's quite useful. You have to know that this is something passed down from our ancestors. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. In the future, don't get involved in the matters between me and Lin Fei, Dad. I know what I should do. Okay, I won't mention it in the future. That night, Bai Xingnan couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with her father's words. Chapter 4037. Yanjing. The land of the emperor, the center of all of China. In an inconspicuous courtyard house. A car stopped, and two people got out, a man and a woman. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than the director of the Yanhuang team, Tai Zhan, and his assistant, Lin Ro. At this moment, the director of the Yanhuang team, Tai Zhan, had changed his domineering demeanor. He reached out and knocked on the door of the courtyard house. Not long after, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a young man. He looked to be in his 20s, but the demeanor he exuded gave off an extremely powerful pressure, making people feel pressured. Director Tai, what brings you here? The young man said with a smile. I'm here to be a guest, and to get a pot of good wine. I wonder how my teacher is feeling today. Tai Zhan said with a smile. Even though the person in front of him was a young man, Tai Zhan did not dare to underestimate him, because he was one of his teacher's direct disciples. He was so young, but his strength was not weak at all. You came at the right time. Teacher is making tea. You're in luck. I heard that teacher got this tea from somewhere else, and it's very rare. The courtyard house was very big, with pavilions and terraces, rock gardens, and flowing water. Walking in the courtyard house, one felt like they had returned to Jiangnan. This feeling was extremely obvious. Not long after, a pavilion appeared. It was an octagonal pavilion, and it looked very ancient. Below the pavilion sat a middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese suit. At first glance, he seemed to be sitting, but one could not feel his presence. This was an incredible feeling. Teacher's strength has increased again. He's almost one with nature, Taizhan thought. Even though this was just a small change, in his eyes, this meant that his teacher's strength had increased greatly again. It was very difficult for ordinary people to reach this level, which meant that his teacher had reached the level of being one with nature. He looked like he was sitting there, but it seemed like he did not exist. This was a very brilliant technique. Lil Tai, you haven't been to Yanjing for a long time. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. The middle-aged man gave off an amiable aura as he smiled at Taizhan. This person was the director of the Yanhuang team headquarters, and also the #1 expert in China, Yi Xian. Iron Zhan sat in front of the chief like a child. Every time he came to Yanjing, he would feel great pressure in front of the director. This was a kind of pressure that belonged to the strong. Although the teacher did not deliberately release it, any martial artist could feel this change. I heard that a lot of things have happened in Donghai recently. As the director, you must be under a lot of pressure, right? Yi Xian asked with a smile. Taizhan drank his tea, put down the cup, and said, Teacher, you really have a sharp eye. As the bureau chief, the pressure is not small. This time, I came to report something to you. Because it is not easy for me to deal with this matter, I can only ask you to give me some advice. Yi Xian laughed. It's rare to see something that can make you feel pressured. I remember that you've been the director of Donghai for almost 8 years. Back then, you were high-spirited. Is there anyone in Donghai that you can't handle? That's right. You're right. Taizhan was Yi Xian's disciple, but he was only an ordinary disciple. Compared to the identity of the young man's personal disciple, there was a certain gap. But to become the disciple of the #1 expert was not an ordinary person. It was because of this identity that Vice President Li Tianxiang of the martial sect did not dare to do anything to Taizhan. He was polite every time because he could not afford to offend the #1 expert, Yi Xian. Teacher, you flatter me. Managing such a large city is still stressful. But this time, I really can't do anything. Teacher, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe you can help me. Lin Ro, who was next to him, took out a document and put it on the table. Teacher, take a look first. Yi Xian knew Taizhan's personality very well. This disciple was the kind of person who was more competitive. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely come to Yanjing. But every time he was asked to come to Yanjing, it was naturally because there was something that he could not handle. He picked up the document and started reading. A guy with a very mysterious background. Yi Xian looked through the document and suddenly laughed. Even forces like the Southern Shan family, the Medicine King Valley, and the Lai family have suffered at his hands. This is interesting. Is Lin Fei a member of the Lin family in the capital? But I don't remember there being such a master in their family. Taizhan said, Teacher, this Lin Fei should not be a member of the Lin family. Because the disciples of the Lin family are much weaker than Lin Fei. I suspect that this Lin Fei should be a strong expert at the peak of the master realm. He should have a very powerful backer behind him. So I can't handle this matter. Please help me, teacher. Having such a master in a place like Donghai was not a good thing for anyone. For Taizhan, who monitored warriors, this Lin Fei was almost like a time bomb. And this time bomb was not something he could control. Maybe it would explode one day, and the power of the explosion would be absolutely terrifying. So Taizhan could only seek his teacher's help. After all, once his teacher spoke up, then Lin Fei would not be a problem. What do you think? Yi Xian closed the document. Taizhan thought for a moment and said, I think the best way is to take Lin Fei in. An expert like this would be a great help to Donghai and even the Yan Huang battle team. I rarely see people at his age reach this level. Who knows, if he is given time, he might break through to the god level one day. Only by taking him in will I be at ease. In front of his teacher, Taijan did not need to hide anything at all. He spoke his mind directly. Since it's taking him in, that's easy. Then I'll let my personal disciple go to Donghai. Taijan knew that although there were not many personal disciples of his teacher, each one of them was a true genius. They were not comparable to those ordinary geniuses. Every one of them was very strong, and they rarely fought. Even if Taijan went against these personal disciples, he might not have any chance of winning, because their strength was really too strong. Teacher, this Lin Fei is very strong. I'm afraid that if my personal disciple goes, he might be at a disadvantage, Taijan said again. Don't worry, your senior brothers and sisters aren't weak. This time, I'll let you Luo-cha make a trip. After all, her strength is only a step away from that step. It's time for her to go out and temper herself. Besides, she's a member of the Lin family. She might even know that brat. What do you think? At the mention of Yu Luo-cha, Taijan subconsciously gasped. Could it be that Lin Ziqing? Chapter 4038. If it was someone else, Taijan might not have recognized them. However, this Yu Luo-cha was known as a fierce person in the martial arts circle. She was also very talented. She was not even 30 years old, but Taijan was no match for her in terms of strength. Hearing that his teacher wanted Yu Luo-cha to make a trip to Donghai, Taijan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this was Lin Ziqing, who was said to have the potential to become a god-level powerhouse. She was even ranked in the top 20 on the master ranking, and she was one of the female disciples that his teacher admired the most. Thank you, teacher. With senior sister Lin's help, everything will be simple. Yi Xian said to the young man next to him, go and call your senior sister Lin over. Tell her that I have something to tell her. The young disciple turned around and left. About 10 minutes later, a figure in black walked over. He was wearing a tight-fitting leather shirt and tight-fitting leather pants. He was full of a wild aura, but under this wild aura, there was a hint of coldness, which made people think that he was more of a cold-blooded person. Teacher, you need to look for me. Qing, practicing martial arts must be done in an orderly manner. Don't just blindly focus on breaking through. You're only one step away from that step. Thinking about breaking through all day won't do you any good. As the saying goes, read 1,000 miles of books, travel 1,000 miles. Coincidentally, there's something that needs your attention this time. Take a look at this information first. Yi Xian passed the information to Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing took the document and flipped it open. When she saw the photo on the first page, her expression changed slightly. Then, she returned to normal and flipped through the document. Teacher, this Lin Fei is not a member of the Lin family. I know he's not from the Lin family. This Lin Fei is quite powerful. Go down and meet him, and bring him to Yanjing. Don't hurt him. We don't allow any unstable factors in Huaxia, and this person's strength shouldn't be weak. You can use him to hone your strength. Who knows, you might have some unexpected gains. Lin Ziqing nodded. I'll go to Donghai in the afternoon. At this moment, Taijan stood up awkwardly. Teacher, senior sister, I just thought of something. It's about Lin Fei. If we go to the East Sea now, I think that Lin Fei shouldn't be in the East Sea anymore. Last time, I asked him to go to Hangzhou City to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention on behalf of our Yan Huang battle team. Looking at the time, he should be on the way now. If senior sister goes now, I think you'll have to wait in the East Sea for a while. Lin Ziqing shook her head and said, Director Tai, it's okay. I haven't been out for a long time. It's good to go to the East Sea. I don't need that much time. Taijan had only just remembered it. Many things had happened in Donghai recently. He believed that Lin Fei would go to Hangzhou. I'll have to trouble you with this, senior sister. Taijan didn't want to face Lin Fei. In a room somewhere in Donghai, Lin Fei suspected that he had misheard. You asked me to send Su Shaowan back. Xiao Qinglan laid on Lin Fei's chest and drew circles on his chest with her jade-like hand. Didn't you say that you're going to Hangzhou soon? Xiaowan is going back too. It's on the way. Moreover, she's a girl. It's not safe for her to go back alone. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this reminded him of something. It seemed that the martial arts circle convention was held in Hangzhou. The specific time should be in the near future. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten. Hubby, okay? You have nothing to do anyway. Go out and relax. Lin Fei couldn't refuse since she said so. He had settled the matters in the East Sea. It was not a bad idea to go out for a walk. Moreover, he hadn't been to Hangzhou for a long time. Remember, don't do it again. This is the only time, said Lin Fei. Thank you, hubby. You're so nice to me. I'm relieved to have such a powerful hubby like you. Send Su Xiaowan back. Lin Fei needed to go out and relax too. There were too many things recently. Brother Lin, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Su Xiaowan took the initiative to come over and said, I can go back alone. Anyway, it's not far from Donghai to Hangzhou. It's only a 2-hour journey. Su Xiaowan had been living with Xiao Qinglan these days. She came out to relax, but she still had to go back to Hangzhou no matter what. It's not troublesome. I'm going to Hangzhou anyway. I can participate in an activity on the way. I'll have a companion on the way, said Lin Fei. Su Xiaowan said curiously, Brother Lin, there doesn't seem to be any special activity in Hangzhou recently. What are you going to participate in? Why don't you take me to have a look? I'm a streamer with many fans. Maybe I can help you, Brother Lin. It was the first time that Lin Fei heard about Su Xiaowan's profession. It was a very popular streamer. He sized Su Xiaowan up and down. You're a streamer too. Su Xiaowan wore a white dress today and looked like a graceful fairy. Yeah, I'm a streamer. Don't I look like one? It's rare to see a fairy with such a temperament like me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had to admit that Su Xiaowan had a good foundation. Do you know about the martial arts circle convention? Su Xiaowan blinked and was very curious. Martial arts circle convention? Brother Lin, you're not lying to me, right? Is there such a convention now? Why haven't I heard of it? Even Xiao Qinglan was a little surprised. Was there a martial arts circle convention nowadays? Honey, you're not mistaken, are you? Is Wuling a dance? Lin Fei explained with a smile, it's the real martial arts circle convention. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look because there's a limit on the number of people who can participate in the martial arts circle convention. Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter. I happen to have an invitation with me. I can take you there to broaden your horizons. Wow, Brother Lin, you're so awesome. You actually know about the martial arts circle convention. I want to go. I want to go. As a streamer, Su Xiaowan had seen all kinds of scenes, but it was the first time that she heard about the martial arts circle convention. She usually heard about it on TV dramas, but she had to experience it personally. She had never been there before, so she had to go and have a look. To Lin Fei, there was not much difference whether he brought one more person or one less person. Anyway, he was just going to Hangzhou to have a look. No problem. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Lin. I think my fans will be looking forward to the martial arts circle convention. Su Xiaowan was also looking forward to it. Chapter 4039. This time, Lin Fei had nothing to arrange when he left the villa. After all, there were 9 supreme power masters in Longting Villa. Coupled with the evil sky formation, it could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Originally, he thought they would take a plane, but Su Xiaowan proposed to take a train, which surprised Lin Fei. Streamers like Su Xiaowan rarely took a crowded train. However, Su Xiaowan said, taking a train gives you a feeling, and you can experience life. Faced with such words, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry and could not find an excuse to refute. But thinking about it, it was only a 2 or 3 hours journey, so forget it. After all, she was a woman and had the right to be capricious. For Lin Fei, it did not make much difference which train he took. Brother Lin, thank you for taking the train with me. The train from Donghai to Hangzhou was not very crowded, which made Lin Fei experience a different feeling. Lin Fei had almost forgotten this way of traveling by train. In fact, I haven't taken a train for a long time. If you didn't mention it, I probably wouldn't take a train in this life. Lin Fei said with a smile, picked up Su Xiaowan's luggage and put it on the luggage rack. Brother Lin, don't joke. I really haven't taken a train for a long time, because compared with the train, the speed of the current motor car is faster. I think in a few decades, the train will disappear from the stage of history. Su Xiaowan sat by the window, and Lin Fei sat next to her. This was because the 2 tickets they bought this time were consecutive. From time to time, Su Xiaowan took out her mobile phone and took pictures outside, while Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. This feeling of slowness made him reminisce. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to take such a train. Although the East Sea was a few hundred kilometers away from Hangzhou City, Lin Fei, an immortal expert, would be able to reach Hangzhou City in less than half an hour. Therefore, there was not much difference between taking a train and climbing a tortoise, but the process of enjoyment was different. Originally, it was just an ordinary trip. For Lin Fei, it was just a process of enjoyment. However, after Su Xiaowan went to the bathroom, the situation changed. While Lin Fei was resting with his eyes closed, he heard a commotion in the distance, which was accompanied by Su Xiaowan's voice. I really didn't mean it. Lin Fei, who was enjoying the rhythm of the train, slowly opened his eyes and looked back. He didn't know when, but there were a lot of people standing there, and it was noisy. Women just don't let me have a moment of peace. Lin Fei's hearing was very good. When he heard Su Xiaowan's aggrieved voice, he stood up and walked toward the aisle. This time, he was going back to Hang City with Su Xiaowan. If anything really happened, he would definitely be scolded by Xiao Qinglan. Lil Wan, what happened? When Lin Fei walked over, he saw Su Xiaowan's helpless look. Behind her, a young man pulled Su Xiaowan's clothes and refused to let her go. Su Xiaowan seemed to have found her backbone when she saw Lin Fei coming over. Brother Lin, I really didn't do anything. I just accidentally bumped into him when I walked over and he fell down. I really didn't do it on purpose. Su Xiaowan was very weak and her eyes were red. If she continued talking, tears would fall down her cheeks. Lin Fei noticed that an old man was lying on one of the seats. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was weak as if he would stop breathing in the next second. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei was an immortal expert. He could see it clearly with just one glance. Young people, just admit that you're unlucky. I think this matter is not small. Look at how pale his face is now. There's no trace of blood on his face. Now that we're on the train, you should hurry up and call your parents, someone beside him said. It will take a long time to get to the next station. The young man who grabbed Su Xiaowan's clothes said coldly, it's best that you're his friend. If anything happens to my grandpa, you won't have a good ending. You'd better pray that nothing happens to my grandpa. Otherwise, no one can save you. Brother Lin, I really didn't mean to bump into him. I just accidentally brushed against his shoulder when I came back from the toilet, and he fell down. Su Xiaowan had never seen such a thing before, so it was hard for her to accept. Especially this old man, he seemed to be in a very bad condition. He was at a loss for a moment. He only felt a little better when he saw Lin Fei. You're really a person. You don't want to let go of a girl when something happened. You're so scared. Don't you have any gentlemanly etiquette? Lin Fei walked over with a smile and reached out to grab Su Xiaowan. It seemed like a casual action, but he pulled Su Xiaowan over. The young man was stunned subconsciously. He found that his left hand had grabbed nothing. The girl called Su Xiaowan had returned to the young man's side. He could not help but be furious and stared at Lin Fei. You still dare to help her? You're quite bold. After Su Shaowan was pulled back, she was scared out of her wits. Her face was a little pale. After all, she was just a streamer. She had never encountered such a thing before. The old man's appearance was too scary. It would have been fine if it was elsewhere. However, on this train, Su Shaowan really did not know what to do. Your old man is not dead yet. Do you have to bully a person? Lin Fei said faintly, of course, if you want your old man to die on the train, then I'll let you. Now I'll give you a chance. Either I take action, or you watch your old man die with your own eyes. Don't say that I lied to you. Your old man has a bad heart. Now his heart is closed. There are no good doctors on this train. Even if there were, it would be useless. But I'm different. I guarantee that your master will get off the train alive. He will even be fine in the hospital. Of course, it's up to you to choose. Lin Fei was not a doctor, but his eyes were very sharp. He could see clearly that this old man's heart was born with a bad heart. The reason why he could live until now was because he had money. But today's situation was not very good. Even if there were doctors on the train, it would be difficult for them to do anything. If Lin Fei did not take action, this old man would definitely die on the train. As soon as Lin Fei said this, the young man on the other side was immediately unhappy. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Nonsense. Are you cursing my grandfather to die on the train? Do you believe that I will give you a slap in the face right now? What the hell are you talking about? Kneel down and admit your mistake right now." I hate to hear curses the most, especially from young people. You should be glad that I have a good temper. Otherwise, I would have given you a slap. Before the young man could come back to his senses, a figure quickly walked over and kicked him. In an instant, he fell to the aisle. Usually, I like to kick people with my feet. It's more enjoyable this way. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40. On the aisle of the train. No one expected Lin Fei to send the young man flying with a kick at this time. After all, they were on the train, and judging from the young man's tone of voice, it seemed that he had a high status. It seemed that his background was not small. How dare you kick me? Dong Tianai, who had been kicked away, took a while to react. He clutched his chest, feeling a burning pain in his chest. For a moment, he couldn't even breathe. The few people who were accompanying the old man were obviously bodyguards. At this time, their faces also darkened and they were quite angry. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch this guy. Dong Tianai was very angry at this moment. No one in Hangzhou dared to do this kind of thing to him, but he was kicked by an ordinary guy in the train. This was a shame. After seeing this scene, Su Shaowan was a little nervous and hid behind Lin Fei. Her heart warmed. Brother Lin, you don't have to do this. I think they are all people with high status. Lin Fei said with a smile, it doesn't matter. It's just a few kids. He should be glad that he's on a train. If he was anywhere else, he would have suffered a lot more. It's his fault for being so rude. People always have to pay the price for speaking the truth. After hearing this, Dong Tianai was even more angry. What do you mean by talking nonsense? That's what I usually say. Who dares to disrespect me? Just as the bodyguards were about to make a move, a crisp voice rang out, and a woman wearing high heels walked over without anyone noticing. Stop. This is the train. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? This cold shout immediately made the bodyguards stop. And you, Tianai, how many times have I told you to be honest when you are outside? Who talks like you? You always want to beat people up. Do you think you are the king? When Dong Tianai heard this, his whole body instantly sank like an eggplant. He explained, Sister, I really didn't do anything. It was that guy who bumped into Grandpa. Otherwise, how could Grandpa get sick? How dare he say that Grandpa is hopeless? Isn't he cursing Grandpa? Dong Tianai got up and rubbed his chest. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. It was really too painful. In front of others, he might still dare to say harsh words, but in front of his sister, Dong Tianai really did not have the confidence. He was really afraid of his sister. People often said that one should hit one's younger brother as soon as possible. However, for Dong Tianai, as a younger brother, he had been bullied since he was a child. The tall woman scolded Dong Tianai as soon as she came up. Soon, she came to the old man's side. She looked nervous and raised her head. "Little girl, this is not your fault. You and your friend can go." Dong Tingting knew Grandpa's situation. It was just an accident, so she did not make things difficult for the young woman and... Hearing this, Su Shaowan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she really did not do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Su Shaowan quickly said, "Thank you, sister, for understanding." "Sister, how can you let her go just like that? She was the one who bumped into Grandpa." Dong Tianai was not convinced and stared at the young man. "Enough. Just stand there obediently. If you don't behave, when we go back, I will tell your father everything you have done in the past. Let's see who has a hard time." Hearing this, Dong Tianai subconsciously shrank his neck. He knew his father's temper very well. He would definitely beat him to death. "Miss Dong, why don't you let me handle your grandfather's matter? I am quite knowledgeable in this aspect. At least, I can stabilize the situation." At this time, an imposing young man walked over. He was full of the aura of a scholar. Dong Tingting glanced at the person, who looked very unfamiliar. "You know me." The young man took out a business card and handed it to Dong Tingting. "I am a doctor. I have just been appointed to the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Grandpa's condition is not very good. I have heard of Miss Dong in Hangzhou. You are a famous person in Hangzhou, and Grandpa is even more famous." Dong Tingting thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Not everyone could become a chief doctor in the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Dong Tingting believed that the person in front of her would not dare to lie to her. Once he lied, he would definitely not have a good ending. Wang Pengfei looked at Lin Fei and said seriously, "You should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. You can leave now." Wang Pengfei knew Dong Tingting's capability. She was famous in Hangzhou City. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If Dong Tingting took a fancy to him, he could definitely save 30 years, no, even 50 years of effort. Wang Pengfei knew that such an opportunity was rare. At the same time, he was also confident in his medical skills. At least he could alleviate the pain. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to stand out. Lin Fei glanced at the old man indifferently and said, "I hope your medical skills are good. Otherwise, I think you won't be able to smile when the time comes." After saying that, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan turned around and left. Dong Tianai was still angry. "Sister, we shouldn't let people like them go. It is obviously their fault." Dong Tingting looked at Dong Tianai coldly and said, "Think about what you did wrong just now. Otherwise, when will you understand it? Come and tell me. Otherwise, I will tell my father about it. Don't think that our Dong family is very influential in Hangzhou City." Dong Tianai suddenly had a lot of questions in his mind. He always felt that his sister's words meant something, but he could not figure it out. The man and the woman were just ordinary people. What was so great about them? Would he really be afraid of them? Wang Pengfei felt uncomfortable with the man and the woman, especially the man. He did not say anything, but said such words. Was he not cursing his medical skills? "Miss Dong, don't worry. I am very confident in my medical skills. Master's problem should not be serious. Let me treat him now." Wang Pengfei wanted to let that guy know that he did not study abroad for nothing and that he was not called an overseas returnee for nothing. "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Although Dong Tingting was worried, there was no other way. She could only rely on Dr. Wang Pengfei. It was Master's request to take the train back. Otherwise, this would not have happened. Brother Lin, will nothing happen there? Su Xiaowan asked with some worry. I think the old man's condition is not very good. The old man's condition is indeed worse than I thought. The young doctor is also unreliable. If Miss Dong is smart, she will find him herself. At that time, she will help her solve this little problem. In this way, you don't have to feel guilty. But it depends on whether Miss Dong is smart enough, Lin Fei said casually. Ah. So serious. Su Xiaowan really believed what Lin Fei said. Chapter 40-41. Wang Pengfei's medical skills were indeed quite good. He wasn't the king of all trades, but he did have a certain level of ability. It was a pity that the situation he encountered this time was worse than he had imagined. Not long after the rescue, he wanted to show off, but he found that the old man's condition was getting worse and worse. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, which scared Wang Pengfei a lot. How can this be? No, it shouldn't be like this. At this time, Wang Pengfei was also anxious. After all, he had promised to stabilize the old man's condition by patting his chest, but the current situation was not optimistic. It was somewhat out of Wang Pengfei's expectation. Looking at Dong Tingting and Dong Tianya's expressions, Wang Pengfei's heart tightened even more. Can you do it? If anything happens to my grandpa, I can make you suffer. You won't have a good ending. Dong Tianai was originally a hot-tempered person. Now that his grandpa's condition seemed to be getting worse, he directly grabbed Wang Pengfei's collar and shouted. I'll try my best. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Wang Pengfei's voice trembled because the old man's condition was more serious than he had imagined. In his opinion, the best thing to do now was to send the old man to the hospital as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the worse the old man's condition would be. But now they were on the train, so Wang Pengfei really didn't dare to say such things. He was a little regretful that he had come to show up. After all, the old man's condition didn't seem that bad at that time, but when he really went to check, he found that the old man's condition was no different from being beyond cure. He had stepped on a huge landmine, and this landmine was going to explode soon. If the old man died on the train, Wang Pengfei would be in trouble no matter what. A trace of disappointment and unwillingness flashed through Dong Tingting's eyes. She was very clear about her grandpa's condition. This time, they went to Donghai to find a famous doctor, but the doctor was not there. If she had known this earlier, she would have chosen to fly back to Hangzhou City. Now that they were in the middle of nowhere, even if the Dong family was influential, it was impossible for them to stop the train. It was impossible for Dong Tingting to watch her grandpa die on the train. Then hurry up and think of a way. Don't just stand there. Dong Tianai was even more nervous than his sister. He was almost shouting. If something really happened to their grandpa, they would be in big trouble in the family. Wang Pengfei already knew that his medical skills couldn't save the old man, so he could only lower his head. Young Master Dong, the old man's condition is too serious. I really can't do anything. Hurry up and find the stewardess here and ask if there are any famous doctors. We might have a chance. In just a few words, the old man's body started twitching, and his breathing became even heavier. Wang Pengfei really didn't words, but the old man. Dong. That the young, didn't he say? Thought. The young men thought. Why not let him try? Wang Pengfei's eyes flashed, and he came up with a vicious idea. If he didn't handle it well, he would offend the Dong clan. Why should he offend the Dong clan? He had to drag an unlucky fellow along with him. Wang Pengfei bore a grudge against the young man and woman. Quite a number of people had heard what he had said just now. It was as if he was a godly doctor. Wang Pengfei felt that if he didn't help such a person, he wouldn't be able to help him. Since they were going to be unlucky, he would let them be unlucky together. That young man? Dong Tianai was furious. He kicked Wang Pengfei's body. However, he remembered what Wang Pengfei had just said. His face turned pale. That kid is just spouting nonsense. Do you really think he can do it? Dong Ti and I didn't agree with that young man. They were about the same age. How could he cure his grandpa? On the other hand, Dong Tingting's eyes lit up when she heard what Wang Pengfei said. She was more perceptive than her unreliable brother. From what he did just now, that young man wasn't an ordinary person. If Wang Pengfei didn't mention it, Dong Tingting would have forgotten about it. She could only try it as a last resort. As long as there was a way, she couldn't miss it. Originally, they came here with the accompanying doctor, but the accompanying doctor ate something bad last night and was still in the hospital. In addition, the distance from Donghai to Hangzhou was not far, so Dong Tingting simply did not let the accompanying doctor go with them. In her opinion, that kind of thing would not happen. In the end, Dong Tingting underestimated this trip. She didn't expect such an accident. Do you think that young man has a way? Dong Tingting asked Wang Pengfei. Wang Pengfei nodded and said, since he said so, I think he must have a way. Miss Dong, why don't you give it a try? I really don't have a way. However, with my intuition as a doctor, I think that young man may have a way. After all, there's a saying that there are masters among the people. Maybe he is that master among the people. Wang Pengfei was still very good at talking. Although he hated that guy a lot, he was still quite good at words to save face. He knew that once Miss Dong was interested, as long as she was involved in this matter, Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. Okay, I'll invite him over now. Dong Tingting remembered that the man and the woman were walking toward the next carriage, so she walked over immediately. She really saw Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan was still a little scared. Brother Lin, Miss Dong is here. Is something wrong? Su Xiaowan said nervously. Friend, what happened just now was my younger brother's fault. Now that my grandfather is in a serious condition, I hope that you can lend a hand and save my grandfather. Our Dong family will be eternally grateful. Dong Tingting came over and said sincerely. Dong Tingting always felt that this young man was a little different. At the very least, this young man was a martial artist. Ordinary people might not be able to see it, but Dong Tingting had seen many martial artists, so she knew that this young man must be a martial artist. As a martial artist, he or she had more or less mastered some medical skills. This was something that was recognized in the martial arts circle. Is Dr. Wang's medical skills not good? Lin Fei said lightly. That's a pity. Dong Tingting naturally heard the teasing tone in his words, but she didn't say anything. Friend, if you help our Dong family this time, Dong Tingting will agree to whatever you want, no matter what you want. Dong Tingting was now in a desperate situation. Since she was sure that the person in front of her was confident, she had to ask him for help. In fact, Dong Tingting had heard the previous conversation. Su Xiaowan knew that Lin Fei had some means. When she heard what Dong Tingting said, she couldn't help but say, Brother Lin, help her. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Chapter 40-42. It's not impossible for me to help you. Lin Fei said, it's just that your brother is too rude. Although my friend accidentally bumped into your grandfather, it's a normal thing to do on the train. He doesn't have to bully a woman like that. Am I right? Dong Tingting nodded and said, that's right. My brother has a bad temper. I've told him many times. As long as you ask your brother to come and apologize to my friend, I will help you stabilize your grandfather's condition. It's not difficult for him to recover, provided that your brother must come and apologize. It's not a good thing for a man to bully a weak woman. Lin Fei did not ask for much. He just didn't like that man's behavior. Su Xiaowan, who was sitting next to Lin Fei, felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Brother Lin, it's not necessary. I didn't do a good job. I can't blame that man. Lin Fei shook his head and said, no. You're Qinglan's best friend. How can you be so gentle when something like this happens? If I don't let that man know his mistake this time, he will do this kind of thing again in the future. This time, he met me, but if it was someone else, he probably wouldn't have such a good ending. He must change his character. Dong Tingting did hope that the man in front of her would help her. However, she had just kicked her brother, which could be considered to be even. Now he asked Amano to come and apologize, which made Dong Tingting a little dissatisfied. However, Dong Tingting had received a good education, so she didn't show it on the spot. But all this could not be hidden from Lin Fei. I know you feel uncomfortable and think that I'm too much of a bully. However, it's your own business whether to let your brother come or not. I'll only tell you about your grandfather's condition. There are only a few minutes left at most. Once I help your grandfather, he can recover and even talk and laugh. However, once the time is up, I can only say that I'm sorry. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your own problem. Dong Tingting was stunned by such serious words. She knew that her grandfather's situation couldn't be delayed any longer, but such words came from a young man's mouth, which seemed a little different. Friend, don't you think this is a bit too much? If it's too much, you should ask your younger brother. Don't bully people just because you have a family background. You should at least show some respect. Of course, you can also not let me do anything. It's not like I'll lose anything. You can ask that doctor for help. I believe that a talent like him who has returned from overseas can solve this kind of problem. Dong Tingting was very angry. If Dr. Wang was useful, she wouldn't have come here to ask for help. Sister, Grandpa seems to be out of breath. Dong Tianai ran over anxiously. What should we do now? The thing that he was most worried about still happened. Dong Tingting could not help but become anxious. She finally understood why this young man had said that just now. He could say it so accurately from such a distance. If he did not have medical skills, what else could it be? She suddenly made a decision in her heart. Tianai, come over and apologize to this lady. Be more sincere, Dong Tingting suddenly said to Dong Tianai. Hearing this, Dong Tianai was stunned. Sister, what are you talking about? You want me to apologize to her? How is this possible? I didn't do anything wrong. Dong Tianai had just suffered a loss. It was absolutely impossible for him to apologize to this woman now. His character did not allow him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Apologize to me immediately. If you don't, then I don't have you as my younger brother. Dong Tingting's tone was a little more serious. If you want to see Grandpa die on the train, then you don't have to apologize. As for how to explain in the future, it's up to you. Dong Tianye's eyes instantly showed a trace of anger. He was smart and immediately realized that this young man must have said something in front of his sister. Otherwise, he would not have come to apologize. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Dong Tianai said coldly. He did not dare to make a move. After all, the strength of that kick just now was still hurting his chest. Lin Fei looked at Dong Tianai. I didn't say anything. I just said that it's not good for you to bully women. I want you to apologize. Of course, you don't have to apologize. It has nothing to do with me anyway. But your grandpa can't wait that long. Although Lin Fei did not go over, the old man's situation was under his control. You dare to threaten me? Dong Tianai had never seen such a person before. His hand was already raised in mid-air, but he did not dare to hit him. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Lin Fei did not even look at him. Anyone can talk big. You can try. Let's see if you can do it. Or is the kick just now not enough to teach you a lesson? Hearing this, Dong Tianai was instantly terrified. Dong Tingting walked over. This matter is indeed your fault. It's right to apologize to this woman. Dong Tingting's eyes were very cold. Dong Tianai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that if he did not apologize today, his sister would definitely not let him go. Dong Tianai knew how powerful his sister was. She was one of the best among men. It was creepy to see her. Isn't it just an apology? I'll apologize then. In the end, Dong Tianai still blocked his sister's eyes. Miss, I was impulsive just now. It's my fault. Now I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Dong Tianai said to Su Shaowan. An apology must be sincere. An apology without sincerity is not an apology. Dong Tianai instantly felt a chill down his spine. He took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. This time, Dong Tianai did not dare to speak casually. Instead, his words made Su Shaowan feel embarrassed. There's no need to apologize. I was also at fault. Let's call it even, Su Shaowan said. As a person from Hangzhou, she had naturally heard of the Dong family. Now, she was more and more suspicious that these two people were from the Dong family. The Dong family could not afford to offend them. Su Shaowan did not dare to say anything else. You're lucky this time. You met a person like me who is easy to talk to. If you met someone who was not easy to talk to, I guess you could go home and buy a coffin. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. Remember, in the future, when you go out, you have to keep your eyes open. You might offend someone without knowing it. Dong Tianai could only bear with it. Keep pretending. You'll suffer later. Chapter 40-43. The old man's condition was already very bad. Wang Pengfei felt that if nothing unexpected happened, something might happen to the old man on the train. At the very least, he didn't have the means to save the old man's life. However, when he saw the young man invited by Dong Tingting, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is great. Finally, someone is here to accompany me. If something really happens, at least I can get someone to take the blame. As a talent who had returned from overseas, Wang Pengfei didn't believe in the saying that there were experts among the people. It was all a lie. There was no evidence to speak of. It was all pseudoscience. Wang Pengfei was determined to expose all of this pseudoscience and trample on it ruthlessly. Friend, I see that you are very spirited. You must have mastered the medical skills passed down in your family. Right now, the old man's condition is very bad. You have to be very spirited. Don't make any mistakes, Wang Pengfei said pretentiously. You look like a talented person, but your thoughts are too filthy. For people like you, I can only give you a few words. Scram as far as you can. Scram? Wang Pengfei didn't come back to his senses. Lin Fei walked over and lifted his leg to kick Wang Pengfei's stomach. This kick sent Wang Pengfei flying more than 10 meters away. Wang Pengfei was like a ball. He kept rolling outside until his head hit the end of the corridor. At this moment, Wang Pengfei was seeing stars from the kick. His mind was blank, and thoughts of, where am I? What happened just now? Popped up in his mind. It took him a long time before he came back to his senses. He was enraged. Bastard, this is slander. Blatant slander. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to arrest you. Wang Pengfei crawled up and rubbed his stomach. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. What he was planning was actually seen through by the other party. This was a completely inconceivable thing. When I'm treating someone, I don't want people chattering in my ears. I believe you can do it, Lin Fei said calmly. Dong Tianai was furious. He didn't know where to vent his anger, so he ran over and slapped Wang Pengfei's face. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? If anything happens to my grandfather, you'll be the first one I'll punish. This slap almost caused Wang Pengfei to fall to the ground. Half of his face immediately swelled up. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Dong Tianai was serious. His eyes also became resentful. This was all because of that bastard. Can you help my grandpa now? Dong Tingting was completely focused on the old man. It had only been a few minutes, but the old man's condition had worsened. In front of me, as long as I say no, no one can take anyone's life. Lin Fei reached out and patted the old man's chest a few times. It seemed like a very casual action, but it was this gentle pat that instantly stopped the old man's convulsions. Dong Tingting secretly sucked in a cold breath. It seems to be working. Wang Pengfei, who was not far away, was also paying attention. He didn't believe that this guy could do anything. But after this guy patted the old man a few times, the originally dispirited old man seemed to be glowing again. This was something that Wang Pengfei didn't dare to believe. If it wasn't because Dong Tianai was in front of him, he definitely couldn't help but scream. This had no scientific basis at all. After Lin Fei patted the old man a few times, he slowly helped the old man's condition. In fact, at that moment, he transferred the energy in his body to the old man. It should be known that the energy left behind by an immortal was very powerful. Even a trace of it could bring someone back from the dead. It could be said that this old man was blessed. With this trace of energy to transform his body, he would at least live to 100 years old. Of course, he naturally had to put on a show. Lin Fei patted the old man's body a few more times. It took less than 5 minutes before he stopped. The old man's pale face gradually recovered to a rosy color. Even his breathing was stable. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Tingting, what's wrong with me? Seeing that her grandpa woke up and spoke, Dong Tingting completely relaxed. It's okay, it's okay. You just fell asleep because you were too tired. Dong Tingting was also shocked. This was really a miracle doctor. I've helped you solve the problem. If there's nothing else, don't come to me. Lin Fei turned and walked toward the aisle. Su Shaowan also followed closely. Although she knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, she didn't expect his medical skills to be equally powerful. He actually made the sick old man recover in a few minutes. Both of his eyes were shining. Miracle doctor. This kid is a miracle doctor. He's too amazing. Many people around who were watching clapped their hands one by one. Everyone clearly saw what happened just now. In just a few minutes, the old man had recovered. This was not an act. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Dong Tianya's mouth was wide open. Looking at the young man's back, he found it hard to digest the scene. Is this guy really a folk expert? He's really a miracle doctor. If he's a miracle doctor, he seems to be a little too young. Shouldn't he be white-haired and have a sage-like demeanor? For a moment, Dong Tianai felt that he had really offended someone. He seemed to understand why his sister was so strict with him just now. As for Wang Pengfei, there was no need to mention. He had never seen the old man have a relapse of heart disease. He actually recovered with just a few pats. Moreover, his face looked ruddy and he didn't look sick at all. There's actually such medical skills in the world. If I get this, won't I become a great hero in the medical world? Wang Pengfei's eyes suddenly lit up and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Keep an eye on him. We must keep an eye on him. We can't let him escape. Wang Pengfei felt that this was an opportunity. If he missed such an opportunity, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. After a short moment of realization, the old man quickly recovered. The old man still heard the words of the people around him clearly. What was going on with him? He knew that he didn't have much confidence in this trip to Donghai, but now he only felt comfortable all over his body. This was a comfort that he hadn't felt in 20 or 30 years. He seemed to be 10 or 20 years younger. This feeling was very strange, but he yearned for it very much. He even felt that his heart disease seemed to have been cured and he had completely recovered. Tingting, tell me honestly. What happened just now? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4044. After saving him, Lin Fei didn't bother about it anymore. On the contrary, this made Su Shaowan feel embarrassed. After all, she was the one who caused this. Fortunately, no one came up to seek medical treatment. Otherwise, Lin Fei would really be depressed. 3 hours later. Lin Fei and Su Shaowan got off the train and stood at the exit of Hangzhou. Compared to Donghai, the air in Hangzhou was more polluted. It was normal. After all, Hangzhou had just been rated as a first-tier city. Brother Lin, now that we're in Hangzhou, we're in my territory. I'll be your guide. Don't reject me, or I'll be angry. Su Xiaowan took charge of everything once they arrived at the exit. Wait here. I'll drive the car over. You actually parked your car here at the train station. Lin Fei was surprised. Su Xiaowan had lived in Donghai for half a month. She was indeed a rich lady who didn't care about money. Isn't it convenient to go out and come back? Su Xiaowan smiled and went to drive the car. Lin Fei didn't reject Su Xiaowan's kindness. Anyway, he was revisiting his old place in Hangzhou. However, Hangzhou had changed a lot like Donghai. Miracle Doctor, are you waiting for a car? Why don't you take my car? I'll drive you wherever you go. Just then, a white Toyota Alpha drove over. The car window wound down, revealing a smiling face. Who else could it be other than Dong Tingting on the train? Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but there's no need. My friend is driving. Dong Tingting really wanted to invite him to the car. If he hadn't done it himself, no one would have known that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a miracle doctor. Dong Tingting found it hard to believe that her grandfather had recovered. His medical skills were superb. Dong Tingting naturally knew how to befriend such a miracle doctor. This is my business card. If you have any trouble in Hangzhou, feel free to call me. Dong Tingting saw that he didn't get into the car, so she took out another business card. She had planned to take it out on the train, but she had forgotten about it because of her grandfather's matter. Fortunately, she met him now. Thank you. Lin Fei kept the business card. Dong Tingting didn't waste any more time and ordered the chauffeur to drive. It's really the world of the young now. I didn't expect the doctor who saved me to be so young. The old man sitting in the back also laughed at this moment, a trace of excitement and shock flashing through his turbid eyes. From the moment he recovered to the moment he sat in the car, the old man had never felt so good. He also realized that the young man's medical skills were much better than those doctors in big hospitals. When I go back, I will arrange for someone to investigate this person's background. No matter what, I must ask him to take another look at Grandpa. If possible, it would be best if he can completely cure Grandpa's illness. Dong Tingting now completely trusted this person. Fortunately, this person didn't get off at any other place. As long as he was in Hangzhou, Dong Tingting still had some confidence. The old man nodded. You have a sense of propriety. It's best not to offend someone like him. To be able to cultivate such amazing medical skills at such a young age, he must have an amazing teacher behind him. Dong Tianai, who was sitting on the other side, shrunk his neck. He didn't dare to offend this young man anymore. Tianai, you should learn from your sister. You can't just look at the surface when you do things. Otherwise, you will always be at a disadvantage. Dong Tianai nodded repeatedly. I understand, Grandpa. I won't do that again in the future. After Dong Tingting and the others left, Su Xiaowan drove over. It was a white BMW 5 Series. Coupled with Su Xiaowan's appearance, she looked like a fair, rich, and beautiful lady. Brother Lin, get in the car. Sitting in the car, Lin Fei could smell a faint fragrance. This was the unique smell of a woman. Brother Lin, this is your first time here. You should stay for a few more days. I have already arranged a hotel for you at Four Seasons Hotel. Then I'll have to trouble you as a guide for the next few days. After all, it's rare to get good food, drinks, and a good place to stay. Lin Fei chuckled. Su Xiaowan was worried that Lin Fei wouldn't accept it. Now that she heard this, she was completely relieved. She drove the car and brought Lin Fei to the Four Seasons Hotel. Along the way, Su Xiaowan kept introducing Hangzhou City to Lin Fei, which more or less made him feel like he used to. Lin Fei stayed at the Four Seasons Hotel. Su Xiaowan, on the other hand, went home. In the evening, Su Xiaowan drove out and took Lin Fei to taste all kinds of special snacks. For 3 days in a row, Su Xiaowan accompanied Lin Fei and they almost walked around the entire Hangzhou city. Lin Fei was also happy to enjoy Su Xiaowan's service. With such a local knowledge, the experience would be better. Lin Fei went to some places that he had been to and felt that time flew by. On the fourth day, Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan went to West Lake in Hangzhou City. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so there were not many people. Su Xiaowan took Lin Fei on a boat and tasted delicious food. In the afternoon, she took Lin Fei to a special sihiyuan next to West Lake. "Brother Lin, today I'll take you to taste the special food here. It is said that ordinary people can't eat it. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." The sihiyuan was hidden at the foot of a mountain. There were red lanterns hanging outside the door, which gave it an antique look. After walking into the yard, there were rockery and flowing water. From time to time, there was even the sound of guzheng, which instantly made people feel relaxed and happy. The skill of playing the guzheng is good. It's quite charming. Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan were arranged to stay in an elegant and quiet private room. The faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, which was very pleasant. At that moment, it seemed that all the troubles and tiredness disappeared with the faint fragrance of sandalwood. Lin Fei was quite interested in this place. What he saw along the way proved that the owner of the sihiyuan was not ordinary. In this place, Lin Fei seemed to smell the concept of Tao. Perhaps others could not see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Such a layout was rare. He also understood why Su Xiaowan said that it was so difficult to make a reservation here. This place was indeed quite unique. It could also be regarded as a place for health. I heard that the guzheng player here is at the master level. It's not every day. It's very comfortable to listen to it. It is said that it's an ancient song. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to see it. Otherwise, I can ask for an autograph. Actually, it's not difficult to see it. Lin Fei smiled. It's quite simple. Chapter 40-45. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Lin, can you really do it?" "Of course. It's just a small matter. In fact, I also want to meet this zither master. She's much more powerful than you think." "Ah, much more powerful. Isn't she just an ordinary zither master?" Su Xiaowan did not realize it, but she still believed Lin Fei's words subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You'll know when you come down." There was a trace of Tao's artistic conception everywhere in this sihiyuan. Although this trace of Tao's artistic conception was not very good, in Lin Fei's opinion, no matter who this person was, it was quite amazing to be able to do this. In particular, this sihiyuan had begun to change slowly. It was a great enjoyment to eat and listen to music here. Such a place was not so easy to find, so Lin Fei also wanted to meet this powerful zither master. If I'm not mistaken, this zither master may be the proprietress of this courtyard. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened again. "Proprietress, how is this possible? I remember that the boss here is a man. When did he become a proprietress?" "Ha ha 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 ha, you'll know later. This proprietress is very mysterious. Brother Lin, I can't help but be curious. After all, everyone thinks that the boss here is a man. If this is really the proprietress, it will definitely surprise many people." Not long after, a waitress in a cheongsam came over and ordered for Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan. This waitress in a cheongsam was very elegant. Although her appearance could only be said to be about 7 points, her temperament was not something that every woman had. "Sir and madam, this is our menu. Take a look. If it's your first time here, I suggest that you too choose our special signature dishes. This signature dish has a total of 4 dishes and a soup. It's our specialty here. After tasting, you can also leave your own thoughts. If our boss likes your thoughts, there will be other surprises, such as a free meal, and a free chance to taste the dishes." Lin Fei suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, the boss will rarely like your thoughts here." When he said that, the expression of the waitress in the cheongsam changed slightly. There was a flash of awkwardness in her eyes. "Sir, you must be joking. I can't guarantee that the boss will take a liking to it. After the waitress left, Su Xiaowan could not help but ask, Brother Lin, how do you know that if we really want to write our thoughts, the boss may not like it? That's why I said that you don't understand this place. As long as you understand this place, you can naturally imagine that not everyone can write this kind of speech. If I'm not mistaken, since the opening of this Sihiyuan, I reckon that there are very few speeches that can attract her attention. There are even less than 5 of them. Ah, so few? The boss is a little too stingy, Su Xiaowan said unhappily. But that's for others. For us, it's not a problem at all. Let's taste the signature dish here first. The signature dish was served relatively slowly. It took about half an hour before the waitress in the Cheongsam arrived. Sir, miss, this is the signature dish of our Sihiyuan. 4 dishes and a soup. Please enjoy. The waitress left after putting down the signature dish. It smells so good. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath. I think I'm going to drool. Lin Fei glanced at it lightly. It's really a signature dish. It's really unique. I'm quite satisfied with this place. You're a very qualified guide. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to taste this signature dish. Thank you for your compliment, Brother Lin. In fact, it's also my first time here. I just heard that the food here is very good. I can't forget it after eating it. Su Xiaowan was a little embarrassed because it was also her first time here. However, she was very happy to be able to satisfy Lin Fei. Outsiders might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this signature dish was indeed very signature because it contained a trace of spirit qi. The dishes were not ordinary, and the soup was also not ordinary. Hence, there were 4 dishes and a soup. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. After all, it was rare to see 4 dishes and a soup like this. After tasting it, as he had guessed, it contained a very thin trace of spirit qi. Even if it was only a trace of spirit qi, it was enough to make the 4 dishes and a soup delicious. In addition to the trace of spirit qi in the ingredients, Lin Fei could also see that the cooking method also contained a trace of ancient methods. Lin Fei did not know much about ancient methods, but he could tell from the various traces that it was indeed an ancient method. That was the only way to bring out the taste of the ingredients perfectly. This time, Lin Fei had learned something new. Wow, it's delicious. Su Xiaowan was very satisfied. In the end, her belly was round. She complained, this is bad. After eating such a good meal, I have to go on a diet for a few days. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Lin Fei did not eat much, but most of it went into Su Xiaowan's stomach. Lin Fei had tasted all kinds of delicacies, but Su Xiaowan had never tasted such delicious food. This was a very normal thing. Even if there were 10 people, they would also be fascinated by this smell. Brother Lin, I've eaten so much good food. I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat anything else in the future. What should I do in the future? Until now, Su Xiaowan still could not forget it. It was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. Isn't that even better? You can lose weight when you have nothing to do. Brother Lin, you're so bad. After they were full, the waiter in Cheongsam came over again. Sir, madam, are you satisfied with our signature dishes? I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten. It's our honor that you too are satisfied. Our Sihiyuan has always pursued food above all else. We're happy if the customers are satisfied. The waiter in Cheongsam took out a book. According to the usual practice, you can write some comments. If the boss takes a liking to it, there might be a big surprise. You write it. I've never been good at this. Su Xiaowan handed the book to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it without hesitation. He opened the book, picked up a pen, and wrote casually. Then, he closed the book and handed it to the waiter. Please show it to your boss. I believe your boss will come in person after reading it. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 40-46. The courtyard was neither too big nor too small, and there was a clear difference between it and the courtyard outside. If you looked down from a high place, you would find that this small courtyard was actually in the middle of the Sihyuan. It was perfectly square, perfectly stuck in the middle of the Sihyuan. The small courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, as well as many bottles and jars. It looked lush and green. In the middle of the small courtyard, there was a small patio. Next to the patio was a small pavilion. It was an octagonal pavilion, and it had an antique feel to it. Under the pavilion, there was a stone table with a Chinese zither on it. A woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, like a ball of fire, gently stroked the zither with her slender fingers, and a pleasant note jumped out. When the woman in the traditional Chinese dress played the zither, the sandalwood fragrance slowly rose and filled the pavilion, forming a beautiful picture. Senior sister, these are the remarks left by the guests today. I've brought them to you. A tall woman in a cheongsam walked in with several copies of the remarks in her hand. I don't think you need to read these remarks. These people are just ordinary people, and they don't know the magic of this suitable courtyard. The tall woman in the cheongsam was very familiar with the woman in the traditional Chinese dress. She put the remarks next to the zither and said disapprovingly, "The rise and fall of fate. Feelings are hard to say. If you don't look, you won't know. Maybe one day, you will gain something." The red-clothed woman chuckled. The zither in her hand stopped, and the lingering sound lingered. I knew you would say that. I remember you have been in this Sihyuan for 3 years. The woman in the cheongsam sat down next to her. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress washed her hands, wiped them with a towel, and picked up the remarks next to her. Reading the remarks is a daily thing for me now. If I don't read them one day, I will really feel a little unaccustomed. Didn't you look disappointed? Although many warriors have come here, they are very ordinary. They didn't see anything special about this place. Even the Grandmaster experts only think that this place is not bad. If you want to say what you want, I think it's still a little difficult. Qin Haodong said with a smile. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress smiled, looked through the remarks, and put them down one by one. However, there was more or less a flash of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Maybe it's time for me to change. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress did not know why she sighed in her heart. In the past, she liked to read these remarks the most, but after a long time, as the woman in the cheongsam said, none of these remarks could reach her doorstep. The longer she waited, the more disappointed she became. Senior sister, you are right to think so. Those people in the sect are still expecting you to go back. After all, you have wasted 3 years outside. The woman in the cheongsam smiled, and there was a hint of joy on her face. Over the years, she had persuaded her senior sister many times, but she had failed every time. The woman in the cheongsam knew her senior sister's temper very well. Unless she said it herself, ordinary people could not change her mind. Yes, it's been 3 years. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said, "Today is the last day. It's time for me to completely let go of everything. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to read the last speech, because it doesn't make much sense. How can these ordinary people know the magic of this Sihyuan?" Although the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said so, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress still felt that it was necessary to read the last speech, so that she could finish it. When she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress had planned to take a casual look at it. After all, she had been disappointed too many times, so she did not care about the last speech. But when she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was attracted. She stood up and looked excited. How is this possible? Senior sister, what's wrong with you? The woman in the cheongsam stood up and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? You told me that my medical skills are not bad. I'm in good health. This is the speech. Come and read it. It's definitely something you can't imagine. I didn't expect that after waiting for 3 years, someone finally saw through it." The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress focused all her attention on the speech. The woman in the cheongsam was surprised, and she did not believe it. She knew what her senior sister wanted, but she never thought that anyone could see through the secret of the Sihyuan. How could it appear now? Senior sister, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The woman in the cheongsam turned her head and looked over, but she was also attracted by the speech. At this time, there was only one word on the speech, which was a big Dao. The word Dao was very ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary about it. However, it was this word that gave people an infinite attraction. It was like a black hole that sucked their minds into it. How was this possible? Lin Fei and Su Shaowan did not leave. I don't think anyone will come. Su Shaowan looked around. Lin Fei smiled. Who said no one will come? Listen carefully. The Sihyuan was very quiet, and it became even quieter after the sound of the guzheng stopped. There were crisp footsteps outside the door. They were very rhythmic, but they sounded very hurried. It seems that someone is really coming. Su Shaowan looked in the direction of the door and suddenly covered her mouth. She looked very excited. They're coming, they're coming. Someone is really coming. At the door, 2 women came in, one after the other. The former was a woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, and the latter was a tall woman in a cheongsam. These 2 women were very elegant. Just by standing there, they instantly made people feel a sense of inferiority. Su Shaowan had always been very proud of her appearance, but after seeing the 2 women, she realized that she was not very beautiful. She was no match for the 2 women, especially in terms of her temperament. Could one of the 2 women be the lady boss? Su Shaowan thought of what Lin Fei had said and was even more surprised. The Sihyuan was famous, especially among the upper class. However, no one knew that there were 2 such beautiful women in the Sihyuan. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Sir, did you write the word Dao? The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was the first to speak. Her eyes were directly fixed on Lin Fei. The person who could write the word Dao was definitely not this beautiful woman, so it had to be this ordinary-looking man. You're still young, but your ability to comprehend is indeed very good. It's no wonder you're called the proud daughter of heaven. Chapter 40-47. Lin Fei's eyes were extremely sinister. The moment he saw the red-clothed woman appear, he knew that she was a proud daughter of the heavens. She was a real proud woman. He was not inferior to his eldest disciple in the slightest. In fact, he even had more potential. That was because the woman in the red Han costume in front of him was born with a trace of Dao aura. This was quite unusual. This was also the first time that Lin Fei had seen someone with Dao connotation since he returned to Earth. Such a person could be counted on one's fingers. If she was in a different world, her strength would skyrocket with a little guidance. However, in Huaxian Earth, if there was no guidance, the achievement of the woman in the red Han costume would stop at the innate realm. Even if it was the innate realm, it would take a long time to break through. It might be 20 years old, 30 years old, or even 40 years old. The woman in the red Han costume in front of him was obviously stuck at a bottleneck. This kind of bottleneck was completely different from ordinary cultivation. When he saw the woman in the red Han costume, Lin Fei knew why she had left a message. She was looking for her opportunity. You saw it. The expression of the woman in the red Han costume changed and she became even more excited. Su Shaowan was the only one who did not understand. She just felt that these 2 women were too beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had temperament. Su Shaowan could not help but ask, "Sister, are you the proprietress here?" "Sister, you have a good eye. I am indeed the proprietress here." The woman in the red Han costume smiled and said, "You can call me Sister Gao." Although Su Shaowan had guessed that the woman in the red Han costume was the proprietress here, she was still a little shocked and could not accept it when she said it in person. There was too much information in this news. Su Shaowan asked again, "Is it you who played the guzheng?" "Yes, I played the guzheng." "Sister, you are so amazing. The guzheng you play is really nice. Can I have your autograph?" Su Shaowan did not expect that her idea would come true so soon. She hurriedly took out a notebook from her bag and asked Gao Fei to sign it. The woman in the red Han costume was called Gao Fei. She did not refuse Su Xiaowan's request. She took the notebook and signed her name. Seeing the words was like seeing the person. Gao Fei's signature made Su Xiaowan happy again. By the way, little sister, this should be your first time here. Why don't you let my sister bring you around? I have quite a few interesting places here. Most people are not qualified to go there, Gao Fei said with a smile. That's right. The tall woman in the guzheng chuckled and said, yes, I saw you looking at my guzheng just now. Do you like it very much? It just so happens that I have a lot of newly made cheongsams. I'll take you to try them on. With your figure, these cheongsams should be very beautiful, and they can also enhance your temperament. Guzheng said. Su Xiaowan was not a Xiaowan was as Guzheng. Fei was not a host of Guzheng as was Guzheng. Was. Qi. Lin Fei also heard it and said with a smile, wearing a Guzheng costume can really improve one's temperament. You can try it. It's good to improve your image. After hearing what Lin Fei said, Su Xiaowan did not have any other ideas. She nodded and followed the tall woman in the Guzheng costume out. Lin Fei sat down once again. Just say what you want to say. After all, it can be said that fate has brought us together. There aren't many people like you who seek to comprehend Tao will. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to say it. Gao Fei had seen all kinds of geniuses, but for some reason, she always felt a sense of oppression in front of this young man. This feeling was inconceivable, but it could also be clearly felt. This was something that ordinary geniuses did not have. However, Gao Fei did not know such a person. However, the word Dao was clearly filled with the Dao meaning that she had been searching for, and it was very obvious. I want to know how I can go further. I have been trapped in this realm for so long that I have almost become numb to it. Gao Fei wanted to find the answer from him. In the past 3 years, Gao Fei had been looking for someone who could figure out the layout of the Sihiyuan, but no one had been able to do so. Even when a Grand Power Master came, he only felt that the place was good. No one had ever been able to figure out her thoughts clearly. And this man was the only one. In fact, it is not too difficult to break through your realm. Lin Fei said with a smile, you are a genius. You should not be more than 25 years old, but you are already at the peak of the acquired realm, which means that you have reached the great completion of the transcendent realm. You are only one step away from becoming a god-level expert. You should have been stuck in this realm for 4 or 5 years. The reason you opened the Sihiyuan was to find an opportunity. I don't know if I'm right. If it was not the first time she met this person, Gao Fei would have thought that there was a traitor around her. Because not a single word spoken by the other party was false, it was completely from what she had experienced all these years. Gao Fei had been stuck in this realm for a long time, but she had been unable to find a way out. Therefore, she opened a Sihiyuan outside and even made 4 dishes and 1 soup, which was also known as the spring breeze soup. However, no one had been able to see through all of this. This was the only time. Yes, you are right. I have indeed been stuck in this realm for a long time. At the same time, I have been very troubled. I don't know how to break through. You can't break through because your Tao meaning has not reached the great completion, so you can't break through. If you can't really comprehend your Tao meaning to the great completion level, then you will never be able to enter the innate realm. Lin Fei smiled. Now you should understand why you can't break through, right? This is the biggest barrier. After all, you are different from everyone else. As a proud daughter of heaven, there will naturally be a corresponding test, and this barrier is your test. There were many experts in the sect that Gao Fei was in, but no one could say such a thing. This seemingly ordinary young man was more mysterious than she had imagined. This is the test? Then how can I comprehend the Tao meaning to the great completion? Lin Fei was also bored. After all, it was not easy for him to meet such a person, and she was from Huaxia. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give her some pointers. This is very simple. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Now, I will let you feel what is called the real Tao. As for how much you can comprehend, that will be up to your own fate. Gao Fei instantly felt that she had fallen into a large world filled with divine will. In this large world, Gao Fei felt a familiar aura. This was the Tao that she had been pursuing. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-48. Gao Fei was immersed in this enjoyment and was unable to extricate herself. After an unknown amount of time, she only woke up from that special dream when someone pushed her body. Senior sister, are you all right? Gao Fei, who had regained her senses, realized that her junior sister was standing beside her and that the young man had disappeared. She could not help but feel anxious. Where are they? Where are they? Gao Fei turned her head and looked around. At this moment, there was no trace of the man and woman in the private room. Gone, they have already left. The Cheongsam woman said. You don't know? Gao Fei shook her head. I did not feel anything, nor did I know when they had left. Oh right, senior sister, what is the background of that young man? He does not look simple. Could it be that he really saw something? Gao Fei's heart flashed with disappointment. She actually did not ask for the other party's name, nor did she leave the other party's contact information. Has it been a long time since I stood here? About 2 hours. Gao Fei took a deep breath. You should not have said anything bad to that young man, right? The tall Cheongsam woman shook her head and said, No, I feel that this young man is not simple. Naturally, I would not say anything. However, senior sister was in a daze for a full 2 hours. Could it be that you experienced something just now? Do you know about epiphany and the unity of heaven and man? Gao Fei said, Just now, I entered a special state of epiphany and the unity of heaven and man. I never thought that I would be able to enter an epiphany that no one else could. I can only say that this young man is an otherworldly expert. Ah, senior sister, you entered an epiphany just now. Then, I shook you just now. Wasn't that a waste of an opportunity? The tall Cheongsam woman exclaimed subconsciously. As a martial artist, she knew better than anyone how rare an opportunity for epiphany was. In their sect, it was not easy to enter an epiphany. They might not even encounter it a few times in their lifetime. The tall Cheongsam woman could not believe that the young man just now could actually make her senior sister enter an epiphany. How amazing was that? I did enter an epiphany. It was a very strange feeling. Gao Fei recalled. It seems that masters were right. There are many experts in the great thousand worlds, and there's always a higher mountain. If I'm not wrong, this young man might be a divine-level expert. Ah, God-grade powerhouses. Didn't they say that God-grade powerhouses no longer dare to show their faces outside? That young man doesn't look like a God-rank expert at all. That's why I said there's always a higher mountain. What we can see is just a starting point. Close the Sihiyuan. I'm going back to the sect. Gao Fei suddenly said. After that day, the famous Sihiyuan in the upper circle of Hangzhou City was inexplicably closed. No one knew why it was closed. Big brother Lin, you definitely didn't expect that the big sister wearing the Cheongsam was actually a master of Cheongsam design. She even personally gave me a set of Cheongsam, sitting in the car. Su Shaowan chattered and came out with a small bag with a blue and white Cheongsam in it. Judging from the material of the Cheongsam, it was not cheap at all. Although Lin Fei did not give much guidance to Gao Fei, he still underestimated Gao Fei's potential. She could actually enter a deep level after an epiphany. If nothing went wrong, as long as she solidified her foundation, she could break through to the innate realm in at least half a year and become a divine-level expert, as everyone said. In Lin Fei's opinion, he just did a very casual thing. This kind of trivial matter was quickly forgotten by Lin Fei. Giving advice to a little guy at the acquired realm was not a trivial matter. What else could it be? Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. He could only say that the opportunity had come and he happened to come to the Sihiyuan for a meal. Su Shaowan was in a very good mood today. Not to mention anything else, she could not forget the 4 dishes and 1 soup in the Sihiyuan. She also liked the cheongsam that she brought out later. The white BMW finally stopped in front of the Four Seasons Hotel. "Sorry for troubling you for the whole day. You can go back and have a good rest." Lin Fei smiled and opened the door. "It's not troublesome at all." Su Xiaowan shook her head and said, "I feel very happy and comfortable when I'm with Brother Lin." At this time, a sapphire blue Porsche rushed up from behind and directly stopped behind Lin Fei. A young man ran out of the car in a threatening manner. "Su Xiaowan, you bitch. I knew you were with another man. What did I do wrong? How could you go and find another man?" The man who rushed out of the car roared at Su Xiaowan without any explanation. Su Xiaowan's face immediately darkened. She pushed the door and walked out. "Zhang Kai, shut your stinky mouth. Who's the bitch? I have nothing to do with you. It's all your wishful thinking, okay?" Zhang Kai was not very old. He was only about 21 or 22 years old. He was dressed very fashionably. In modern terms, he was a fresh meat. Moreover, he was a fresh meat who could afford a Porsche that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. He could be considered to be from a wealthy family. "I'm not talking nonsense. You're my woman. Now you're hooking up with another man. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Kai said fiercely, "And you, I don't care where you come from. Get out of here right now. Brother Lin, don't listen to him. I have nothing to do with this guy. I've never regarded him as my boyfriend, let alone dating him." Su Xiaowan explained to Lin Fei, "This guy is a troublemaker. He's a playboy. Who will like you?" Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. After seeing this fresh meat man, Lin Fei knew why Su Xiaowan had stayed in Donghai for half a month. Maybe it had something to do with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai also met Su Xiaowan at a gathering of friends. At that time, Su Xiaowan happened to open a live broadcast. Zhang Kai fell in love with her at first sight. Zhang Kai was a local rich playboy. He thought he could easily win Su Xiaowan's heart, but he did not expect that Su Xiaowan was not the kind of person he had imagined. He pursued her again and again, but he failed again and again. This made Zhang Kai feel very embarrassed in his WeChat moments. After all, he was known to be unstoppable in his WeChat moments. As long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't get. In his words, as long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't do. But this time, he really failed with Su Xiaowan. What made Zhang Kai even more dissatisfied was that Su Xiaowan had left Hangzhou City, and he could not find her for half a month. This time, it was thanks to the help of his friend that he knew where Su Xiaowan was. "Friend, since Su Xiaowan doesn't like you, you'd better leave. Anyway, you're young and can find a woman. Why do you want to pester Su Xiaowan?" Lin Fei said with a smile, "You should know your place. It's useless to pester her." 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-49. Zhang Kai was furious. It was already amazing that he did not ask her to leave. Now, she wanted him to leave. Who did she think she was? "Boy, say it again if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I will kill you." Zhang Kai was quite hot-tempered. In Hangzhou City, no one dared to say such words to him. "You are so young, but your hearing is so bad. You can't even understand what I said. It seems that you really need to see a doctor." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Listen carefully. I told you to stop pestering Su Xiaowan in the future. It's not like a rich man like you can't find a woman. Why do you have to make life difficult for a woman? You're a man. Be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. You should know that I rarely say words of persuasion. I think it's good to persuade people with reason." Zhang Kai felt that he had met a storyteller who had the nerve to persuade him. How could it be possible? "Zhang Kai, have you had enough? If you don't leave, I will call the police." Su Xiaowan had already taken out her phone. It seemed that she would call the police as long as Zhang Kai did not leave. Su Xiaowan knew what kind of person Zhang Kai was. He had quite a lot of connections in Hangzhou City. Although she knew that Lin Fei was quite powerful, there was a saying that a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its territory. Therefore, Su Shaowan did not want anything to happen to him. Zhang Kai was even more unhappy when he heard that. I have pursued you for such a long time, but you have never said a few words to me. Now, you are calling the police for a man. His whole face became gloomy. Su Shaowan, listen carefully. Today, I will make it clear. If you don't leave with me today, your friend will not be able to leave Hangzhou City. You should know that I am a disciple of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. A casual sentence from me will be enough to benefit your friend endlessly. It was a threat. It was a threat. As a native of Hangzhou City, Su Shaowan had certainly heard of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It was a benchmark in Hangzhou City with more than 10,000 members. It was said that there were powerful masters in Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Those foreign taekwondo, judo, etc. were no match for the Sky Lake Dojo. There was even news that the disciples of the Sky Lake Martial Club were all arrogant and despotic. They never put others in their eyes. The Sky Lake Martial Club was also very capable. It was said that there was a time when a disciple of the Sky Lake Martial Club beat someone up outside. In the end, the big matter was turned into a small matter, and the small matter was turned into nothing. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. Su Shaowan did not expect Zhang Kai to be from the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo. This was something she didn't know before, but now she seemed to understand why Zhang Kai was so confident. Zhang Kai smiled smugly in his heart. Let's see what else you can say later. If you dare to not give me face, I'll let your friend enjoy my hospitality. From the few words just now, Zhang Kai knew that this young man should be an outsider and not a local. As long as he was not a local, Zhang Kai had nothing to worry about. Zhang Kai had done this many times, but no one could do anything about it. Not only did he have good connections, but he was also a disciple of the Tianhu Dojo. Therefore, no matter who this guy was, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Now it was up to Su Shaowan to choose. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Kai rarely used this method, but today, he really had to use this method to force Su Shaowan. If it was not for the fact that he had not made any progress with Su Shaowan, Zhang Kai would not have used this method. He was prepared to slowly roll the frog in the water, but now that there was a stranger, it would not work. Zhang Kai, you're so shameless. Su Shaowan's hand holding the phone trembled a little. Zhang Kai said seriously, it's not that I'm shameless, but it's the truth. Who asked you to make me unhappy? As long as I'm unhappy, I can do anything. You should know that. Ha 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 ha, you can do anything? Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was really quite interesting. Then make one for me to see. Zhang Kai snorted coldly and showed a fierce look. It seems that you really did not listen to what I said. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're the king. Lin Fei laughed again. In fact, even if the king came, it would be the same in front of me. Do you see these 2 fingers? As long as I gently snap my fingers, I will let you enter a wonderful world. Lin Fei gave Zhang Kai a thumbs up and a middle finger, waving it in front of Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was so angry that he laughed. I've seen a lot of people like you who don't know how to behave. Since you like to play, I'll play with you. He pounced forward, instantly turning into a ferocious tiger, and his power was faintly discernible. Just this action alone showed that Zhang Kai was really a martial arts genius. Of course, this alone was not enough in front of Lin Fei. Originally, I didn't want to do it, but for people like you, I really have to fulfill your wish. I'll first break your mouth, then slowly play with you. Zhang Kai pounced forward, and then he used the black tiger worry. Although the move was old-fashioned, it was quite powerful. It was quite extraordinary at first glance. Brother Lin, be careful. Su Shaowan was nervous, and her heart was in her throat. Snap. Lin Fei instantly snapped his fingers. Since you like boxing so much, then go to the square nearby and have a good night's practice. After that, go to the West Lake for a swim and sweat off. These words, which were neither light nor heavy, were deeply imprinted in Zhang Kai's mind like a magic song. Zhang Kai, who was originally pouncing towards Lin Fei, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around like a pole, and sat back in the car. With a loud rumble, the Porsche rushed in like a ferocious beast. This scene stunned Su Xiaowan. She did not know what had happened, and only saw the Porsche disappear at the end of the road. "Brother Lin, what did he do?" Lin Fei said with a smile, "I feel that since this kind of person likes boxing, he can't just do it for the two of us to see. There are so many aunties at the square, and I believe that they will be very interested in boxing." This scene suddenly appeared in Su Xiaowan's mind. She saw Zhang Kai driving the Porsche into the square, and then started boxing while the aunties were scolding him. Just thinking about it made her feel sour. Was that hypnosis just now? It felt so powerful. Su Xiaowan asked curiously. Su Xiaowan knew about hypnosis, but it was her first time seeing someone as powerful as Lin Fei, who could make Zhang Kai fall for it with a snap of his fingers. "Actually, my hypnosis is used to hypnotize cats and dogs. This is the first time I've used it on a human. Who would have thought that Zhang Kai's brain is worse than cats and dogs? He can't do anything even if I hypnotize him." Su Xiaowan burst out laughing. "Brother Lin, I realize that you're really bad. I can guarantee that Zhang Kai will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow." Shukju website. Chapter 4050. That night, a hot piece of news appeared on all the news channels in Hangzhou. There were more than 1 million hits on the internet. A young man driving a luxury car barged into a public square, scaring all the aunties in the public square. Countless aunties were at a loss. This was not the end. Some people tried to grab hold of the young man, but they were met with a series of fierce blows. Wind blew like a tiger, and a group of people fell to the ground. After a series of vigorous punches, the young man ran into West Lake and jumped into the lake naked, causing countless people to panic, especially the girls, who covered their faces. Lin Fei didn't know any of this. It was a silent night. "Big brother Lin, you're too awesome. Zhang Kai is famous now," Su Xiaowan said as soon as she arrived. Su Xiaowan knew that Zhang Kai would be in a difficult situation, but she did not expect that he would become a hot topic. Especially those middle-aged women who were interviewed, they wished they could tear Zhang Kai into pieces. "I didn't do anything," Lin Fei said. "He did it himself. To be honest, I'm very happy to see Zhang Kai like this." "As long as you're happy," Lin Fei said with a smile. "Today, I'll take you to the martial arts circle convention. Then I'll start the live broadcast." Su Xiaowan had mentioned the martial arts circle convention to her fans a few days ago, and the response was very enthusiastic. The fans had been looking forward to it for a long time. "Just don't let me show my face," said Lin Fei. "I will never let you show your face." Su Xiaowan giggled. "Then let's go." The martial arts tournament was not held in the city. Instead, it was held in a mountain villa in the suburbs. On the road to a mountain villa in the suburbs. From time to time, luxury cars would pass by. "Wow, Brother Lin, are these all going to participate in the martial arts circle convention?" Along the way, Su Xiaowan saw many luxury cars. The cheapest one was priced at 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and most of them were priced in the millions. All of them should be. I always thought that cultivators were imaginary. I did not expect it to be held in a mountain villa. Furthermore, it is so rich. This is beyond my imagination. Su Xiaowan was very surprised. Lin Fei knew very well that martial artists were not as poor as imagined. On the contrary, they were quite rich. Driving a car worth millions was actually very normal. When they arrived at the villa, Su Xiaowan was shocked again. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars. It was more than he had imagined. This is the martial arts circle convention. Su Xiaowan got out of the car and could not help but be shocked. Both men and women could do it. They were all very young and wondered if they had come to this place. "That's right," Lin Fei said. "Do you think they're all old men?" Su Xiaowan nodded. She really thought so. She felt that she had really underestimated this martial arts circle convention. Luckily, Brother Lin brought me here today. Otherwise, I really don't know if the martial arts circle convention would be like this. Su Xiaowan had learned something new. I'll show you around. Lin Fei smiled and led Su Xiaowan to the gate of the villa. Someone was registering at the gate. When Lin Fei said his name, the person at the door came out. After confirming it, he handed Lin Fei a pass. You can go in. The villa was huge. I didn't expect there to be such a big villa in the suburbs. If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have known. Su Xiaowan exclaimed. As a native of Hangzhou, Su Xiaowan had never heard of such a place. Then I'll turn on the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan could not wait to open the live broadcast software. As soon as the live broadcast started, Su Xiaowan started the live broadcast. A group of fans immediately came to the live broadcast room. The number of viewers also reached more than 100,000 in an instant. What a beautiful villa. Is this the martial arts circle convention? Why does it feel like a vacation? I'm looking forward to it. Su Xiaowan first introduced the situation to everyone, which drew cheers from the live broadcast room. Lin Fei thought that Su Xiaowan was very resourceful as a streamer, and she was also very eloquent. To be a streamer, she still needed some means. When they walked into the lobby of the villa. In the lobby, groups of people were chatting with each other. The most obvious was a banner. Warmly welcome friends from all over the world to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Are you surprised? Su Xiaowan nodded. I'm really surprised. If you think of them as ordinary people, you're definitely wrong. Any one of these men and women can easily defeat a few strong men. Ah. Su Xiaowan really couldn't see it. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated. In Su Xiaowan's live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. This is the Martial Arts Circle Convention? I'm sure I'm in the right place. It's a critical hit. I don't believe it. The fans were really shocked. Basically, they were shocked. This is the Martial Arts Circle Convention. They really know how to brag. Sorry, videos are not allowed here. At this time, someone came over and said to Su Xiaowan with a slightly gloomy face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand as if to grab a mobile phone. After all, it was Su Xiaowan's first time here, so she was somewhat flustered. As soon as the other party came up to grab the mobile phone, his behavior was also very overbearing. Friend, there seems to be no restrictions in this place. Just as the man was about to grab him, Lin Fei made his move. He grabbed the man's wrist, and without any hesitation, he grabbed it. This person was obviously stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone could grab his hand. He looked up and saw that it was a very strange young man. He immediately used his chi, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand back. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a girl. Since it's the Martial Arts Circle Convention, it must be publicized. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a woman. Lin Fei said with a smile. Who are you? The man asked. His heart also sank. Who are you? I'm an ordinary martial artist who came to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be called an ordinary martial artist? He was an inward strength martial artist himself. Just now, he used his inward strength, but it didn't work. He realized that this guy was an expert. Everyone is looking. Don't make a fuss. Lin Fei withdrew his hand, but a force shook his body and he took a few steps back. The man looked him up and down for a while. You're amazing. He turned around and left. Forget it. Brother Lin, are you okay? Su Xiaowan was a little worried. I'm fine. Just continue the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan was relieved and continued the live broadcast. Many young people present also saw this scene, and they were a little surprised. They didn't know who that man and woman were. That man was an expert in the villa. Su Xiaowan, how dare you come out? Not long after Su Xiaowan's live broadcast, an angry roar came from outside the hall. She saw a group of people rushing in. When this group of people came in, many people's expressions changed. People from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It seems that something is going to happen. Su Xiaowan looked back and saw Zhang Kai, whose face was covered with claw marks. She burst into laughter. 2K Reading Network.